Long live the cause of freedom. God save.
80 years ago, the guns fell silent across Europe and a weary Western world dared to breathe again.
Victory in Europe Day marked not just the end of conflict, but the dawn of peace, resilience and remembrance, a spirit that endures to this day.
Very good morning, it's 9:30. On Monday the 5th of May, live across the United Kingdom, this is a very special edition of Britain's Newsroom with Andrew Pearce and Bev Turner.
All day we're here live at Buckingham Palace and across Britain as our great nation celebrates and remembers VE Day 80 years ago.
That's right, around 1,300 armed service personnel will march from Whitehall to Buckingham Palace today as huge crowds line the streets to see them in action.
The Royal Air Force will grace the skies in the south of England, culminating in a breathtaking flypast above this very spot next to Buckingham Palace and the Mall.
Pomp, pageantry and parades. There are going to be street parties all across this great nation today, and there are going to be many poignant moments as well as we commemorate and celebrate the very best of Britain.
Yes, Bev, Andrew, viewers, the excitement building here outside Buckingham Palace. I'm on the Mall making friends where the best of British is on display on this very special day.
We're here in Llangollen as they're about to raise the flag as they prepare to mark 80 years of VE Day on this very special occasion here in Wales.
Well, I'm outside Wellington Barracks, where in the next half an hour, armed forces personnel will be here performing a drill ahead of that procession beginning on Parliament Square.
The King will lead the nation in commemorations, paying thanks to the veterans as the royal family join them outside Buckingham Palace for a special military procession.
We're here in the wonderful, beautiful British market town of Melton Mowbray. We've got some fantastic memorabilia here. Slightly concerned that I've just found a live grenade, but unfortunately I appear to have lost my wife. Has anyone seen Emily? Oh, she's got herself new wheels.
Compliant, sorry Sadiq Khan, but this, yes, is a 1931 Austin 7 car. Very comfortable, I must say. I think it's a bit more comfortable than the average car these days, but yes, we're going to be here all day. But I think it's about time we heard what Winston Churchill had to say 80 years ago.
This is your victory. Victory of the cause of freedom in every land. In all our long history, we have never seen a greater day than this.
So this is a very special extended version of Britain's Newsroom. We're here until 3 o'clock.
And no better place to be. Buckingham Palace, the royal family will be leading the nation as we mark VE Day, a very special, poignant VE Day, the 80th anniversary of victory in Europe.
We've got a military procession, of course, this afternoon. It will all be starting about midday, well, probably, given it's organised by the military, promptly on midday. Big Ben will, of course, chime, and then the Harry Potter actor, Timothy Spall, is going to read extracts from the Winston Churchill VE Day speech.
Which he didn't even script. Probably his finest ever speech. He didn't even script it.
Is that right?
Absolutely right.
From the heart. Well, we'll be having a lot of talk from the heart today. We're going to be talking to veterans. Of course, one of the poignant things about today, Andrew, is that this may be the last VE Day in which there are veterans still with us to commemorate the event.
Yeah, and they will have their voice on this programme. You need to be with us all day because this is the place to be. Right behind us, the palace, the balcony, decorated, ready for the royals, the King, the Queen, the Waleses, and also there's a platform there too where there'll be other members of the royal family.
That's right. We have our flags, and we hope you do at home as well this morning. Let us know.
And look at my tie. What is my tie?
Well, yeah, it's lovely.
Patriotic tie.
Stephen Dixon wasn't terribly complimentary about it, was he, when he saw it though? But no, you look great. Cameron Walker is with us, of course, as well this morning. We're going to be joined, hopefully, at some point by Nigel Farage, obviously basking in the glory of the success in the council elections at the end of last last week. We haven't been on air since all of that happened as well. So
He's a military historian in his own right, so he will be fascinating. He could even be here for the flyover, which would be brilliant.
So sit back, pour yourselves a pot of tea and stay with us for the remainder of the day. First, the very latest news headlines with Katie Bowen.
Bev, Andrew, thank you and good morning. It's 35 minutes past 9. These are your latest headlines from the GB Newsroom. The Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, has written an open letter to veterans as the country begins to commemorate the 80th anniversary of VE Day over the next 4 days. The Prime Minister thanked veterans for their service and recognised their ongoing selfless dedication to keeping our country safe. A Buckingham Palace aide told GB News last night that the King, Queen and other members of the royal family are much looking forward to all of this week's VE Day events, when they will unite with the rest of the nation and those across the Commonwealth to give thanks to the wartime generation. A military procession will march from Whitehall to Buckingham Palace later today, culminating in a flypast involving the Red Arrows. Street parties and other celebrations are also taking place across the country this Bank Holiday Monday. You can watch all of the events unfold here on GB News. Earlier on, Minister for Veterans Al Carnes spoke to Ellie and Stephen at Buckingham Palace.
Freedom isn't free, and what the Ukrainians are showing, and indeed European and Western support to the Ukrainians are showing, you've got to stand up and fight for what you believe in. I've met so many World War II veterans up and down the country. They're the greatest generation, and we owe them so much. They stood up and defended the freedoms that we all enjoy 80 years ago, and it's remarkable, and it's great to have them here.
Elsewhere today, the Home Secretary has described terror raids in which 8 men were arrested as one of the biggest counter-terrorism operations in recent years. There are reports this morning that the arrests came just hours before a suspected attack was set to be launched. 5 men, including 4 Iranian nationals, were arrested at locations across England on Saturday, while the Metropolitan Police confirmed a further 3 Iranian men were arrested as part of a separate operation. Yvette Cooper said that the government is supporting the relevant security agencies in the ongoing investigations. And to the US, where President Donald Trump has ordered the rebuilding and reopening of Alcatraz prison. The president said that the prison should house America's most ruthless and violent offenders, adding that in times past we did not hesitate to lock up the most dangerous criminals and keep them far away from anyone they could harm. Speaking overnight, the president said he had had many meetings with countries on trade, including China. The president also announced a 100% tariff on all films produced outside of the US, saying that America's film industry is dying a very fast death. He described it as a national security threat due to messaging and propaganda. Those are the latest GB News headlines. Now let's go back to Buckingham Palace with Bev and Andrew.
Very good morning. Welcome back to Britain's Newsroom, a very special Britain's Newsroom, live across the UK on GB News, of course, here at Buckingham Palace.
We certainly are. First of all, we're going to cross to Sophie Reaper, who is near Wrexham.
She is. Here she is. Sophie, good morning. Where exactly are you and what's happening there this morning?
I know, I'm not even the Welsh correspondent. Hi, darling. Oh, very good morning to you, Bev and Andrew. Apologies, we were just so deep in conversation there. We're in Llangollen this morning as we celebrate VE Day here in Wales. So joining me to talk about that, I'm joined now by the town's mayor. Very good morning to you. Talk to us about what's going to be happening here in Llangollen today.
So we've got an awful lot going on today. We've got celebrations in the town hall. We have some local Welsh cakes and Welsh cheese being served for free today. And we've got a lot of photographs and videos happening from when the Eisteddfod happened just after the war, and how that kind of brought communities in Wales back together and the rest of the world. So there's a lot going on today, and the town crier will be shouting and doing his bit, and there'll be music played as well. So it's going to be a good day.
Why is it so important, do you think, that we still mark VE Day so prominently here in Great Britain, even 80 years on?
Yeah, I think it's one of those things. It's so symbolic of how the nation came together. You had the women working in the fields and the the Land Army and the Lumberjills, and then the men and the ladies fighting on the front, and everyone was doing their bit. And I think that was such an area where everybody in Britain really came together. And I think across the world, whatever's happening, there should always be a push for peace across the world. And I think it's really symbolic that we remember the VE Day as a time of peace across the world, and something we can hope for in the future.
Thank you so much for joining us, Alan. It's lovely to be here in Llangollen this morning and throughout the rest of today, Bev and Andrew. We're going to be here in this beautiful Welsh town marking VE Day.
Super, thank you, Sophie. Let us know what you're doing this morning. There are events, there are flag raises all around the country. Actually, I've been looking, Morecambe, Blackpool, Manchester, lots of different towns up north are going to be...
Street parties
everywhere. Street parties everywhere.
And we're at some of the best ones, of course.
That's right. So let us know where you are this morning. GBNews.com/your say. Right, moving on.
Mark Atkinson is the Director General of the Royal British Legion and joins us now. Mark, this is a huge moment for the British Legion. I imagine you've been flat out on this ever since the 80th anniversary of the VE Day, the victory in Europe, the D-Day celebrations last year.
That's right. So we came straight back from Normandy last year in June, and we spent the last year planning today and the week ahead, because this really is one of the last opportunities that we as a country have to say thank you and to pay tribute to the men and women who, I think, delivered the freedoms that we enjoy today.
How many veterans have you managed to get here today?
So we'll have 31 Second World War veterans. They'll be sat just behind us with members of the royal family on the stage at midday.
So that's the stage we can see behind us.
The stage right here.
Yeah. And all decorated.
So you'll have 31 veterans, members of the royal family, the Prime Minister, all sat there watching the military procession as it comes from Parliament Square, up Whitehall, through Admiralty Arch, down the Mall to Buckingham Palace.
Wonderful.
So it's going to be a really special day for those
Amazing.
veterans.
And can I ask, how old are these veterans? Between what to what?
From what to what? From 98 to 104. So
Amazing.
Our oldest veteran today, 104 years old, former RAF serviceman. His name is Henry Ducker. He's going to be sat today here. And he's really interesting because he's only just started to talk about his experiences of the Second World War, 80 years on. So we did a big call out from the Royal British Legion and we said, look, if you'd like to be part of these commemorations, get in touch with the Royal British Legion. Henry came forward just a few weeks ago. He wasn't known to the Legion. He hadn't really talked about it very significantly beyond his immediate family. And he's going to be here today on the stage with the King celebrating.
Doesn't that sum up their understated modesty? These remarkable men and women who, without them, we wouldn't be here having this conversation today.
It absolutely does. And Henry's a really special individual, but so many are like that, where, this was just part of what they did for the country. And so we are really proud to make them absolutely the kind of guests of honour today. And talking to the palace over the last few weeks, I think that is what the royal family want today, is for these people to be the guests of honour, front and centre, on the stage. And when we go inside after the military procession, members of the royal family will come out onto the balcony. All of the veterans are going to watch the military Flypast on the West Terrace, and then we're going to go upstairs and have afternoon tea with His and Her Majesty.
Amazing. Well, you know what really struck me as well this morning, Mark and Andrew, when I was coming in, I jumped on the tube over from GBNews offices this morning, is the number of young kids in their cadet uniforms. The boys all walking out with their berets, and it's just lovely to see that next generation being able to sit and look at the old guys for whom, if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be here.
I think that's absolutely right, and that's part of our job at the Royal British Legion, is to bring communities together, to remember, to recognise, to celebrate these Second World War veterans, but also all veterans, more recent conflicts as well. That's what we do at the Royal British Legion. So with these guys, we've supported them to travel from all across the UK, door to door, bringing them here and treating them, as I say, as guests of honour.
And of course, we often veterans think about soldiers, men, but there are the women here in Bletchley Park, the Women's Royal Volunteer. The women had an important role, and that will be reflected here today as well.
It will. So of the 31 veterans that we're supporting to be here today, 10 are women.
Amazing.
And as you say, code breakers, Bletchley Park, we've got wireless mechanics, women drivers, who are all part of that as well. So really fantastic to have them together. And they're really excited. They're really excited to be here.
And we shouldn't forget Her Majesty the Queen, as a young princess in the war, drove an ambulance.
Absolutely.
Now, some people say it was a PR gimmick. Look, so what? If it helped, attracted other women into joining up.
Yeah, absolutely. Two of the women that we're supporting to be here today were actually here outside the palace 80 years ago. So on VE Day itself, 8th of May 1944. So Joyce, Wilding and Ruth Bourne, they're going to be today, not in the crowds, but actually on the stage with His and Her Majesty.
The idea that they would think in 80 years' time they would be next to the King and Queen, because they were watching the King and Queen on the balcony.
They were cheering for the King to come out.
They were
we
calling,
want the King.
We want the King. We want the King. Amazing chant. How wonderful for them.
And 80 years later, they're going to be sat with the King, with the Queen, with other members of the royal family on the stage. Absolutely remarkable.
Mark, thank you.
And
You're
well done for everything you do for the veterans, because where would they be without the Royal British Legion?
Thank you very much.
Mark Atkinson there, DG of the Royal British Legion. Now, no other channel is doing today like GB News. Remember that, so make sure you stay with us until at least 3 o'clock. Martin Daubney takes over from us actually at 3. And up next, we're going to be hearing from some of the very early birds who got here before anybody else this morning down on the Mall. We're hoping to they were getting the best seats in the house for the military procession.
But first, if you're in search of some holiday sun, we could do with a little bit here right now, actually. Here's the forecast of some of our top European destinations.
Ready to soak up that holiday sunshine?
Won't we need some cover?
No worries. All sorted.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News travel destinations forecast.
Despite some dry and sunny weather across parts of the UK, it's a different story across parts of Europe, with heavy showers and thunderstorms for many of us, particularly across parts of Spain, southern parts of France and parts of Italy too, seeing some heavy thunderstorms throughout Tuesday afternoon. Southern parts of Greece and Turkey probably holding on to the best of the sunshine through Tuesday afternoon. Highs here around 26 degrees, but there will be some sunshine on offer for many of us over the next couple of days, and highs in Tenerife around 24 or 25 degrees.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News travel destinations forecast.
Headliners on GB News 11 p.m. every night. It's got 3 top comedians going through the next day's newspapers so you don't have to read them, which is great.
That's a good point. He's lying. I mean, maybe he's not lying.
That's Headliners every night from 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. as well on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Sunday with Michael Portillo from 11, only on GB News.
We're seeing on the screen now some of the elements of the board. Some of the things that have been discovered have to do with transport. We've found quite a lot of wagons, haven't we, and wheels. Now, is this quite unusual?
It is, and, you know, we don't know, because we've got the iron tyres but not the wheels and the vehicles, whether these were wagons or chariots or both. But to the extent that some of them are almost certainly wagons, then that is a first for Iron Age Britain. So, you know, it's very interesting. And to find this quantity of objects together is really unusual.
Would you like to speculate on why so many objects have been found in one place?
Well, it could be that they are the remains of funeral pyres. There have been no human remains found with them, but we know that with, you know, one of the Iron Age rituals was to deface and burn objects which would then be presumably taken to the afterlife. It was at the side of the road leading up to the enormous Iron Age hill fort of Stannick, and maybe it's something like that. I like to think of it as potentially the Appian Way in Rome, where the tombs lined the road on the way into the city, but that's a bit fanciful.
And one of the things we can deduce from this is wealth, can we not?
Absolutely.
I mean, these people have jewellery, they have sophisticated household items, and they have these vehicles which are pretty sophisticated.
Yeah, exactly.
These were rich people.
They were, and the quality of the objects, the horse bits are quite oversized compared to what we normally find, and they are embossed with coral and enamel, and that, again, is unusual and indicative of wealth and trade links as far as the Mediterranean.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Join me, Nana Okoye, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, you didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
We're
proud to be GB News, the People's Channel. And as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/your say. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
Welcome back to VE Day, very special Britain's Newsroom with Bev and Andrew here outside Buckingham Palace. Of course, this morning we're going to have the procession. Later on in the day, we've got the Flypast. There is so much to look forward to.
And a full turnout from the royal family, led by the King and the Queen and the Waleses. Be lovely to see them all.
And they will
on
be
the balcony.
Literally right behind us on the little stage. They're going to be
with some of those veterans. They'll be on that stage behind us with some of the veterans, which is really important.
Yeah,
we're all around the country too.
We are. We've got reporters all around the country this morning. We want to know what you're doing where you are. We've got the fantastic Rafe Haydar-Mancu is here with us as well to just tell us what we can expect between now and the Flypast and the procession this afternoon. But let's go, first of all, to Ben Leo, who is down with the people who really matter today, the crowds, the British people who got here extremely early this morning. Ben, what's happening?
Yes, indeed. Some people camping overnight last night, rather them than me, but dedicated to say the least. I'm just outside Buckingham Palace. In fact, Andrew and Bev, I can see you over there, a little bit of a stone's throw. Just here, if we spin round past the scouts who are gathering here on the pavement, we've got the stage where the royals will sit for the military procession. The blue chairs, the King and the Queen will take centre stage. And if we turn round again here, down the Mall, what a sight to behold. The Union flags draped all the way down to Admiralty Arch, the crowds gathering either side. And I'll have to say, since the early hours of this morning, the crowd has been slowly building. Let's see if we can find somebody on our travels. Live TV, let's see how this goes. Good morning, good morning. How are you doing? Right, let's go round this way. It's about 4 or 5 rows deep now, which is good. It was a slow start this morning, probably because it was a bit chilly. Good morning, how are you doing?
Yeah.
What's your name?
Morning. Brian.
Brian,
Yeah,
you've got your England cap on today?
Yeah.
Why are you here today?
I know your name, I can't think of it.
Ben.
Ben, yeah.
Are you a GB News viewer?
Yeah, of course, man, yeah.
What's your favourite show?
I can't tell that because it's...
Ben Leo tonight. Right, tell me what you're here today. Headliners, good man. Why are you here today?
Oh, it's the flyover.
The Lancaster Bombers, the Red Arrows.
Yeah.
Why is it so important to recognise, not only, by the way, the nearly 400,000 military personnel who bravely gave their lives in the Second World War, but also around 70,000 civilians as well who held the fort back home?
Yeah, my dad did, yeah. The Home Guard, like, you know what I mean, isn't he?
Yeah.
So all the youth and all the younger people should understand that, you know what I mean? Our fathers and grandfathers fought for this country.
Indeed. Good man. Good man. We're going to be here all day, Bev and Andrew. Stay with me as the crowds build, and we look forward to the parade from midday.
All right, Ben, thanks for that. Now, we've got in our studio here at Buckingham Palace, who better than Rafe Haydar-Mancu? Rafe, so significant is the role of the royal family in leading the nation in these celebrations for VE Day, just as they led the nation after the successful outcome of war in Europe.
Yes, and in the last half hour, actually, we've seen the balcony being prepared and the red drapings going over it, because, of course, the monarchy is central to the celebration of VE Day, just as much as it was in 1945. Every major anniversary, of course, the highlight has been that famous balcony appearance, recalling when, of course, we saw King George VI and Queen Elizabeth, later the Queen Mother, and the young princesses, Elizabeth and Margaret, accompanied by Winston Churchill, coming onto that balcony. And every time we see a great military procession ending at the balcony, everyone automatically thinks about that very, very historic moment. In fact, Churchill was only the second Prime Minister ever to go onto that balcony, and nobody else who's not royal has been so honoured with a balcony appearance. And, of course, this year, slightly bittersweet, because it's the first time that there is no senior royal who actually has a memory of the Second World War following the death of Her late Majesty and, of course, of the Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Philip, as well. 5 years ago, we marked the 75th anniversary. That was going to be a spectacular occasion. We actually moved the bank holiday, as we only had done for the 50th, to celebrate the occasion, but we ended up being in lockdown.
That's
so everything
right.
for that occasion was... So this is a delayed, by 5 years, I would suppose, great farewell for the veterans to do, but without Her late Majesty.
Yeah.
But, of course, we're still going to have the royals here. We're going to have all of the King's forces here.
So much between now and midday.
And
3
we'll be there
o'clock,
for all
in
of
fact,
it.
for us.
Yeah.
Don't go anywhere.
Heavy showers first thing will be followed by a warm, cosy day. Boxed boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good morning, welcome to your latest GB News weather from the Met Office. There's a bit of a chilly start to Bank Holiday Monday today, but there's going to be plenty of sunshine on offer, but it will be feeling a little bit cooler than it did towards the end of last week, all thanks to high pressure across the UK. The only exception to the dry and sunny weather will be across the very far southeast of England, where we could see some showers, perhaps one or two of these heavy in places. But for the majority of us, plenty of dry weather around, plenty of blue skies and plenty of sunshine too. With that sunshine and with light winds, it's going to be feeling fairly pleasant. Temperatures in the south a little above average, 16, 17, perhaps 18 degrees. Close to average further north though, around 13 or 14 degrees. And always feeling just a little bit cooler across the eastern coast with that onshore breeze. Across the northern half of the country, as we head through Monday evening, it's going to stay dry. One or two isolated showers affecting Shetland and Orkney through Monday evening. But for the most part, plenty of unbroken sunshine to end the day here. A little bit more cloud across parts of Northern Ireland, maybe Northern England too, but staying dry as we head through Monday evening. And any showers that we see across the very far south gradually starting to ease through Monday evening. So for much of England and Wales, it's going to be a dry end to Monday as well. As we then head through Monday night and into the start of Tuesday, plenty of dry weather around, plenty of clear spells on offer, and that likely to lead to quite a widespread frost across the country, perhaps as low as -3 or -4 in places. The exception again being the very far north and northwest of Scotland, where we could see a bit more cloud, but temperatures dropping down into the mid or high single figures, so that does mean quite a chilly start to the day on Tuesday across the board. But it will be a dry and bright start to the morning for many of us. A little cloud feeding in across eastern parts of England as we go through Tuesday morning, staying a little cloudy across the northwest too, but for much of us, plenty of sunshine, plenty of blue skies on offer again, and with those light winds, it'll be feeling pleasant in that sunshine. Again, in the south, we could see highs of 16, 17, perhaps 18 degrees, and even highs of 16 or 17 degrees across parts of Scotland and Northern Ireland too.
There will be a light breeze in the morning, leading to a warm front. Boxed heat pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Crash Law 24 sponsors GB News Traffic and Travel Report.
Good morning. This is the latest AI travel news from gbnews.com. The M74 faces restrictions between junctions 11 and 9 due to a contraflow. Junction 10, southbound on-slip, remains closed. Motorists should follow local diversions and prepare for longer travel times. In Hampshire, the A303 westbound between junctions with the A3057 and A343 has a lane closed due to a collision, causing delays. The M4 eastbound at junction 37 Pyle is undergoing resurfacing work, affecting the exit slip road and hard shoulder. In Lancashire, the M6 northbound between junctions 33 and 34 has a lane closed due to a police incident. For more travel news, go to gbnews.com.
Crash Law 24 sponsors GB News Traffic and Travel Report.
You could be the next big winner on the road in this brand new Alnag Baron 560 motorhome, courtesy of Marquis Leisure. Imagine the fun you could have in this luxurious home from home worth over £67,000. We'll also give you £5,000 in tax-free cash to make your next getaway a great one. And it could be all yours. For another chance to win the lot, text WIN to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB13 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 6th of June. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here we do things differently.
It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it?
It's explosive.
I mean, this is very good.
It's lively.
850. Your government sat there short and it did nothing.
It's controversial.
And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born.
It's everything you need to kickstart your evening.
Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it.
That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
no,
isn't it? Because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Bonds Britannia. Long live the cause of freedom. God save.
80 years ago, the guns fell silent across Europe, and a weary Western world dared to breathe again.
Victory in Europe Day marked not just the end of the conflict, but the dawn of peace, resilience and remembrance, a spirit that endures to this day.
Good morning, it's 10 o'clock on Monday the 5th of May, live across the United Kingdom. This is a very special extended edition of Britain's Newsroom with me, Bev Turner, and Andrew Pearce.
All day we're here live at Buckingham Palace and across Britain as our great nation celebrates and remembers VE Day 80 years ago.
Around 1,300 armed service personnel will march this morning from Whitehall to Buckingham Palace as huge crowds line the streets to see them close up.
And the Royal Air Force will grace the skies in southern England, culminating in a breathtaking flypast above this very spot next to Buckingham Palace and the Mall.
Pomp, pageantry and parades. There's going to be street parties all across this great country and many poignant moments as well as we celebrate and commemorate the very best of Britain all day.
Yeah, it's the best of British on display, the excitement building here just outside Buckingham Palace on the Mall, the Union flag draped all the way up to Admiralty Arch, and yeah, the excitement definitely coming to a crescendo.
Here in Llangollen's beautiful town hall, they're gearing up to mark 80 years of VE Day with dancing, with music, and of course, no celebration here in Wales would be complete without tea and Welsh cakes.
Well, very shortly here outside Wellington Barracks, hundreds of armed forces personnel, both British and from overseas, including Ukraine, will gather for a drill before heading off for that procession outside Parliament Square.
The King will lead the nation in commemorations, paying thanks to the veterans as the royal family join them outside Buckingham Palace for a special military procession.
Well, good morning. Here we are in Melton Mowbray. Patrick and I were in the market town here in Leicestershire, and there's a lot going on this afternoon, isn't there?
Yes, so these tables here are going to be absolutely full of food donated from the local supermarkets, but let's whiz ourselves around here because we've got an early flyover now, haven't we? Go on, play that flyover if we can. Has he got it? We love it. We're going to be here with Steve shortly. Steve, you're going to be getting everyone dancing out, you think?
We hope to get everybody upon dancing. Yeah, want to dance. We've got a few dances of our own coming down, and I hope everybody else comes and joins in.
We'll have a little jig later, won't we, Patrick?
We will, absolutely. Well, hey, look, that's enough from us. I think we probably better hear what Churchill had to say this time, 80 years ago.
This is your victory. Victory of the cause of freedom is every day. In all our long history, we have never seen a greater day than this.
So that Churchill speech, some say was his greatest. He did that on the balcony of what was then the Department of Health. It's now the Treasury building, and it was remarkable. And it's going to be reprised a little later by Timothy Spall, the actor.
Yeah, and I feel like if you were listening on the radio, we should clarify that you didn't miss the flyover then.
No.
That was a DJ with Patrick Christie's playing it on his speaker, just in case you weren't watching on TV.
The flyover, which will include a Spitfire, a Lancaster bomber, 145. It will be dramatic, and the royal family led by the King and Queen and the Walesers will be on the balcony at Buckingham Palace, which of course is just behind us. We are in bird's eye view here of GB News.
The crowds are very much building down here. It isn't a warm morning.
That's
when we were having chat about our wardrobe on Friday, we thought it might be the sunny temperatures that we had of end of last week. It is not. It is a little chilly this morning. I think that it's probably about 10 degrees, 11 degrees right now, something like that.
And the veterans, of course, there will be 31 of them here today, who have got a range of ranging in age from 98 to 104. Those remarkable men and women. That's the reason we're celebrating today, because of what they did.
Absolutely. And Nigel Farage will hopefully be joining us at some point this morning as well. We've got Cameron Walker here with all the latest information about the royals. We've got Ben down on the Mall talking to the public. There really is no better place to be on a day like this than GB News. We really own these events and we love sharing them with you. So stay with us. Let's get our latest headlines now, though, from Katie.
Bev, Andrew, thank you and good morning. It's 5 minutes past 10. These are your latest headlines from the GB Newsroom. The Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, has written an open letter to veterans as the country begins to commemorate the 80th anniversary of VE Day over the next 4 days. The Prime Minister thanked veterans for their service and recognised their ongoing selfless dedication to keeping our country safe. A Buckingham Palace aide told GB News last night that the King, Queen and other members of the royal family are much looking forward to all of this week's VE Day events, when they will unite with the rest of the nation and those across the Commonwealth to give thanks to the wartime generation. A military procession will march from Whitehall to Buckingham Palace later today, culminating in a flypast involving the Red Arrows. Street parties and other celebrations are also taking place across the country this Bank Holiday Monday. You can watch all of the events unfold here on GB News. Earlier on, Minister for Veterans Al Khan spoke to Ellie and Stephen at Buckingham Palace.
Freedom isn't free, and what the Ukrainians are showing, and indeed European and Western support to the Ukrainians are showing, you've got to stand up and fight for what you believe in. I've met so many World War II veterans up and down the country. They're the greatest generation, and we owe them so much. They stood up and defended the freedoms that we all enjoy, 80 years ago, and it's remarkable, and it's great to have them here.
Elsewhere today, the Home Secretary has described terror raids in which 8 men were arrested as one of the biggest counter-terrorism operations in recent years. There are reports this morning that the arrests came just hours before a suspected attack was set to be launched. 5 men, including 4 Iranian nationals, were arrested at locations across England on Saturday, while the Metropolitan Police confirmed a further 3 Iranian men were arrested as part of a separate operation. Yvette Cooper said that the government is supporting the relevant security agencies in the ongoing investigations. To the US, where President Donald Trump has ordered the rebuilding and the reopening of Alcatraz prison. The president said that the prison should house America's most ruthless and violent offenders, adding that in times past, we did not hesitate to lock up the most dangerous criminals and keep them far away from anyone they could harm. Speaking overnight, the president said he had had many meetings with countries on trade, including China. The president also announced a 100% tariff on all films produced outside of the US, saying that America's film industry is dying a very fast death. He described it as a national security threat due to messaging and propaganda. Sticking with international affairs briefly, where Yemen's Houthi rebels have said this morning that 15 people have been injured in what they're calling US-British airstrikes in and around the capital of Sana'a. That comes after Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has vowed to retaliate against the Houthis after the group launched a missile attack on the country's main international airport yesterday. In a video posted on X, Netanyahu threatened strikes against the group, saying, "We attacked in the past, we will attack in the future." Also overnight, security sources reported that the Israeli cabinet has approved an expansion of the offensive in Gaza. 14 children arrested on suspicion of manslaughter have been released on bail after a 14-year-old boy was killed in a fire in Gateshead. A blaze broke out at Fairfield Industrial Park in the Bill Key area of Gateshead on Friday evening. The fire was extinguished and the body of 14-year-old Leighton Carr was located inside the building, Northumbria Police said. 11 boys and 3 girls aged between 11 and 14 have been released on bail pending further inquiries. And Lady Gaga has said that she is grateful for her Brazilian fans after police in the country claimed to have foiled a plot to bomb her biggest ever show. Police in Brazil say 2 people have been arrested in connection with the alleged plot. The concert on Rio de Janeiro's Copacabana beach attracted an estimated 2.1 billion people. Those are the latest GB News headlines. Now let's go back to Buckingham Palace with Bev and Andrew.
Welcome to an extended Britain's Newsroom live across the UK on GB News. Now, we're trying not to sneeze.
We are being bombarded by something that is lurking on those trees, which is not staying on the trees.
But they're called plane trees. You may be very familiar with them. I wasn't. That are all along the Mall here, and they kick off a sort of little tiny hair, which gets in your eyes, gets in your ears.
And it's causing hay fever, even people like me who don't get hay fever.
But do you know what? This is not the day to moan about any sort of physical discomfort. We are not whinging at all. We are here to celebrate genuinely tough, heroic men and women who obviously, not many of them here today.
31 today.
31.
Ranging in age from 98 to 104. Where would we be without them?
Yeah, absolutely. We've got Rafe Haydan-Manku is going to be with us in just a moment as well to talk about. Are you with us? Are you going to stay with us now? I think we're going to go to Sophie. No,
we're talking to Rafe. We're talking to Rafe. We always disagree. We can never agree.
Go on, Rafe. I said the A-team's in the building.
Yeah. So this is a huge moment because of the poignancy of the age of the veterans, right? But also a big moment for the King.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, I've been attending VE Day commemorations since the 40th anniversary back in 1985. I was only 9 then, but I've been to all the major ones. And one of the bittersweet things is to see how small the number of veterans I get every year, although, of course, we always do such a spectacular job to celebrate their achievements. And, of course, the great state occasions are when Britain shows its best. Very important for the King also to be here. It's his first major commemoration of VE Day as King, but also, of course, he's Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. You know, the Marines, the Air Force, the Navy and the British Army. His troops are going to be processing in front of him. He'll be taking that salute, and also the Royal Air Force coming over. Hugely important moment for him and, of course, for all the royal family to be there, particularly because now nobody was actually born before the end of the Second World War amongst the senior royals. But hugely important for everyone else to take part in these events, because we don't have a national yearly event like a Revolution or Independence Day. So it's these moments when the royal family come out and the veterans come together that provide those crucial moments to build social cohesion, build those moments of national identity when people remember where they were on these historic occasions.
And for the Flypast, it would be just the most senior royals on the balcony.
Yeah, that's right.
That would be the King, Queen Camilla, the Waleses.
And the Waleses. And it's going to be quite an impressive flypast. I was lucky, actually, last year. I had the privilege to go to RAF Bryce Norton, and I was invited to take part in the rehearsal for the King's birthday flypast. And I flew up in one of the Voyager planes, which you're going to see today, and we actually refueled 2 Typhoons next to us, which was quite amazing. But the precision involved, from 9 different spots across the country, these planes are going to take off, all with different speeds and abilities, and they have to coordinate to arrive, not at the same time only, but in the right sequence. With the slowest plane of all, one of the 2 surviving flying Lancasters, one's here, one's in Canada, leading them off. It's going to be an amazing sight, and of course the sound of the Lancaster is going to be remarkable. No Spitfire, unfortunately, on this occasion, but they will be for the Royal British Legion at the National Arboretum on May the 8th. A Spitfire and a Hurricane flying over, probably the 2 best-loved planes of all.
I love seeing the Wales' children, and they will be here today, won't they?
And we'll have to, of course, see what little comments they make or how they how they act. That'll probably make the front pages more than anything else. So what we see there.
Yeah.
And the King. His health, he's in good shape. Despite some of the noises we heard from a certain member of the royal family the other day.
Everything is so encouraging. You know, his medical team have felt so encouraged by his response to the treatment that they've allowed him to engage far more in public duties. So we saw him embark upon that hugely successful trip to Italy, where he became the last head of state to meet with Pope Francis. Then, of course, at Easter, he wasn't at Easter a year ago. We saw him taking part in the Maundy Thursday service, also at the church service, and of course, after here, at the end of this month, he's going to go to Canada to become the first monarch since 1957 to open Parliament. Read into that what you will.
That's hugely significant. That's another discussion, Ray, but that's a hugely significant moment, and that will all have been cleared with the Prime Minister as well, for him to be doing that. A big statement.
Not the British Prime Minister, that's for the Canadian Prime Minister.
Absolutely right, yeah.
Thank you, Rafe. For now, I have to say, obviously, we're delighted to be talking to you this morning, but it's very difficult for us not to keep looking over our shoulders here in Buckingham Palace, at Buckingham Palace, particularly as I'm watching all the young cadets arrive, all the youngsters, all the teenagers here. What a special event for everybody here today. Let's go to Sophie Reaper, who is in Wrexham. Morning, Sophie. What's happening there?
Good morning to you both. Yes, you're joining us from the beautifully decorated Llangollen Town Hall here as they mark 80 years of VE Day. We've been very well taken care of. We've already been provided with tea, coffee and some beautiful Welsh cakes. So we're energised for the day now, Bev and Andrew. But here today they're going to be marking VE Day on this bank holiday. They're going to have some dancing. They've got some beautiful stalls lined out. We've got the Llangollen Silver Band, who are no doubt about to strike up any moment. You'll hear them before you see them probably. Now, of course, this is all about marking 80 years of freedom. But here today, they also have another cause, and that is fundraising for the Royal British Legion here in Llangollen and, of course, Wales. So we can join two of the gentlemen now. Tug, good morning to you, my dear. Talk to us about the Royal British Legion and the part it still plays in our freedom today.
It started in the 1920s after the First World War, when there was a need for people who came back from France and needed fellowship, particularly, I suppose, by today's standard, called mental stress, the problems they had. And Llangollen opened shortly after that, so we've just celebrated our centenary as well. And they're still providing the support and fellowship for ex-servicemen, and the Legion itself in London provides support, it provides hospitalisation, all this sort for ex-servicemen, and to some extent servicemen who are still serving. But here in Llangollen we have a thriving branch, and we're always looking for new members.
And what does it mean to you today to be marking VE Day 80 years on? How does it make you feel to be here?
Well, part of our ethos is to always have a visible respect for all the people who have passed before us. And today especially, the people who went to defend our freedom against tyranny, and that the world is no safer place today than it was 80 years ago. And we must always remind people that they must be vigilant and to respect the people who have looked after them over the years.
Tug, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Now, I did mention about the Silver Band, didn't I, Bev and Andrew? Well, there you are. Well, I'll just sign off and I'll just give you an opportunity to just have a quick listen to the beautiful music of Llangollen's Silver Band here this morning.
Thank you, Sophie. Well, that is the first of what will be lots of wonderful music today. We are here, of course, if you're just waking up and turning on a bank holiday. It is, of course, VE Day, and we are here at Buckingham Palace for GB News until 3 o'clock this afternoon.
It's the best place to be. Stay with us all day, and we've got a very significant guest now, the military historian, Anthony Tucker-Jones. Anthony, if I was in a library for your books, you'd probably need your own wing. How many books have you written about military history?
It's an embarrassingly large number. Last count was about 70 or so.
70 books.
70
Over how many years have you been writing those?
Well, probably about 20 or 30 years. So it's quite a while.
Fantastic.
Yes, it's always a source of embarrassment when people say to me,
it's not embarrassing.
how many have you written?
I think it's terrific.
What's your latest?
I've got one coming out later in the year which looks at the battles for the Rhineland, so 44-45, so timely obviously for the end of the Second World War. So it follows the Allies' push to the Rhine, over the Rhine to the Elbe, and then obviously, you know, VE Day.
And we're seeing today 1,300 members of the UK Armed Forces, all of the forces, but also troops from around the world who are involved in this extraordinary liberation of Europe.
Yes, I mean, it's important to, you know, it's a day of remembrance. It's important to remember those that served, those that survived. and most particularly those served. I mean, people do not realise the enormous number of the population during the Second World War that served in uniform. So it's about 7 million out of a population of about 38 million. So it's a huge number.
7 million people in
7 million in uniform, yeah. So there's about 5 million in the armed forces, so Army, Navy, Air Force. But you also had about 2 million in all the auxiliary organisations.
Yeah.
So, you know, Women's Land Army, Royal Observer Corps, famously the Home Guard, of course.
Dad's Army.
Dad's Army, yeah. So there were an awful lot of people that served overseas, but also served, you know, in the British Isles as, you know, in defence of the islands against the potential of invasion, certainly during 1940-41. So it affected a huge cross-section of the country. I mean, it pretty much touched every single family up and down the land.
And during the Battle of Britain, when Churchill said we stood alone, we really did. America hadn't come into the war.
No, we did and we didn't. I mean, it's always a bit of a fallacy because, of course, we had the Empire and the Commonwealth. So, you know, we should be rightly proud that Canada, Australia, New Zealand and South Africa and indeed India all declared war on Germany fairly quickly.
Yeah.
So we weren't exactly on our own, but of course what we lacked was the industrial clout that America brought to the war when it did enter in December 41.
Can you just remind us, Anthony, as a military historian, what were the events that led up, from a military point of view, to the surrender, the unconditional surrender of Germany in the last sort of, what would have been the last 7 days or so?
Sure. I mean, the key thing, obviously, is the battle for Berlin. You know, the Russians had been promised the prize for Berlin, so the Red Army stormed in, and there's this most appalling sort of 2-week battle, completely pointless battle. I mean, the Germans should have surrendered, but of course they were wed to this notion that there could be no honourable surrender because the Allies were demanding unconditional surrender.
Yeah.
So there's this big battle in Berlin to overwhelm the last of the German armed forces, while the Allies in the West pushed as far as the Elbe. But the irony with, you know, VE Day, 8th of May, as we recognise the end of the Second World War, the Germans surrendered actually a week either side of those dates as well. So the Second World War really sort of petered out, if you like. You know, obviously we need a commemorative demarcation. And the irony with 8th of May is that's the date when the Germans surrendered to Stalin in Berlin. So it's actually really VE Day for Russia. Because of the time change, of course, they celebrate 9th of May.
Yes, exactly.
Whereas in the West, there was a whole series of staggered surrenders. So, for instance, in Italy, end of April, the German forces there decided they'd had enough, laid down their arms, their weapons on the 2nd of May. In Berlin, Hitler, of course, killed himself on the 30th of April, but the garrison struggled on to the 2nd of May. Germans in northern Germany surrendered Montgomery at Lüneburg Heath on the 4th. You then get them surrendering to the Americans in France in the city of Reims. So there's this fighting carried on in Yugoslavia till the end of the month. You know, so there's this, the war sort of petered out, if you like.
And this is victory in Europe. We shouldn't forget, Anthony, too, that war carried on in the Far East. Japan surrendered, I think, on August the 15th.
Yes, you're right. I mean, it's very important that, of course, it's VE Day, so it's victory in Europe. It's not VJ Day, victory over Japan. And, I mean, I think that's one of the reasons why celebrations were so marked on VE Day, is there was a sense of relief. But, of course, Britain as a nation, and indeed the Allies, had another 3.5 months of fighting until the end of the Second World War, as you rightly say, was mid-August. And also Britain, of course, had 14th Army in Burma still fighting the Japanese. So you know, really, if we're marking the end of the Second World War, it's 15th of August when the Japanese surrendered. I mean, that's when the global conflict comes to an end.
OK. Well, thank you, Anthony. Anthony Tucker-Jones there.
70 books.
Military historian.
How many have you written?
3.
1.
It's not a competition. Right, lots more coming up on today's show. Patrick and Emily are going to be at a street party for us.
I can't hear anything yet. Can you? I can't hear anything. OK, you start.
Well, hello and welcome
Hello.
to Melton Mowbray here.
Yes, we're here in Melton Mowbray in beautiful Leicestershire to celebrate, of course, the 80th anniversary of VE Day. There's going to be parties, there's going to be food, there's going to be lots of music, Patrick.
There is indeed, and very shortly we're going to be going to a church around the corner because there's a big poppy display as well. We're going to be talking to little Annabelle, who's been helping to put that forward. There's a table all behind us here that's going to be racked full of food, but there's a gentleman here called Steve who has what I think can only be described described as a wartime banger to play for us now. So go on, Steve, take it away.
Do you think you are kidding, Mr. Hitler? If you think we're on the run.
Back to you guys. We'll be seeing you all day.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
Sunday with Michael Portillo from 11, only on GB News.
So you began to lose the sight of one eye when you were a child. When did you begin to learn Braille?
So, back in the 80s, sight loss wasn't talked about. I was in the back of the classroom, blind in one eye, had the patches. Always wanted to be an artist, from day dot, as they say. And I did a degree in model making because I thought I'd get a skill base behind me because then I could do all the crazy stuff later. And I became a dental model maker. And around about 12 years ago, I noticed a dark shadow in my right eye, or left eye. Right, left and right is not very good for me. That was it. It was like, how do I want to be the artist I want to be as a 6-year-old? So about 6 years ago, my friend gave me a Perkins typewriter. Now, have you ever come across one of those before?
No, tell me about it.
So this machine has not changed since the 1950s. It's like an organ with 6 keys, because Braille is a mathematical language. So when you ever have a play on one, you can learn it really quickly. So I learnt Braille in 3 weeks because I saw it as a pattern.
How extraordinary. You learnt it in 3 weeks?
Yeah, because I didn't see it as a letter. Because as an artist, my brain is geared to, wired to patterns. So after 3 weeks, I was like, oh, why can't this be an art form? Just like a typewriter we use as a letter, I can use a dot. And for me, the dot has more power.
But that spells love in Braille, yes?
It does.
Take me through it then.
So the idea is iconic print, 1970s, LOVE. I've just Brailleised it. And then by giving it another colour, if I told everyone that this one is called bubblegum, I'm sure all at a certain age group would know a certain bubblegum brand that this inspired me. So the idea is I'm going to do loads of these, and just by changing that word, we'll have the colours. So I see colours through words as a blind person now.
Yes. Now, this is a very tactile piece.
Yes, you can touch
it.
it,
In other words, yes, this is all in high relief, so my fingers are tracing this.
GB News, the People's Channel.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel. And as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/your-say. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
They're gearing up, that's what we're saying. It's, what time is it? It's 10:30. This is Britain's Newsroom with Andrew Beers and Bev Turner. We are live at Buckingham Palace throughout the day for VE Day, the 80th anniversary, a very special, historic occasion.
We're just seeing there's some Black Range Rovers arriving behind us, Andrew. I think there may have been some veterans getting out of there. There's so many police officers here this morning, lots of young military. You can see little cadet forces all here taking selfies with their phones, taking pictures. An incredible, memorable day for all of them.
And lots of scouts too. We're hoping to talk to the Chief Scout at some point too. And lots of young people. It's great to see so many young people here.
Oh, it really is great to see so many young people, because it is so easy to think that the memory of World War II will be lost with the next generation, and maybe they don't get to talk about it in schools as much as they should. Well, days like today are incredibly important. No channel does a day like today, like GB News. We've got all the best of the best, all of our reporters around the country. Might be coming to a town where you are, gbnews.com/your-say, to let us know what you're doing this morning.
And also, if you are at a street party, you've got a street party, we love your images, your photographs, your films. You can send them to gbviews@gbnews.com and we can share them.
That's right. Talking of which, let's go straight over to Melton Mowbray in Leicestershire. So let's speak to Patrick Christys and Emily Carver, who are in the party spirit there. Patrick is, oh, you've got rid of your flag. He was draped in a flag a minute ago. The sun's out there.
Yeah, not here.
I've got my little flag. I've got my little flag. We are in a beautiful corner of Melton Mowbray here, outside St Mary's Church, because there is a beautiful poppy display, which I hope you can see behind us.
There is, and we're going to speak to one of the people behind this, well, two of them anyway, but I'm excited to speak to, is it Annabelle?
Yeah.
How are you, Annabelle?
Good.
And do you want to just talk, you've got a little poppy on your chest there, but there's a lot more behind you here, aren't there? So what's going on here then? You did all this, did you?
I did some of it, and I made some with my brownies, my Sherrod school, and my cousin Teddy and my brother Reddy. They helped make poppies for those who lost their life from Melton in the war.
Yeah, and it's important to remember them, I think, isn't it? Well,
yeah.
Absolutely. And what's your name, sir?
Yeah, Brian Fair.
Oh, well, thank you very much. And I mean, amazing stuff that you've done here, and all of your relatives that you were mentioning.
You've done a fantastic job. It's absolutely beautiful. It looks like hours of work.
Could we get a bit closer to it? And
yeah,
just
should we
ask
have a
you as
little
well?
sneak peek around the corner?
And I'll let you describe what we're looking at here, mate, if that's
sure,
all right. So go on, talk us through it, please.
Yeah, so basically, this side of it is all like crafted poppies made from knitting and felt, crocheted. It was all done, it was my wife's idea to celebrate, or to commemorate VE Day, because she lost her great uncle in the war. Right. 2 days after VE Day, he was killed, along with 13 other people from the Leicestershire Regiment, killed when disarming the Germans out in Hilversum in Holland. Tragic story, like I say, 2 days after VE Day. So as part of that, she decided, let's commemorate the people and that. We put a shout out on Facebook, on social media, just to get the different community groups in. There's been 4 or 5 different schools, primary schools, nurseries, preschools, upper schools involved. There's been old people's care homes, you name it, from the youngest 2-year-olds right up to the 80-year-olds.
What a fantastic thing to do, and well done for all your hard work. And that's a beautiful poppy you've got on your coat as well. Do you want to show the camera?
There we
Look
go.
at that,
there
a beautiful sparkly.
Do you want to do a little, I don't know if you can just do a little salute maybe as well. There you go. Yeah. And the nails as well. Hang on, we've got a full works here. What's all this? Did it take you a long time to do them?
I did them this morning, and then big blobs just kept coming out, so I kept wiping it.
It's a bit difficult, isn't it?
I think it looks lovely. Well done, and well done so much for all of this as well. It's a really good special way to commemorate a very special day in British history, isn't it? So we're going to be here all day at Melton Mowbray. There's a street party taking place down there. We're going to have a bit of music, a bit of live dancing. We're tasting some pork pies, aren't we? I'm particularly looking forward to that.
Absolutely we are. We're going to be tucking into the old pork pie shop, I heard. But yes, we'll send it back to you, and please come back to us in a little bit for the party.
Oh.
Brilliant, Emily.
That little girl's a natural. Sign her
great,
up.
wasn't
Sign
she?
her up. Future GB News presenter, I think.
Oh, listen, there are celebrations going on all around the country this morning. Send us your images, gbviews@gbnews.com is the email address, or you can go on gbnews.com/you'll say to talk to each other and also to us. We are building up here. The crowds are amassing, aren't they?
They are building all sorts of ages, and we've got people in the crowds too, of course. And 31 veterans are going to be here, which is very special, and every senior member of the royal family will be here, led by the King and Queen Camilla, of course.
That's right, that and a lot more. You've got to stay with GB News all day. We're here until 3 o'clock this afternoon. First, though, here are your headlines with Katie Bowen.
Bev, Andrew, thank you. Your top stories this hour. The Home Secretary has described terror raids in which 8 men were arrested as one of the biggest counter-terrorism operations in recent years. There were reports this morning that the arrests came just hours before a suspected attack was set to be launched. 5 men, including 4 Iranian nationals, were arrested at locations across England on Saturday, while the Metropolitan Police confirmed a further 3 Iranian men were arrested as part of a separate operation. Yvette Cooper said that the government is supporting the relevant security agencies in the ongoing investigations. To the US, where President Donald Trump has ordered the rebuilding and reopening of Alcatraz prison. The president said that the prison should house America's most ruthless and violent offenders, adding that in times past we did not hesitate to lock up the most dangerous criminals and keep them far away from anyone they could harm. Also speaking overnight, the president said he had had many meetings with countries on trade, including China. The president also announced a 100% tariff on all films produced outside of the US, saying that America's film industry is dying a very fast death. He described it as a national security threat due to messaging and propaganda. And some brief breaking news from the sporting world now. Trent Alexander-Arnold has announced that he will leave Liverpool Football Club at the end of this season. In a statement, the England defender said it was the hardest decision he'd ever made, but that he wants to push himself professionally and personally. Those are the latest GB News headlines. More coverage from Buckingham Palace to come.
For the very latest GB News direct to your smartphone, sign up to News Alerts by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/alerts.
Done. My Claim Group sponsors the GB News Finance Report.
Here's a quick snapshot of today's markets. The pound will buy you $1.3274 and 1.1723 euros. The price of gold is £2,478.44 per ounce, and the FTSE 100's at 8,596 points.
Done. My Claim Group sponsors the GB News Finance Report.
Up next, Ben Leo is out on the mall talking to the crowds for us.
Yes, the rain clouds are looming, Bev, Andrew and viewers, but it's not going to threaten to dampen the spirits down here on the Mall, where the crowds are building. Stick with me after the break. I'll be getting stuck in. Back in a tick.
Good morning. Welcome to your latest GB News weather from the Met Office. There's a bit of a chilly start to Bank Holiday Monday today, but there's going to be plenty of sunshine on offer, but it will be feeling a little bit cooler than it did towards the end of last week, all thanks to high pressure across the UK. The only exception to the dry and sunny weather will be across the very far southeast of England, where we could see some showers, perhaps one or two of these heavy in places. But for the majority of us, plenty of dry weather around, plenty of blue skies and plenty of sunshine too. With that sunshine and with light winds, it's going to be feeling fairly pleasant. Temperatures in the south a little above average, 16, 17, perhaps 18 degrees. Close to average further north, though, around 13 or 14 degrees. And always feeling just a little bit cooler across the eastern coast with that onshore breeze. Across the northern half of the country, as we head through Monday evening, it's going to stay dry. One or two isolated showers affecting Shetland and Orkney through Monday evening. But for the most part, plenty of unbroken sunshine to end the day here. A little bit more cloud across parts of Northern Ireland, maybe Northern England too, but staying dry as we head through Monday evening. And any showers that we see across the very far south gradually starting to ease through Monday evening. So for much of England and Wales, it's going to be a dry end to Monday as well. As we then head through Monday night and into the start of Tuesday, plenty of dry weather around, plenty of clear spells on offer, and that likely to lead to quite a widespread frost across the country, perhaps as low as -3 or -4 in places. The exception again being the very far north and northwest of Scotland, where we could see a bit more cloud, but temperatures dropping down into the mid or high single figures, so that does mean quite a chilly start to the day on Tuesday across the board. But it will be a dry and bright start to the morning for many of us. A little cloud feeding in across eastern parts of England as we go through Tuesday morning, staying a little cloudy across the northwest too, but for much of us, plenty of sunshine, plenty of blue skies on offer again, and with those light winds, it'll be feeling pleasant in that sunshine. Again, in the south, we could see highs of 16, 17, perhaps 18 degrees, and even highs of 16 or 17 degrees across parts of Scotland and Northern Ireland too.
Crash Law 24 sponsors GB News Traffic and Travel Report.
Good morning, this is the latest AI travel news from gbnews.com. Drivers on the M4 eastbound at junction 37 near Pyle are experiencing disruptions due to resurfacing work. The exit slip road and hard shoulder are closed, with diversions in place to ease traffic flow. Meanwhile, in Hampshire, a road traffic collision has resulted in the closure of one of two lanes on the A303 westbound, between the junctions with the A3057 and the A343. Expect normal traffic conditions around 12:30 today. Please exercise caution and plan alternative routes accordingly. We advise checking for further updates before setting out, as conditions may change. Stay up to date at gbnews.com for more travel news.
Crash Law 24 sponsors GB News Traffic and Travel Report.
Welcome back to a very special extended Britain's News Day. Britain's Newsroom on VE Day. It's not actually VE Day, of course, it's the bank holiday Monday, but this is the VE Day celebrations for everybody. We've got reporters all around the country. We're going to bring you all of the pomp and pageantry. We've got the procession and, of course, the Flypast a little later as well. But let's go to Ben Leo, who's talking to the crowds.
Andrew, Bev, good morning. I'm just outside Buckingham Palace. The stage is set there where the royals, the King and the Queen, will take centre stage to watch the procession in around about an hour and a half's time. Come with me, though, to the front of the crowds here. These guys have box office seats to the parade and the Flypast, and they've been slowly building over the course of the morning. Good morning, guys. How are you doing? Where are we going this side? I love your dress. What's your name?
Thank you. Kerry Evans.
Nice to meet you. Where did you come from today?
From Lincolnshire. Gainsborough near to Lincoln. So.
And did you come this morning or did you stay overnight?
I've been here for a couple of days. I just out last night to see where everything was going to happen and then rolled up at about 7 o'clock this morning.
I think you've got the best seats in the house, no?
Well, I always try.
Yeah. Why did you think it's important to come here today? What inspired you to come down?
For me, it's to remember not just the victory in Europe, but the fact that a lot of people lost their lives. And we should celebrate that they protected our country sufficiently for us to be alive having free speech now. So that's the main reason I'm here. And I love the whole pageantry of the military, the royals, the church. I really think it makes for a stable country. And like anyone, I like a good party and a procession. So
I'm going to join you fairly soon for the parade. In the meantime, Bev and Andrew, let's take a look at some of the other crowds, members of the crowds who I spoke to a bit earlier this morning. I'm here at the top of the Mall, just by Admiralty Arch, on the accessible area on the side of the Mall, and I'm joined by Adam, GB News viewer. Why did you make the journey today?
Well, if it wasn't for people like these that are celebrating and marching today, we wouldn't be here. By faith, I'm Jewish, and if it wasn't for the brave soldiers and airmen and sailors, the Germans would have taken control, and the world will be a very different place. So I'm grateful that I'm here today.
What are you most looking forward to?
Oh, the pageantry, the soldiers, the horses, especially the horses, the Britishness of the thing. Nowhere else in the world could compete with us when it comes to pomp and circumstance, and the King, of course.
And that's what's great about days like today, coronations and so on. It's the sense of British identity. As you said, nowhere else in the world has anything like it.
Nowhere. Nowhere. I mean, we are a very old country, and we have traditions that go back hundreds of years, and they have to be maintained. And there are thousands of people, from the police, the soldiers, and everybody else organising today, and utmost respect goes out to them.
Yes, stick with me for the rest of the day from the bottom of Admiralty Arch up until the top of Buckingham Palace, where the parade will start in around an hour and a half's time. Should we try and get one more person in? We've got time. We've got time. Hello there. What's your name? Are you looking forward to today?
This one.
No, this one. Oh, I've already spoken to you. Let's speak to you again. How are you doing?
No, what can I say?
Are you still cold?
No.
No?
No.
Happy to be here. And you've been here since last night, right?
That's right. We're all excited to this. I know I know for a fact there'll be only very few veterans alive, because it's 80 years ago, and you have to be about 20 then.
Yeah.
So there'll be a very few, but we will see the ones who've been other.
And just very quickly, let's have a quick glimpse of your shirt here. You've got King Charles looking suave, and these medals here. What are these two medals, quickly?
This is the Platinum Jubilee, Queen Elizabeth II, and that's King Charles' coronation with Camilla.
Good man. Good man.
And
Bev.
God save the King, and God save the Queen, and God save the King.
God save the King. There you go, Bev, Andrew. You heard it here first. I'll be back with you in just an hour or so.
Fantastic. Thank you, Ben.
And we've got with us, talking of God Save the King, Cameron Walker. How are you?
Kind. Yeah, very well, thank you. Lovely to be here. I've got my Spitfire tie on for the occasion.
Very good.
Flag.
I've got my very patriotic red, white and blue tie. Do you like that?
Yes, I do.
Sent to me by
thank you.
a great friend and fan, Jan. Sent me this.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I presumed you'd paid for it. I was going to ask you how much you'd had to give back. It's very nice. Just don't go near with a naked flame. It's very nice, Andrew.
You're very patriotic as well, though, Bev, with your red, white and blue
Yes, absolutely.
outfit.
Well, it was a bit of a fashion challenge today, Cameron, because obviously it's not that warm here.
No.
Well,
It's
and
not,
also
we've
our
noticed.
skin is going blue too because of the temperature, so it all adds to the old. We're going to see all the royal family.
We will,
except of course no Harry, and we have to talk to you, Cameron. The extraordinary reverberations that are continuing from what I think was probably his most disastrous interview yet.
I mean, I couldn't believe it. I watched a full half an hour. I don't think I'd ever seen him quite so defeated or deflated, but of course it was just such appalling timing, really. Of course he couldn't know when this court case case was going to come to an end. However, doing the interview afterwards was his choice. Clearly, he feels very angry about the whole situation. But as the judge says, his grievance doesn't translate into a legal argument, and that's the point.
Over the court decision to uphold the earlier panel's decision that the state should not pick up the bill for his security when he comes here, and unless he's on official duties for the royal family.
Absolutely, and sources have told me that the king was not particularly happy about it, put it that way. And also what they don't want to happen is anything to distract from the veterans who the king is going to be sat with in a couple of hours' time outside Buckingham Palace with other members of the royal family. So I suspect they are probably channeling that famous wartime slogan, keep calm and carry on, the royal family.
Do we know whether Harry had set that interview up, whether he won or lost that case, or was it a petulant reaction to having lost his case?
I don't know the exact answer to that, but what I suspect is that it was always going to be a possibility. So if he lost the case over his security, if he lost the appeal, then he was going to speak publicly about it, because Prince Harry feels like that was his only option, because he said in the interview his father won't talk to him over the security concerns. It's an extraordinary situation, isn't it? Because you have Prince Harry, the king's son, suing His Majesty's government in His Majesty's courtroom, and that exactly is the problem, because you cannot have the king discussing something with his son because it's a constitutional matter.
But the thing that staggered me in an interview that staggered me in every few minutes, I could think, what did he just say? But to openly speculate about his father's mortality, I don't know how long he's got. Breathtakingly bad taste.
I wasn't too upset by that.
Oh, I think that's very
bad. Do you know why?
They can't trust him. That's why they won't talk to him, because he would be blabbing it all over TV and radio.
True, but he's ex-military. You've got to remember, there's a bit of Harry that is always a soldier, and soldiers talk about death in a way that you and I may not.
Yeah.
And when he said, we don't know how long he's got left, you know, it could be seen as, you could just be saying, hey, and it's true, we don't know how long any of us have left. And if he's saying, but, you know, I want to have a relationship because you don't know what's around the corner.
His father's been treated for cancer.
Yeah, and also if you're a member of the royal family, you know that every little thing you say or do or wear can be picked up and commentated on. And Prince Harry will be well aware of that, and he knows the sort of headlines perhaps that would create. But I don't think he did in that moment. I think he was just talking very openly without any guard up.
Yeah.
And of course, now he's living with the consequences. And as you point out, Andrew, the royal family are not going to trust him with any private discussions. If there's any kind of reconciliation talks that were on the horizon, I suspect they certainly are not now. Prince William, his brother, has absolutely no reason why he would want to speak to Prince Harry at this moment. I think there clearly is a situation where King Charles does love his son Harry, but because of this ongoing legal battle, it's really tricky for King Charles to have an honest conversation with his son.
It's very sad.
Yeah, I think it's broken. That just feels completely
very
broken
sad.
now.
I thought actually the statement from the palace, which basically said, I'm paraphrasing, we have been over this.
Yeah.
We have been over it. And you got the sense it was, we've been over it in public and in private. And this isn't going to change.
Well, I think Prince Harry's paranoid, and he genuinely thinks there is a vendetta against him within the palace. Now, to be fair to Harry, we don't know the exact details of the evidence that was said in that court case, because of all of it,
the judges do.
Exactly.
And they were unanimous.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I don't think the judges were put up to it by the king.
No, Prince Harry just assumes that there is somebody within the royal household who has a vendetta against him, who sits on that Rabbit Committee, the Royal and VIP Exec Committee, which decides the level of security each member of the royal family has. But clearly the judges disagree and say, you know, it's up to the Metropolitan Police and the security services to decide whether he is safe or not on a case-by-case basis.
Thank you, Cameron. Well, the crowds are building here. I've just been watching somebody in a Union Jack umbrella hat singing and doing high kicks in the background, which is just a little sense of the excitement that is still to come.
That's normally you on a Friday night.
It really is. Right, let's get a quick check-in with the weather forecast in our top holiday destinations.
Ready to soak up that holiday sunshine?
Won't we need some cover?
No worries. All sorted.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
Despite some dry and sunny weather across parts of the UK, it's a different story across parts of Europe, with heavy showers and thunderstorms for many of us, particularly across parts of Spain, southern parts of France and parts of Italy too, seeing some heavy thunderstorms throughout Tuesday afternoon. Southern parts of Greece and Turkey probably holding on to the best of the sunshine through Tuesday afternoon. Highs here around 26 degrees, but there will be some sunshine on offer for many of us over the next couple of days, and highs in Tenerife around 24 or 25 degrees.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Join me, Nana Okoye, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
The royal family is an enduring symbol of tradition, unity and pride for Britain. At GB News, we celebrate what makes this country great. In our new Royal Newsletter series, you can join me, Cameron Walker, for Inside the Palace, an exclusive look every week that takes you beyond the gates and brings you the very latest from those at the heart of the monarchy. Never miss a royal moment again. Sign up now. Go to gbnews.com/royal newsletter and get the latest straight to your inbox.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel. And as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/your say. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here we do things differently. It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it? It's explosive. I mean, this is very good. It's lively.
850. Your government sat there, Sean, and it did nothing.
It's controversial. And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born. It's everything you need to kickstart your evening. Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it. That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
no,
isn't it? Because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
51.
10:51, this is Britain's Newsroom with Andrew Pearce and Bev Turner. We are at Buckingham Palace. It is, of course, the celebrations for VE Day 80th anniversary. Rafe Hader-Mankiw is with us. Rafe, the Royal Standard is fluttering now above Buckingham Palace. Explain to us why that is so significant.
Yes, in the last few minutes, the King has arrived. He must have been at Windsor, because when the King is either at Clarence House or Buckingham Palace, the Royal Standard always flies. But just in the last few minutes, it has been unfurled. It's quite a spectacular sight, I have to say. It's the largest of the 4 sizes of the Royal Standard. The size increases depending upon the importance of the occasion, and this, of course, being the 80th anniversary of VE Day, requires the biggest of all flags. It's actually the size of a tennis court.
Gosh.
That's how large this flag is. But the palace is so big, it doesn't look that big, but that's how large it is.
So that's a full-size tennis court, fluttering now above
If you
Buckingham
laid it
Palace.
down, you could have a match on it, actually.
Very good. Same for Roger Federer.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're seeing spectators, audience members, well, actually, the VIPs, let's be honest, taking their seats here at the moment. I think there's some of the veterans. One elderly lady arrived and has been seated there. Hopefully she's got a blanket on her knee as well.
Yeah, I hope so, to keep warm. Ray's staying with us. We're going to go now to Adam Cherry, who's live at Wellington Barracks this morning with some politicians, I think.
Hello guys, I'm outside Wellington Barracks, and those watching on television will see behind me members of the armed forces have now started to arrive. They're getting ready for their inspection and drill here before heading along Birdcage Walk, towards Parliament Square, where their procession will begin in just over an hour. In the last half an hour or so, the Defence Secretary John Healey was here. He met with senior members of the armed forces, shook their hands, spoke to members of the Ukrainian armed forces who are also here, along with troops from NATO, the Commonwealth. He then went inside, and he'll be back out here shortly as well. It's all starting to motor ahead now, and very shortly things will be picking up some steam. And you're not far away. You're not far away from us, guys. So I'll hopefully pop over later and see what's going on.
Okay, thank you, Adam. Adam Cherry down there.
And we've still got Rafe with us. Rafe, Churchill, hugely significant. People literally were, while they were shouting for the King, a lot of people were shouting for Churchill too.
Yeah.
He got a few seconds.
He gave 5 speeches on VE Day, but it was when he was in the Ministry of Health on the balcony at Whitehall. The crowds roared for him, and he gave the best thing. He said, "This is your victory. In all our long history, we have never seen a greater day than this."
That's great, thank you.
Heavy showers first thing will be followed by a warm, cosy day. Boxed boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good morning, welcome to your latest GB News weather from the Met Office. There's a bit of a chilly start to Bank Holiday Monday today, but there's going to be plenty of sunshine on offer, but it will be feeling a little bit cooler than it did towards the end of last week, all thanks to high pressure across the UK. The only exception to the dry and sunny weather will be across the very far southeast of England, where we could see some showers, perhaps 1 or 2 of these heavy in places. But for the majority of us, plenty of dry weather around, plenty of blue skies and plenty of sunshine too. With that sunshine and with light winds, it's going to be feeling fairly pleasant. Temperatures in the south a little above average, 16, 17, perhaps 18 degrees. Close to average further north though, around 13 or 14 degrees. And always feeling just a little bit cooler across the eastern coast with that onshore breeze. Across the northern half of the country, as we head through Monday evening, it's going to stay dry. 1 or 2 isolated showers affecting Shetland and Orkney through Monday evening. But for the most part, plenty of unbroken sunshine to end the day here. A little bit more cloud across parts of Northern Ireland, maybe Northern England too, but staying dry as we head through Monday evening. And any showers that we see across the very far south gradually starting to ease through Monday evening. So for much of England and Wales, it's going to be a dry end to Monday as well. As we then head through Monday night and into the start of Tuesday, plenty of dry weather around, plenty of clear spells on offer, and that likely to lead to quite a widespread frost across the country, perhaps as low as -3 or -4 in places. The exception again being the very far north and northwest of Scotland, where we could see a bit more cloud, but temperatures dropping down into the mid or high single figures, so that does mean quite a chilly start to the day on Tuesday across the board. But it will be a dry and bright start to the morning for many of us. A little cloud feeding in across eastern parts of England as we go through Tuesday morning, staying a little cloudy across the northwest too, but for much of us, plenty of sunshine, plenty of blue skies on offer again, and with those light winds, it'll be feeling pleasant in that sunshine. Again, in the south, we could see highs of 16, 17, perhaps 18 degrees, and even highs of 16 or 17 degrees across parts of Scotland and Northern Ireland too.
There will be a light breeze in the morning, leading to a warm front. Boxed heat pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
You could be the next big winner on the road in this brand new Alnag Baron 560 motorhome, courtesy of Marquis Leisure. Imagine the fun you could have in this luxurious home from home worth over £67,000. We'll also give you £5,000 in tax-free cash to make your next getaway a great one. And it could be all yours. For another chance to win the lot, text WIN to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus 1 standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus 1 standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB13 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 6th of June. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more.
Whether it's breaking royal news, please bring us up to date, or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel. And as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
France Britannia, long live the cause of freedom. God save the King.
80 years ago, the guns fell silent across Europe, and a weary Western world dared to breathe again.
Victory in Europe Day marked not just the end of conflict, but the dawn of peace, resilience and remembrance, a spirit which endures to this day.
Very good morning. It's 11 o'clock on Monday, the 5th of May, live across the UK. This is a very special extended edition of Britain's Newsroom with Bev Turner and Andrew Pearce.
All day we're here live at Buckingham Palace and across Britain as our great nation celebrates and remembers VE Day 80 years ago.
There will be about 1,300 armed service personnel marching from Whitehall to Buckingham Palace as huge crowds are already lining the streets to see the action.
And don't miss it when the Royal Air Force graces the skies in southern England, culminating in a breathtaking flypast above this very spot next to Buckingham Palace and the Mall.
Pomp, pageantry and parades. There are going to be street parties all across this great country, and many poignant moments, of course, as well, as we celebrate and commemorate the very best of Britain all day.
Yes, the excitement is building down here on the Mall. The Royal Standard is flying high. The King is at home and the crowds are building. And it's going to be a very, very special day in just under an hour's time.
Well, here in Llangollen, the band has just finished playing, but I'm reliably told we're about to be treated to some phenomenal dancing from some very lovely ladies. Stay tuned for that.
Well, here outside Wellington Barracks, hundreds of armed services personnel are now gathering behind me ahead of an inspection and a drill before they head down Birdcage Walk towards Parliament Square for that procession in an hour's time.
In the last few moments, the Royal Standard has been risen above Buckingham Palace, meaning the King is here. He will be leading the nation in tribute to those veterans. The royal family will join them for a special military procession outside Buckingham Palace.
Yes, Patrick and I have just been taking a little wander down the high street here in Melton Mowbray, and we've stumbled into ye old pork pie shop dating back to 1851, and these are some award-winning pies. And what's that, Patrick?
So this is a very special VE Day pie, and we are going to be sampling all sorts here. Why don't we follow Emily down through the shop?
Just stay with us very quickly, because there is an enormous selection of pies. Now, this area is not just known for pork pies, it's also known for Stilton. So here is a Stilton top pie and a selection of every type of pork pie you can imagine. We're going to be trying them all, I've heard.
This is your victory. Victory of the cause of freedom in every land. In all our long history, we have never seen a greater day than this.
And here now, Bev and I at the Palace, and behind us the extraordinary sight of the King's Troop Royal Horse Artillery, one of our oldest regiments who are going to play a key role in the celebrations today. What an awesome, impressive sight. And they are pulling cannons dating back from the First World War, the war that was supposed to end all wars. But of course, here we are marking the E-Day, the end of the Second World War in Europe, the 80th anniversary.
The excitement is really building here this morning. The event will begin, the official parade, in Parliament. We will hear Big Ben strike 12 noon, and then the procession will begin. And as you say, Andrew, the King's Troop Horse Artillery will be leading the parade. So they are getting up to Parliament Square now to begin that magnificent procession that will go through Admiralty Arch and up the Mall.
And as you're speaking, we can hear them on their bugles. It really is now, the excitement is building, the colours are extraordinary, and the crowds are building. And what an extraordinary sight. And I hate to say this, but I'm going to say it, nobody does it better than this country. The pomp, the pageantry and the military tradition.
Long may we continue to do so, I say. Days like this are becoming more and more important to establish our identity.
And also we've seen some of the veterans already getting in position on that platform where they will be sitting amongst very senior, the most senior members of the royal family, led by the King and Queen Camilla. The Prince and Princess of Wales will be there too, the Duke and Duke of Edinburgh. They'll all be there. They'll all be there.
And of course we've got the actor Timothy Spall is going to do part of the Winston Churchill speech, isn't he? He's going to perform that in Parliament Square as the procession kicks off. And we've got the Flypast a little later
will be amazing.
as well.
And we're expecting that at 1:45 it will be magnificent. And at some point we're expecting to see Nigel Farage, who, as you know, is an accomplished military historian in his own right. I think he'll have quite a lot to say.
That's right. Now, somebody who always has a lot to say is Patrick Christys, and of course his amazing wife, our very own Emily Carver. Here they are in Leicestershire, in Melton Mowbray. What's happening there?
Well, I'm absolutely in my element. Of course, we are currently in Ye Olde Pork Pie shop. It doesn't really get much more British than this. The home of the pork pie in Melton Mowbray. Emily and I are going to be sampling some, aren't we?
We absolutely are. Now, Natasha, please talk us through this amazing selection here. You've got all sorts of different flavours.
We have got all you could possibly want. I mean, we've been here since 1851, so the pies that we have, we've been serving the nation since then. We've got our very traditional Dickinson and Morris pork pie, which is where we became most famous for. Heading into Mrs. King's, which is known more in the London Borough area. So another variety that we offer, more of a lean cut of meat, that one, versus the very peppery Dickinson and Morris.
So this is the diet one?
Yeah, I mean, depending what day of the week it is, we're all diet. I mean, that's kind of where we go for. And then over here we start playing with flavours. So this is kind of the innovation cabinet, I suppose you could say.
Innovation station.
We've got a black pudding layered one. We've got a Stilton top. This uses Long Clawson Stilton, so best of Melton in a pie. You can't get much better than that. Cheddar cheese, chilli jam, pickles, cranberry, and the picnic pleasers. This one's just launched. That's in some local supermarkets as well.
Amazing. I tell you what, these have got my name written all over them. It's not just pork pies, is it? You've got all sorts
so we
here.
make our own quiches as well, and obviously we're part of a bigger group, so we do Cornish pasties and sausage rolls, anything that you can really get your hands on that's savoury pastry and tastes great.
Perfect for a picnic. Perfect for a picnic.
We can't have a pork pie without
Now, I
it.
can see over there a platter.
We have.
And I think it looks quite tasty.
Come on,
let's have a little
go.
look.
Let's go.
What have we got here?
So we've got something for you to sample here if you wish. So we've got the cranberry topped version here, cheddar cheese with a chili jam layer on the bottom. My personal favourite, that one.
Oh, I want to try that one then.
This is the traditional, what we became most famous for. A pickle topped and a Stilton topped, and then we've got a range of pickles because some people don't like it on their own.
Well, can I try one of your favourite ones?
Please do.
So this is, remind me what this is again?
So that is a cheddar chili cheese layered pies. This was developed by Peter in our bakery one afternoon, and we said, you know what, come up with something new, and he came up with this, and we thought, are you mad? That's not going to work.
Well, here we go. Right, well, I'm going to get stuck into this, but whilst I do, this is, I think, one of the most patriotic parts of Britain, isn't it? It just feels quintessentially British, and it's nice to be here to commemorate such a special day. 80 years, isn't it, VE Day? So it means a lot for the area, I think.
It really, really does, and, you know, we love national occasions like this. It's something that we do all the time, and the public really get involved with, so we're thrilled to be celebrating. But I suppose it's fair to say that if anyone's not here, we still are online, so you can buy our pies at porkpie.co.uk, have them delivered to your door, or again, like I said, in the local supermarket. So it's wonderful, the sun's shining and we're here, but obviously, you know, not everyone can be here on
Well,
the
yeah,
same
if people
day.
do come down to Melton Mowbray, make sure to check this place out, because it's absolutely delicious everywhere you look. And this is brilliant. I love it.
It's comfortably the best pork pie I've ever had in my life.
Absolutely.
And I've got about 50 more to work through here, so I'm looking forward to it. And yeah, no, it's a tremendous day here in Melton Mowbray, and thank you very much for hosting us. I think we're probably going to spend quite a long time here. So
I think we might, yes. Want to try those chutneys?
I'm sure we'll send you away well fed. If we don't, then we failed at our picnic pleaser today.
Thank you so much, Natasha, for inviting us into your beautiful shop. Thank you very much.
And if you are ever in Melton Mowbray, get yourself down here. All right, take care.
You're welcome.
Yeah. That's all going in our lungs.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Emily. We're just watching the crowds start to thicken here down near Buckingham Palace. And, of course, the raised platform where the senior royals will be sitting this afternoon. And now there are some more amazing horse troops. The cavalry's coming along behind us. We've got in the studio with us military historian Anthony Tucker-Jones. This is the household cavalry behind us now?
It is. They're part of the household division, so we've got the lifeguards there, and I think they're the Royals and Blues, if I'm correct. And of course, we've just seen King's Troop of the Royal Artillery go by as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one thing we do really well, I think, is the pomp and ceremony. You know, their ceremonial uniforms are pretty impressive.
And these are never far from a royal palace.
No. I mean, traditionally they are part of the royal household's lifeguards.
Changing of the guard.
Yeah, it's part of the you know, the guards division, you know, which saw action during the Second World War. So they have very illustrious battle honours, all these regiments.
And the Blues and Royals are joining them.
Yes, well, we can see them here now.
Here they come now. Who are the Blues and Royals? Why are they significant?
Well, traditionally they started life as obviously a mounted cavalry regiment. They've got a long, illustrious career. Obviously mechanised post First World War. Saw action during the Second World War as armoured units. But obviously they retain a mounted element for days like this.
And this will have been rehearsed meticulously, Anthony.
Yes, yeah. I mean, clearly the horses are trained for a military use, if you like. They need to be very calm, very steady, particularly in urban areas. You know, as we've seen in the past, they've had mishaps where the horses have bolted. So, I think it's done meticulously.
There will be, in amongst all the many countries represented here, Ukraine will be represented. Now, I know that Britain has been training Ukrainian troops, but Ukraine is represented here because of its own very special role during the Second World War.
Yes, I think, you know, the Ukrainians have every right here to be here today to mark the VE Day week. Ukraine, of course, formerly part of the Soviet Union, so Ukrainians
fought with the Red Army.
With the Allied cause, fought with the Red Army. Every inch of the way. Ukraine suffered terribly under Nazi occupation during the Second World War.
It was brutal, wasn't it?
Yeah,
the occupation
it was very,
force.
very brutal, yes. So, yes, politics aside, it's quite nice to see them here today, you know, because they, like us, they're remembering the fallen. And they're remembering the war.
And victory in Europe was special for them too.
It was. I mean, you would have had Ukrainian soldiers take part in the storming of Berlin. So, you know, a lot of their generals, senior generals, were Ukrainians. You know, so.
Anthony, we often have this debate on Britain's Newsroom about if there was, God forbid, another war now, would the young people line up to go and fight on the front line for this country? As a military historian, without wanting to get into any particular politics at the moment, if you're not comfortable to do so, but as a military historian, what is different now, would you say, about the mindset of the younger generation than back in 1939?
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, we live in a completely different world from the 30s and the 40s. Our world views changed. Obviously, the empire transitioned into the Commonwealth of Nations. So I'm not sure whether there's that same level of patriotism today. The problem with modern conflicts is they're not as black and white, I think. I mean, that's the thing with the Second World War, is we will never see a conflict like that again, in that there was a recognisable cause that we were seeking to defeat Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan. Whereas today, you know, we've been discussing the Ukraine, the conflict there is not as black and white, the end goal's not so clear. So I think the appeal for people signing up is not as great maybe as it once was. I don't, you know.
Yeah, but it's still worth these days to remind people of what it means to believe in your country and your identity as a nation.
I think we're going to see our first royal, senior. I think the Princess Royal, better known probably to most people as Princess Anne, who of course is Colonel-in-Chief of many regiments.
Yeah.
I think we're about to see her. I wonder if she'll be on horseback. She's a very compass rider.
Traditionally, she's always on horseback, so yeah, I hope so.
But all senior royals, Anthony, are Colonel-in-Chief of regiments, and that continues. And
Yes,
that's been a
yes,
tradition for decades.
Yes, they
longer.
always hold honorary ranks and are commander-in-chiefs of various regiments, particularly, of course, the
In fact, I
the
think we
household
might,
ones.
if we can clear. I
Princess
think
Royal.
this is the
She's
Princess
not on
Royal
horseback,
now.
she's in a car.
No, she's in a car. She's keeping warm, and she will be a key. She's been.
Although her horse is following up behind, by the looks of it.
Yeah, it probably is. Yeah.
Oh, a rescue ambulance. It says.
A horse. It's a horse ambulance, yeah.
And because she's a mainstay of the royal family.
Yes, she is. I mean, you know, she's been doing public duties for a long time now.
And she stepped up a lot with the King's cancer, the
Yes.
Princess of Wales cancer.
Yes.
She took on even more duties.
She has, yeah. I mean, there's that core of traditional roles, I guess you'd call them, that have rallied around the King, as you would expect.
And she's her father's daughter, isn't she?
Yes, very much so. Yes, I mean,
She says it as it is. She says
always
it as it
speaks her
is.
mind,
And it's very
doesn't she?
typical that she would be the first to arrive because
Yeah.
we know she's the hardest working one. If
Yes,
anybody's
well,
going to sit
true.
out longer in the
Yes.
cold, it's going to be Princess Anne.
Yeah, you have to praise her for that, that's for certain.
Yeah, she's in the vehicle there that's moving very slowly there up the Mall. All the people that have got there early, Ben Leo has been talking to some of them. We'll be getting a very close-up look at her through the window and see more of the support that's required for the horses, for the effort, the organisation that is required, Anthony, for a day like this, the precision, the planning, it's flawless.
It's a complex event because you've got mass crowd control. Behind the scenes, obviously, we've got the security boys doing their thing, keeping everyone safe. You've got the police on the streets.
You can see the security guys on the roof of the palace from here.
Yeah, you can from
I mean, there are
behind us.
snipers
Yes,
probably
yes,
gazing
yeah,
at us as we speak.
There will have been made a threat assessment for the day, which they'll, the security will, in accordance with what.
And we know in the last 24 hours that the police pulled in a number of Iranian nationals, and there was talk there was an imminent security threat, and I can't believe that it wasn't timed deliberately because of VE Day.
It's always concerning when you've got large crowds brought together because, of course, typically terrorists like to grandstand, so the bigger the number.
You've got the entire British establishment here, the entire royal family. The Prime Minister will be on that raised platform in a few moments. He'll be there with the Defence Secretary, Foreign Secretary probably too. I imagine the Leader of the Opposition will be there, I would think.
But I like to think we're in good hands. The
I think
Metropolitan
so.
Police, the Security Service, the armed forces themselves.
Are they still the envy of the world, our armed forces, or are they hollowed out and shriveled out now?
I think so. As I mentioned earlier, they're not maybe as strong as we'd like them today, but I think the one thing that's always recognised with the British Armed Forces is their level of professionalism.
Which is why we're training Ukrainians.
Exactly, yeah. It's no accident that they're here. They're getting infantry training here. It's something we're very good at. We've had a long tradition of fine infantry regiments. So that is something we're good at. And as the Ukraine war's shown, it doesn't matter the technology, you still need boots on the ground, you still need infantry. It doesn't matter how complex, Ukraine in particular has turned into a drone war. You still can't get around the fact that you need people on the ground, holding positions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fascinating.
All right, Anthony. Well, thank you so much for bringing your expertise with us this morning. Anthony Tucker-Jones, military historian. The atmosphere here is building. You can feel it.
You can.
All eyes are...
And we can see from our position here at the other side of Paris, there's a constant flow of people now walking closer and closer to the palace. And all eyes now are on Big Ben for the chimes at midday when the official military procession begins.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Sunday with Michael Portillo from 11, only on GB News.
You may not have heard of Betty Joel, but you'll certainly have heard of her long list of high society clients and her extraordinary designs. Born in Hong Kong in 1894, Betty Joel built a business empire through her knack for interior design, working for Lord Louis Mountbatten, Winston Churchill and royalty. Her fingerprints are visible on some of the most iconic buildings in 1930s London, including Fortnum & Mason, the Savoy and the Daily Express office building on Fleet Street. While Betty Joel's legacy as a trailblazing female entrepreneur and interior designer may have fallen out of public view, a new archive collection compiled by her great-nephew aims to correct the record and is available to view at Olympia Auctions. Joining me now is the designer's great-nephew, who helped collate her archives and whose new book bears her name, Betty Joel. He is Clive Stewart Lockhart. Clive, great to see you. So I felt rather embarrassed when I realised that I had not heard of Betty Joel. Can you help me? Should I be embarrassed?
I don't think you should be embarrassed because, in a way, she probably chose to be that way herself. She, in 1939, parted company with her husband. Divorce eventually happens after the war. And she walks away from a business that had, at one time, employed 80 men and did nothing further again. And so it's quite easy to get forgotten over that period of time, I think.
What was it that she designed? Interiors, so we're talking about furniture and the like.
Furniture, yes. So when they first got married, when she and her husband David first got married in 1919, he had been a cabinet maker in the Navy. I mean, he'd learned how to make furniture, and they made the furniture for their own house. And she was deeply critical of it. And so he said, well, you know, you can design something better then. And so she did.
GB News, the People's Channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Headliners on GB News 11 p.m. every night. It's got 3 top comedians going through the next day's newspapers so you don't have to read them, which is great.
That's a good point. He's lying. Maybe he's not lying.
That's Headliners every night from 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. as well on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to a very special extended Britain's Newsroom. We're with you until 3 o'clock this afternoon. Of course, we are live from Buckingham Palace.
Because, of course, it is the celebrations of the 80th anniversary of VE Day, Victory in Europe, and we've got a host of fascinating, interesting guests. Especially with us now is the Chief Scout, Dwayne Fields, who's head of youth programmes at the Scout Association. Lots of Scouts here. Why are they here?
There are lots of Scouts here. They're here to represent, 1, the Scouting movement, but 2, to remember that during the war and the 1940s generally, we had lots of Scouts doing their part. They did things like, for example, they would paint lines on the curbs to make sure during the blackouts people didn't trip and fall. They would support refugees. They'd carry stretchers. They built Anderson shelters. They even took a boat. Sea Scouts took a boat over to Dunkirk to help with the effort over there.
Amazing.
And do you find, Dwayne, in your work with the young people that they understand about that time in history? It's almost impossible for them to contemplate what life was like then.
Well, the one thing I can tell you we're doing in the Scout movement is we've had our Scouts meeting veterans. We've had them hearing first-hand accounts of what it was like to live there, first-hand accounts of what the effort meant to the wider community. And, you know, there's a sense of legacy that's carrying on because they're having these conversations, and because, like you said, we've got 300 plus Scouts here today. We've got 20 Scouts in the parade from Scotland all the way down to here in the southeast. So it's definitely something that, we're using to make sure they are informed about what it takes to be courageous like they were back in the war days, to be daring, and also that sense of unity, which is something this is very much about.
How important is it that young boys, young girls get into the Guides and Scouts? What is it? What does it do for them?
Well, it gives you a sense of belonging. It gives you a place where you feel like you fit in. It gives you a place where you can learn all the things that we talk about so much, those skills for life that you can, leadership skills, empathy, things that you learn in your group, amongst your group, that you can apply to other aspects of your life, your personal life, as well as your career, your future career. And I think it's important that we have people in positions like yours, whether it's the political commentators or presenters, or, you could be a forestry worker. It's important that we get a good mix of really good leaders to be an example to our young people, because the truth is those are the roles they're going to go into in the years to come.
And you rely on volunteers, of course, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, and hopefully things have picked up, but after the pandemic there was quite a lot of scout groups that never reopened because maybe they were run by elderly people who just decided they didn't want to go back and do that, or it kind of broke the habit for some people. How is the Scouts now? Is it in good shape?
I'm happy to report that with the support of our joint president, Princess Catherine and the Duke of Kent, we have seen numbers bouncing back.
Right.
We're opening up in more groups than ever before. We've had over heading towards 20,000 squirrels joining up. Our waiting list is long. We've got over 100,000 young people waiting to join a group.
Great.
The only way to bring that down is by getting more volunteers on board.
You mentioned Princess Catherine, which meant we didn't have to mention it. You were with her a very special time very recently, and we saw lots of images on television. Just remind us what you were doing with her.
So Princess Kate and I, our joint president, went for a walk. We spent some time in the Lake District, which is a place that's really important to her, and I think important to us as a nation as well. It's one of the most beautiful places I think any of us have ever been to. And we went out there with a group of Scouts, and it was just a chance to be present in nature and look at the benefits and the value of our natural spaces and highlight how important they are.
And what was she like? What is she like?
Absolutely a wonderful person to be around. Her energy, her spirit, and her passion for the next generation, for young people as well as for our natural spaces. I think it just leaves you in awe.
We're worried about the next generation. I think most adults are, as parents, and particularly I worry about the next generation. And I think part of that is there's too much time on technology, on phones. They're not out in nature. They're not part of clubs and groups to give them a sense of purpose. So is that what the Scouts does effectively, is it teaches kids to be kids?
Absolutely. It's about having fun. It's about going on adventures. Yes, there's a place for technology. We can't live without it. It's embedded in our lives now. But there is a time that we need to step away from that and just go back to the basics, where we can learn to be active, take risks in a managed environment, just be a bit daring, push yourself, and learn to be a little bit more confident.
What's the job of Chief Scout like as well, Dwayne? Because you're fairly new to this. You took over from Bear Grylls, didn't you?
I did. Big shoes to fill, but the job of Chief Scout, in my opinion, is about going around and saying thank you to a lot of people. Saying thank you to our volunteers, saying thank you to the leaders, saying thank you to the parents who play such a huge part, because the young people, they ultimately benefit, but as a movement, 500,000 young people meet every week in the UK.
Yeah.
I'm lucky enough that I get to go to groups nationally, locally and internationally as well to see the great work that we do. So I think a lot of my work is being a figurehead, trying to be a role model as best as I can, and saying thank you and shaking a lot of hands.
Well, you're doing a good job, and so is your co-patron, Princess of Wales,
yeah, thank
who's
you
going to
so
be looking.
much.
We're going to see her shortly on that race
She'll
platform.
be waving at you from over there.
Yeah,
Dwayne.
and then she'll be on the terrace.
Thank you.
Have you got a phone number? You can tell us.
Always a journalist.
You can always share it.
Right, Chief Scout there, Dwayne Fields. Right, we're going to go straight to a very quick break, but the mood is rising here.
And we've got
See you
Nigel
soon.
Farage coming up.
Hello there, welcome to your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office. So another dry day to come for most of us through the course of today. Lovely bank holiday Monday actually for many of us with some sunshine, but there will be some showers in the far southeast. That's courtesy of this occluded front just moving in for a time, but high pressure will dominate and keep it dry for the vast majority of the UK once again. So here are these showers then, perhaps one or two moderate ones across the southeast of England, the Greater London region as well. One or two isolated ones further north across eastern parts of England as well. But A dry day for the vast majority, perhaps a bit cloudier than recent days, but still some sunny breaks, the best of which will be in the north and the northwest, and temperatures 15 or 16 degrees, so not too bad away from that east coast where there will be quite a brisk wind gusting up to 40 miles per hour in the far southeast. So zooming in on those showers this evening, and generally speaking they will be starting to die away a little bit towards the end of the day, but still a few around across Hampshire and the south of England through this evening. A fine evening though for the vast majority of the UK, a mixture of cloud and sunny spells, and winds much lighter the further north you are, so it will still feel pleasantly warm in a late afternoon sunshine across Scotland in particular. As we go into this evening though, much of that cloud in the south will tend to break up and clear away, so lengthy spells of clear sky as we go through the course of this evening. A bit more in the way of cloud across Shetland, perhaps bringing the odd patch of light rain here and there, but generally those clear skies allowing temperatures to fall away, so a cold night to come, the odd patch of mist and fog in the countryside, and temperatures, well, falling down to just below freezing in some rural spots, so a fairly widespread frost in the countryside. So Tuesday then dawns on a fairly sunny note for most of us, a chilly one, but temperatures quickly rising in that spring sunshine. A bit more in the way of clouds still across the south and the east, and still one or two light showers perhaps across the east of England and East Anglia, but many places having another fine and dry day with plenty of sunshine and feeling warm in that sunshine with lighter winds.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
The royal family is an enduring symbol of tradition, unity and pride for Britain. At GB News, we celebrate what makes this country great. In our new Royal Newsletter series, you can join me, Cameron Walker, for Inside the Palace, an exclusive look every week that takes you beyond the gates and brings you the very latest from those at the heart of the monarchy. Never miss a royal moment again. Sign up now. Go to gbnews.com/royal newsletter and get the latest straight to your inbox.
Andrew and Bev at Buckingham Palace. We're here with you right up until 3 o'clock. You don't need to go anywhere else today. This is the definitive place for VE Day celebrations, and who better to talk about it than our very own royal correspondent Cameron Walker. We've already just caught a glimpse of the Princess Royal.
Yes, we have indeed, and she's Colour-in-Chief of the Blues and Royals, who will be leading the procession down the Mall a little bit later on. They are the people you saw on horses with the blue tunics and red plumes, but of course she'll be joined by other members of the royal family, King and Queen.
She won't be on a horse today?
We're not expecting her to be on a horse, no, because she's going to be in that special box that's been built on the Queen Victoria Memorial, sitting alongside those veterans from the Second World War. The Princess Royal also, later on this week, will be heading off to Guernsey and Sark to commemorate the 80th anniversary of the liberation of the Channel Islands.
We should forget, of course, they were occupied.
They were the only parts of the British Isles to be occupied during the Second World War by Nazi Germany, and I think it is quite poignant that a member of the royal family is going across for those commemorations. And I believe Winston Churchill said it in his speech in the House of Commons just before VE Day, saying the Channel Islands will be finally liberated. So it is, of course, a really special time for those islanders in the Channel Islands. The King and Queen, of course, were there last year as well. So, you know, it's a crown dependency, so we do have a strong affinity with the royal family there.
Will we hear from the King today? Any words?
Well, the Mirror was reporting that he's going to be delivering a speech, but I think if that does happen, that's going to be happening on Thursday for VE Day itself, the 8th of May. The King and Queen, Princess of Wales, Princess Anne, Tim Lawrence, her husband, and Duke and Duchess of Edinburgh and Duke of Kent, all of them will be sitting amongst the veterans on that dais there. They'll then go on to the balcony for the famous Flypast, starting with a Lancaster bomber from the Battle of Britain Memorial flight.
The sound of that Lancaster bomber will be shiver up your spine.
Absolutely.
Or down your spine. whatever the expression is.
I know, it's going to be a proper era, a proper engine, isn't it? It's proper engine noise, and then those amazing jets with the red arrows with the red, white and royal blue smoke. But I think, to be honest, my favourite part is going to be what's happening inside Buckingham Palace. The King and Queen are hosting a tea party for those veterans in the marble corridor, which is in the staterooms of Buckingham Palace towards the garden. And I'm told that the whole room has been decked out with lots of bunting, made in King Charles's style, of course, recycled fabrics from the royal household in red, white and blue.
Why are we not surprised?
No, I'm not surprised at all, Andrew. And of course it will be sustainability, but I'm sure they will be treated to lots of Buckingham Palace made cakes and tea, the best tea in the world, I think, and all the rest of it. A proper treat. And they're also going to be watching the Flypast from the garden of Buckingham Palace too, so we'll bring you pictures of that on GB News.
A couple of the women veterans were actually here on VE Day for the celebrations. Who would have thought? They could never have thought in their wildest dreams that 80 years later they'd be having tea with the current king.
Oh, absolutely. And of course, incredibly poignant because it is the first time that a major celebration of VE Day has happened without a member of the royal family in living memory. He was on the famous balcony waving to the crowds. Of course, it was the then Princess Elizabeth, future Queen Elizabeth II, and Princess Margaret, who snuck out a side gate of Buckingham Palace here to join in the celebrations in the crowds.
They did.
And the late Queen was wearing her auxiliary uniform, and she said in an interview decades later that she was terrified of being recognised. So she pulled the cap right down over her eyes so she couldn't be seen. And the officer who was accompanying her said, "I will not be seen with an improperly dressed soldier." So she has put her cap on properly and perhaps was recognised dancing down Whitehall with the rest of them.
Impossible for this to have even to conceive of trying to do that now.
No, exactly. I think it's just too, rightly so, there is so much security around members of the royal family. Of course, we have been discussing that, haven't we, over the last 3 or 4 days or so. But I think now it would be pretty impossible. But back then, I suppose, swept up in the moment of the celebrations of, 5-6 years of war, almost 6 years of war, finally over for the people here in Great Britain, must have been quite a moment. And I think the Queen, who was, a teenager, and Princess Margaret, it was something they really wanted to do.
And the King and the Queen Mother, they stayed. They did. I mean, the Queen Mother was encouraged to take the children to Canada during the war, but she refused. She stayed here during the war.
Yeah.
Buckingham Palace was famously bombed, and that's when she famously went to the East End and said, "I can now look you in the eye," because they'd been bombed too. I mean, they were part of the war effort.
Absolutely, they were, and there were contingency plans to send the royal family to Canada. And I think it was the Queen Mother, then of course Queen Elizabeth, that if the King's not going, he was going to stay in London, but I'm not going, and if I'm not going, the children aren't going, and all the rest of it. And I think it was a focal point, the royal family, for the celebrations, but also the camaraderie, as you say. I can look the East End in the face because the chapel at the back of Buckingham Palace was bombed. Even just visiting bomb sites, King George VI's speeches during the war, very poignant, where people crowded round the wireless radio sets to listen to those speeches. It must have been quite a moment.
And people knew, because they'd heard him before the war, how difficult he found making speeches. He had that terrible stutter. People who've watched the King's Speech film starring
Colin Firth,
who got the Oscar, will know what a struggle it was. And those speeches were so important, and his popularity at the end of the war was up there with Churchill's.
Absolutely, and I think for King Charles himself, remember, that's his grandfather, isn't it? So I think there is clearly that family link, and I think he'll be remembering, of course, the sacrifices that men of this great country gave to the war effort, but also what his grandfather did in uniting the nation and, of course, lifting everybody's spirits with those speeches.
Yeah, indeed.
OK, thank you, Cameron. There are events going on all across the country today on this very special bank holiday, VE Day, Monday. And, of course, the celebrations will happen between now and VE Day itself on Thursday. Let's go to Sophie Reaper at the moment, who is in Wrexham in the town hall there. Morning, Sophie.
Morning to both. Well, the band has finished, but we're now involved in some dancing. They're just taking a brief pause while the music changes. But let's see if we can speak to some people whilst we wait for the dancing to recommence here. Excuse me, my lovely. Can I ask you a quick question? Are you having a good day today, celebrating VE Day?
Brilliant. Yeah? Brilliant.
I think you win the award for the best hat. Are you enjoying the dancing?
Loving it. Thank you.
Yes.
Loving it.
Oh, I'm so glad. What about yourself, my lovely? Are you having a good day?
Oh, wonderful, yes.
How special is it to be marking VE Day 80 years on?
I remember the day. I remember it very well. I've got some pictures.
We're dancing on a Monday! Yeah! Well, here she is. It's the lady of the hour, the dance teacher. She's got more energy than perhaps anyone I've ever met before. let's go and see if we can have a quick word with her, although she's currently teaching. Julie, let me ask you, how important is dancing? How important is that to feeling free?
Oh, it's amazing. We wanted to be dancing to free, but I can't get the song. So we're dancing on our theme tune, which is Dancing on the Monday. Glam up. Do your hair. Don't say no.
And how special is it to be marking V-Day 80 years on?
Amazing.
Yeah?
Yeah, absolutely, Sophie. We love it.
Absolutely fabulous.
Thank you.
Shall we get involved? I think, hang on, let's see if I can, come on. It's hard with a microphone, I'll tell you that. But yeah. Live TV, there's nothing like it. But I'm having the best time today. We've had Welsh cakes, we've had tea, we've had dancing. The bunting is out and we're raising money for the Royal British Legion, which is, of course, very, very important. And the mood, the atmosphere here, Bev and Andrew, it's all about celebrating. You can see there, you can see on the screen a shared moment of celebration, and that is what today is all about. It's celebrating the sacrifice that was made all those years ago by our men and women, and marking that and celebrating what they sacrificed to give us, and that is, of course, our freedom. A phenomenal day here in Llangollen Town Hall. I better get back to my dance class now, so I'll leave you to it. Oh, cha-cha.
Brilliant, Sophie. Well done. Absolutely fantastic.
Quite a good mover, isn't she?
I want whatever they're drinking in Wrexham. I think that's
They've got the Kool-Aid.
Brilliant. Honestly, only in Britain. We just create the most fantastic people in this country, don't we? Nigel Farage is on his way here. He will be here any moment to reflect.
And the sun is shining.
To reflect in the glory, basking in the sunshine of his amazing successes in the local elections, of course, last week.
But he's going to take a huge interest in this too, because he's a military historian and he will be absolutely in his element when that procession begins, for sure.
Right, the sunshine is coming out. The atmosphere is building here down at Buckingham Palace. First though, let's have a quick check-in with the forecast in Europe.
Ready to soak up that holiday sunshine?
Won't we need some cover?
No worries. All sorted.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
Despite some dry and sunny weather across parts of the UK, it's a different story across parts of Europe, with heavy showers and thunderstorms for many of us, particularly across parts of Spain, southern parts of France and parts of Italy too, seeing some heavy thunderstorms throughout Tuesday afternoon. Southern parts of Greece and Turkey probably holding on to the best of the sunshine through Tuesday afternoon. Highs here around 26 degrees, but there will be some sunshine on offer for many of us over the next couple of days, and highs in Tenerife around 24 or 25 degrees.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here we do things differently.
It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it?
It's explosive. I mean, this is very good. It's lively.
850. Your government sat there, Sean, and it did nothing.
It's controversial.
And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born.
It's everything you need to kickstart your evening.
Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it.
That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is GB News, the People's Channel.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more. Whether it's breaking royal news, please bring us up to date, or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
Oh, no, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
The royal family is an enduring symbol of tradition, unity and pride for Britain. At GB News, we celebrate what makes this country great. In our new royal newsletter series, you can join me, Cameron Walker, for Inside the Palace, an exclusive look every week that takes you beyond the gates and brings you the very latest from those at the heart of the monarchy. Never miss a royal moment again. Sign up now. Go to gbnews.com/royal newsletter and get the latest straight to your inbox.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel. And as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/your say. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
Welcome back to a very special, extended Britain's Newsroom. It's VE80 Day, of course. We're celebrating all week on GB News, but today is the big event here outside of Buckingham Palace.
And we're right through till 3. You don't need to go anywhere else. We've got some very special guests with us now. The former Attorney General Michael Ellis and somebody known very well to you all, Reform UK leader Nigel Farage. Nigel, we have to congratulations on a spectacular series of results, which I think even exceeded your expectations.
Oh, way exceeded my expectations. I knew we'd do well, but I was touring the country, meeting groups of our candidates, and they were all saying, we're going to win, we're going to win. And I've said to my press officer, Dan, they're all deluded. They've all got a bit too carried away. But no, that was the mood of the country, and they are an astonishing set of results.
Was there one in particular, the one which dumbfounded me, is when you stormed home in Durham?
Durham,
a Labour stronghold for a century.
Well, I mean, for us to win 63 seats and Labour to only win 4 was remarkable. And then you go to Kent, where the Conservatives lost 56 and we gained 57. So, I mean, that's the most remarkable thing about the result, is that it took from both the Labour and the Conservative parties. And whilst, you know, all the analysis is, well, Kemi's got a problem, actually, remember, in 2021, with this last set of elections, Keir Starmer almost resigned.
He did, because they were so bad.
Yeah, and yet, of the seats they won in 2021, they lost a further 65%. So I can't think British politics has ever been more fluid than it is now.
How nerve-wracking was that recount of Sarah Pochant in Runcorn, to have your first female MP for Reform? It seems like a fantastic woman with a great sort of pedigree in business and politics as well behind the scenes, and a wonderful representative for the party.
Yes, it was nerve-wracking, more for her than for me, because she'd never been through anything like it before. Yeah, look, you know, 6 votes. 6 votes may be a small margin, but it was a very big win. Big win. And she'll be great in Parliament. She really will.
Intruding on private grief here for you, Michael Ellis. You were a Conservative Party Attorney General.
That was a long time ago.
And you have stood down. But were even you taken aback by the scale of the victory for Reform?
Well, I think it was clearly a very significant moment in politics, and they do come around every once in a while. We'll have to see what happens going forward. But what I think today really reflects is at a time when, in 1945, the country was very unified. I mean, it was completely as one. And I think we have that moment, don't we, now, where we can reflect back in time, but also look forward to the future. That's what these commemorations are all about. They have a joint purpose. They honour and commemorate those who fell in the service of their country, but they also look forward, and part of this parade today and part of what's happening today is about looking to the future. That's why the Commonwealth is represented, why Ukraine is here, why, in fact, NATO countries are here taking part in the march. So the things are connected.
It's also worth noting. It's also worth noting on VE Day itself. You know, there was Churchill on the balcony over there with the royal family and the crowds and the princesses mingling and great joy and happiness. Although, of course, we were still fighting in the east. And then 2 months later, in a general election, he was turfed out. So it just shows you, doesn't it?
That's it, Nigel. That's it. And that's politics. And as you say, I mean, Churchill was a colossus of the century. He really was. And in fact, we were talking earlier about he was present behind us when the Victoria Memorial was unveiled in 1911, and then there he was in 1945 on the balcony behind that. So the impact that he made is, well, it's a colossus of history.
But you see, the appeal of reform, one might argue, is the fact that the party is very clear about who this country is and who we should be.
Yeah.
And people in the voting public feel that they don't have faith that maybe the Conservatives or Labour share that vision. Nigel?
Well, I think clarity of message is very important. I think maybe one of the things I'm good at is expressing very clearly what I think, what I believe in, and people say, well, you know what? Whether I agree with that bloke or not, he looks like he actually means it. And I think that does go a long way.
And Michael, as you talked about change, is this the moment when Keir Hardie's Labour Party broke through 100 years ago? Are we on the verge now of a seismic shift? Because it feels that way to me.
Well, it could be, but then we have seen seismic shifts before. I mean, politics is it's a very viscous thing, and it can change. The reality is that the public will send messages, and politicians are wise to listen to those messages. I think that's what we're going to have to be alive to.
I mean, don't forget. I mean, we go back half a century. The biggest party in Scotland was the Conservative Party.
Yeah. Yes.
The SNP were absolutely minute. They've gone on to become the biggest party and dominate Scottish politics. If we'd sat here before the Belfast Agreement in Northern Ireland, the DUP were tiny. Sinn Féin in electoral terms didn't exist. They're now the two dominant parties.
And the Gladstone Liberals, of course, they were a leading political force for centuries, and of course,
First World War changed all of that, and the Labour Party emerged. So it's kind of, we've all grown up with two-party politics for 100 years, and we think that's normal. But actually, look around, things do change.
Nigel, people might have expected, those who don't necessarily like you or like the Reform Party, for you to be sort of bragging a little right now, to bask in this success. That's not the message that we seem to be picking up on. You seem to be sort of quite reserved, I would say, now, because the challenge starts now for those councils.
Well, of course, we have the challenges that we run outright 10 councils. We're the biggest party by some margin in 4 others, and we'll have to find a coalition or get some defections or whatever it is. And we will be in charge of budgets totaling billions of pounds, and we've got to show that we keep our word. The promises that we've made. So there is a sense of responsibility. But I'll tell you what, the last time really in England a party tried to break the mould, it was the SDP.
Yes.
But the SDP was led by some very big figures. Shirley Williams, Roy Jenkins. These were David Owen. These were very, very big national figures. But the SDP never, ever established a base in local government, and we've now established a very strong and a very big base in local government. So that's why our prospects of doing something historic are much better.
That's a very important point, Michael Ellis, isn't it? They've now got an infrastructure in place to fight, to spread out their influence across the country, and if they deliver on some of the promises.
Well, one of the things that I think has changed, one of the many things that has changed, is, and I would say this as a former Attorney General as well as a constitutional expert, is what people call lawfare. There's far more of that now. There's far more. And so, as Nigel's been saying, it's delivering now, and it's the obstructions that one can soon see when in office, when actually one has the responsibility, that there are obstacles to delivering what you want to deliver, and it's going to take some work for this government, the Labour government, and of course in local authorities to deliver those things.
Isn't it a gift, though, if your councils say we are not having migrant hotels in our area, and somehow the government, their lawyers force you to take them, isn't that then a gift for reform, going into the next election saying the only government to be able to stop this is a reform government?
Andrew, you're so cynical about these things. No, I mean, look, it's very clear what we've been elected to do, and if we're frustrated from doing that, either by national government imposition or by within the administrations of the county councils, people frankly refusing to do what we ask them to do, then it's going to be very interesting. I mean, look, we're going to have some big fights. I can imagine we're going to have some very, very big fights. Dismantling all the jobs around climate change that the councils have put into place.
Start in my council.
It's not going to be an easy battle, but that's what we were voted in on. Simple as.
And you're doing a sort of equivalent of the American Doge. So you want to audit these councils, don't you? You're asking for freedom of information requests to see what the money is being spent on.
We already put in 3,000 FOIs back in January of this year to get us ready for the campaign. And some of the monies that are being spent on consultants, on agency workers, some of the long-term contracts that have been signed up for, should we say, less than satisfactory pothole service repairs. We want to have a really good look at it.
We're looking at Sadiq Khan on the screen. Did he send you a message of congratulations on your local election results,
I'm very
Nigel?
surprised, I must say.
It's in the post, Nigel. But what Michael Ellis, what Nigel Farage was talking about there, council spending money on climate change and all that, this all happened on a Tory watch. How did it happen?
Well, look, it's been happening on lots of watches for many, many years, and there is obviously a body of thought that this is the right thing to do, and to be conscious of that. But look, where we have policies to deliver, and the Conservatives have delivered on those policies, you'll see that that's rewarded. And, I think Nigel's obviously had a successful week. And I think we'll have. I don't currently speak for the Conservative Party, as you know. I'm a former politician. But what I would say is, Kemi Badenoch's been in for 6 months. And
has she got another 6 months? How many more months has she got?
Well, she was democratically elected.
Oh no, she must stay. It's very important.
And,
that's very cynical.
You'll have to have her on and ask her all about it.
Yeah.
But joking, you're desperate for her to stay, Nigel, because you think she's a busted flush.
Well, there are two problems. I mean, one, she's got no real impact, and most of the public don't even know who she is.
Yeah.
Of course, there's a percentage of the public that watch GB News, that buy newspapers, but there's an awful lot that don't, and that's just the way the world is. No, her problem, even if she was, a phenomenal leader, the problem the Conservative Party has got, it's desperately split. I would say at least half their MPs really ought to be Liberal Democrats. And that split's been there. And really, they haven't recovered from the Brexit referendum. That fault line that was exposed by the referendum is still there. It's still very, very strong.
Yeah. It is. And today, Nigel, let's just talk about this.
I tell you who looks very impressive is the Major General there on his horse. I think we see him there. We've got a very impressive lineup, Bev, coming up with the WWII Day procession, because I think what's happening now is they're listening to a melody of music from the 1940s, and in the next few minutes, the Garrison Sergeant Major, Warrant Officer First Class Stokes, who I think you had on your show earlier today, he's going to salute the Major General, and this is the General Officer Commanding London District, General Bowder, and you'll see him being saluted, and when he takes off on his horse, he won't literally take off, of course, but even though his horse is called Jumping Jack, we're hoping it won't do the jumping today, but then you'll see him lead the procession. There'll be 1,300 military personnel behind him, and we expect that to start in the next few minutes after the reenactment of a speech that Winston Churchill gave all those years ago that marked WWII Day.
It was the balcony of the Department of Health, which is now the Treasury, I think.
That's right. That's exactly right.
We can hear. I think we've just seen the King.
So the King's car
has just gone past.
Camilla just went past behind us.
And there was cheers from the crowd, and he was waving, no doubt.
They're heading into Buckingham Palace.
Yeah, and he'll be joining be on that raised platform very shortly.
I think from what I could just about see, it looked like maybe Queen Camilla has a very round, large hat on. What I could just see from the window. I could see her waving for a moment. I thought it might be.
Well, let's hope it's well tied down, because it's quite breezy out there.
Quite cold out here. Yes.
It is chilly. Nigel,
yes.
One might think as years go by, maybe these commemorations become less relevant. However, I was making the point earlier that it has never been more important to have an understanding of our national identity. Do you feel the same way?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I have to say, I'm feeling older myself. When I first started drinking in the village pub, virtually everybody in there had been in World War II, and now there aren't very many left. I attended the 80th anniversary of the armistice in Ypres with the Queen and the First World War veterans, and that was a big moment. And yeah, I mean, this is probably the last significant time. Once you get to 85 years, it's getting very difficult to find anybody.
Well, there's 31 here today, Nigel.
Yes, I mean, I've got a constituent who was 100 last weekend, and I'm bringing him down on VE Day for lunch in London.
And Nigel, there's a 100-year-old here today who is taking part in this procession, and his name's Alan Kennett.
I saw that.
And he's going to be handed the torch of peace in the next few minutes, and a youngster is going to hand him that torch, and he will be part of it. He fought in Normandy, and he's now 100 years old.
You could be the next big winner on the road in this brand new Alnag Baron 560 motorhome, courtesy of Marquis Leisure. Imagine the fun you could have in this luxurious home from home worth over £67,000. We'll also give you £5,000 in tax-free cash to make your next getaway a great one. And it could be all yours. For another chance to win the lot, text WIN to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to
You know, I thought after the 80th anniversary of World War I, I thought, well, the hundreds of thousands of people of every year that visit the Somme, Vimy Ridge, Ypres, I thought it would naturally die away. It hasn't.
No, it hasn't, has it?
It just hasn't. People are still fascinated.
The element of this which my kids talk about when we reflect on World War II is the idea of evacuation.
Yeah.
It's unfathomable to modern young ears that you could be taken from your family, put on a train to the countryside, your parents wouldn't know where you were, that there was no mobile phone, you didn't know when you would come back, you didn't know if you wouldn't see them for months or even years. That difference of culture in 80 years is worth reflecting on.
This was all after
like
Guernica, wasn't it? Guernica, 1936, in the Spanish Civil War, was the first time sort of aerial attack had been heavily used against civilians. And I think when the war broke out, I mean, people really genuinely thought that it was just going to be the end of everything. It didn't turn out to be the case.
But you see on your screen now,
Tim Spall.
That's
Tim Spall, who's going to read
the Churchill speech.
And he's standing in front of the Churchill statue, of course, which was unveiled in 1973 by Clemmy, Churchill's widow, who was still going strong. And the story is that they originally invited our late Queen to unveil the statue, and she said, "No, I think Clemmy ought to unveil it as the widow." And there's Big Ben, and of course, Big Ben was badly damaged in World War II itself. The white clock face was smashed by a bomb that destroyed the chamber, and
of course, the Queen loved Churchill, Michael. She insisted wherever she was in the world, she had to be brought back for his funeral. He was her first Prime Minister. She was a young monarch. He was a very wise counsel to her. And she had, and of course, she had many Prime Ministers, but she only attended 2 of their funerals, Churchill and Thatcher's.
That's right.
Quite significant.
We are literally counting down the seconds now because, of course, Big Ben will strike at midday, and then Timothy Spall will.
You'll be thrilled to know the Prime Minister's now on that raised platform. There is Kemi Badenoch too. I don't think they even acknowledged each other, did they? And Kemi Badenoch is sitting next to the Armed Forces Minister, who was on the programme a little earlier. He was in the Armed Forces himself. His name temporarily escapes me.
Al Khan.
That's right.
He's the Minister for Veterans, and he's a veteran, as you say himself.
But this is a day for the military, and it's all about the military procession. And we will hear, when Big Ben strikes, then we will hear Timothy Spall reciting some of those words of the Churchill speech. Nigel, you're a great orator. Churchill did that speech without any notes.
The best speakers always do. Because the best speeches actually come from within. And you can have a rough idea of where you're going to go. But the passion, the emotion, and I think
he spent a lot of time preparing his speeches, though, didn't he?
He did. And actually, do you know something? I always speak without notes. But I do spend, for the minute I'm sort of in the shower in the morning, I'm going through what am I going to do? And even though what comes out is never quite the same as you'd rehearsed, the shape of the speech. Once you've got the shape of a speech, an orator can just do
And I'm so sorry, but it's one of the things that Andrew and I comment on Britain's Newsroom nearly every morning when we watch Keir Starmer particularly do a live speech. He is always reading
He
from
is. He looks down the whole
It's never from the heart.
I'll give you a statistic. On the 5th of July, when he stood outside Number 10, in a 9-minute speech, becoming Prime Minister, he looked at his notes 158 times.
Oh, did you count?
I did. That's extraordinary. Every 2.8 seconds.
Yeah.
Now we can hear some... What's this we're going to hear in the background? I think somebody is speaking on the raised platform. We're going to try and tell you who it is.
This may be Timothy Spall speaking now, is it?
Is it Timothy Spall?
Yeah,
it is.
It is. It is. This is Timothy Spall. Now, Timothy Spall, of course, played Winston Churchill. Here we go.
Woman and child in the country had no thought of quitting the struggle. When shall the reputation and faith of this generation of men and women fail? I say that in the long years to come, not only will the people of this island, but of the world, wherever the bird of freedom chirps in human hearts, look back to what we have done and they will say, do not despair. Do not yield to violence and tyranny. March straight forward and die, if need be, unconquered.
May this torch of peace be a reminder of all those who sacrificed their lives with no thought of quitting the struggle. Let it be a symbol for the future. We thank you and all those that have served.
So that was Timothy Spall, who has played Churchill, of course, more than once, reciting just a small part of Churchill's speech, which he delivered spontaneously on the balcony at what is now the Treasury, but was Department of Health back in the day. We're still with Nigel Farage and Michael Ellis, former Attorney General. It was a great speech, Michael Ellis.
Oh, it was very impactful, as all of his speeches were, Winston's at the time. And, of course, people used to stop what they were doing. They would stop work. They would literally stop the country in its tracks to listen to the speech.
The whole country would gather around the wireless.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it was a family moment.
Yeah.
We can just see, sorry to interrupt, Michael, we can just see members of the royal family, possibly now, or some of the dignitaries and the guests coming across the, I want to say the forecourt of Buckingham Palace. I'm sure it's got a more official name than that. Making their way down to the Queen Victoria Memorial here at the top of the Mall.
I'm going to have to swap around the other way.
Now, this might be, of course...
Yeah, so they're walking.
The King and the Queen making their way down to take their seats on the raised platform for the procession, and then following that, the Flypast.
Yeah. A fusion of colour. There's a lot of them.
That looks very much like Camilla in the blue. Do you think at the front, is that the Queen Camilla with the blue hat?
I would think so.
And the blue dress.
And the procession's just started. They got a signal there.
Yes, there we go.
Here we go. That is Camilla in blue, the big blue hat, which she's hanging on to because it's a little windy. I can see Tim Lawrence, that's the husband of the Princess Royal.
Sophie Wessex.
Sophie Wessex, the Duchess of York. And there's the young William and Kate's kids.
That's right. There's William and Kate.
William in his royal uniform.
We've just lost that shot. We're going to bring it right back. We're just going to try and bring you that image. The children are there.
So this is the procession, Michael. Talk me through the procession.
So this is the General Officer commanding London District. He's the head of the Household Division, and he's a Major General in rank. You can see from his cocked hat, he's wearing a bicorn hat with swan feathers. It used to be the case, I'm not sure that it still is, it used to be the case, you know, it's not a well-known fact, this, the length of the feathers denoted the rank.
Oh.
If you were a field marshal, your feathers were 11 inches long. All right, don't get any ideas.
Stop now. Keep this family show.
But His Majesty, I think, was in the uniform of an Admiral of the Fleet there. We saw him briefly, and of course, Tim Lawrence, who you mentioned, Andrew, is in the uniform of a Vice Admiral.
Yeah.
Married to the Princess Royal. And that, there's the dais. Most of the people on that dais are veterans, or I believe family of veterans. But pretty much all of the royal family will be there, the serving members of the royal family, working members, including, I think, His Royal Highness the Duke of Kent, who's now 89.
Gosh, is he really?
And we're hoping to see him as well. So meanwhile, there's the Major General's retinue now He's leading the procession. He'll have 1,300 soldiers, sailors and airmen behind him, and there he's going past. He'll salute now the cenotaph, and we don't see the cenotaph like that very often, with one huge flag.
And is that just because it's VE Day, Michael? They've draped it in the Union flag?
I think they've done that because that's how they originally unveiled it in 1920, Andrew. And there's old black and white newsreel footage of that, and it's quite moving. And George V, the late Queen's grandfather, unveiled it in 1920 with a big flag like that, and there it is again now.
Mm. And now, of course, it's become the centre of national commemorations.
Oh, absolutely. And it was almost immediately after it was unveiled. They're going past Parliament, of course, and as I say, Big Ben suffered quite a bit of damage in World War II. It was actually May the 11th, 1941, so almost exactly 84 years ago. A bomb destroyed the chamber, but smashed up Big Ben as well. And in fact, I know the chap the glazier, who has recently replaced the glass in the clock face of Big Ben. And there's His Majesty now, taking his seat.
So the crowd bursting into applause at the sign of King Charles as he makes his way to his seat, obviously on the front row.
So that's it. People in the platform are all standing up as he arrives, as you'd expect. Now, it's a great thrill for those veterans who are on that raised platform to be sitting so close to the royals, and then this afternoon they're going to be having afternoon tea.
I know, and if you speak to them, they'll say, oh, I don't know what all the fuss is about.
Yeah.
They will, honestly.
Amazing.
They just sort of say, well, you know, I just happen to still be here.
And it was their
they
job.
say, well, what did you do? And they say, well, I remember going to the... At the 75th anniversary of Normandy and talking to the parachute regiment, and these were the boys that were lobbed out at 3:30 in the morning, and of course were scattered all over Normandy. And I said, well, you know, 3:30 in the morning, Nazi Europe, and someone says, you know, Sergeant Major says go.
Oh yes.
I said, were you scared? They said no. They said we trained, we practiced, we were ready for this, and I found that quite humbling.
We can see the young royals there, Charlotte, George and Louis. Oh, I think they've just gone out of shot.
And the sense of humour, that generation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I was talking to a chap the other day, real old Eastender, with quite a lot of campaign medals. He said, Nigel, he said, I've got to sit down. He said, these things weigh a ton, you know.
They are amazing, aren't they? Yeah, and so understated. That's the point about them.
I mean, it really is a very different generation to now in every way, and the sense of words like duty, I think meant an awful lot more than perhaps they do today.
I think the royal family do. They are a link to that history, and they are the service and devotion and duty to this country that the King and the late Queen, of course, and her father showed for generations now. And their connection with the military, by the way, is just so key. They value it so very highly. It isn't broadcast very often, but they do write personal letters to military families who may have been bereaved. They keep in close contact with the officers and other ranks. They know what's going on in their regiments. It's a very important thing to them.
Yeah, they serve as honorary colonels, don't they, in several regiments, and they attend the big fundraising events and
it's
big commemorations.
Exactly.
Just gentlemen, it's quite clear that senior royals have been put next to veterans on purpose. You saw Catherine, Princess of Wales, talking to a lady with very white hair, safe for the King, which is, again, a great treat for them.
And there they are, the King's Troop Royal Horse Artillery, actually. We just saw them, and their uniforms haven't changed. The gold braid at the front since 1855.
Now, the King apparently is wearing naval uniform number 1, so it has no medals, no decorations, as His Majesty grandfather King George VI wore as the same on the Buckingham Palace balcony on VE Day in 1945.
Would that be, Michael, because this is about the veterans?
I think so.
They don't want their medals to distract. It's all about the veterans who were part of the action.
That's right. And you normally expect to see him.
have a mouthful of water, Michael. It's this pollen in the air here.
Blitzed by pollen.
It is quite extraordinary.
We did think it was a bit ridiculous that DCMS, the Department of Culture, put out a warning about it. We thought, oh, how ridiculous that is. But I've been taking antihistamine pills.
It is quite hard work.
We've been bombarded since 7 o'clock.
The Duke of Edinburgh is going to be wearing the Army No. 2 service dress of the Scots Guards. The Princess Royal is going to be wearing the uniform of the First Aid Nursing Yeomanry, with no decorations as well. The late Queen, as Princess Elizabeth, wore the military uniform for the Buckingham Palace balcony appearance on VE Day 1945 as a member of the Auxiliary Territorial Services as well. Queen Camilla is wearing a sapphire blue wool crepe dress and coat by Fiona Clare with the 12th Royal Lancers brooch, which was Her Majesty's late father's regiment.
And the Princess was chatting away to that veteran.
Yeah.
What a treat.
She's
what
brilliant.
a treat. I mean, and the ages of the veterans, just to remind you, they're aged between 96 and 104. Amazing. And Nigel, we were saying earlier, you know, just possibly some of them will be here in 5 years' time. I suspect they will.
Yeah, there'll be some. But no, this humility. I
know.
I went to the 75th Battle of Britain service at St Paul's, and coming out afterwards, and there was a fellow there, Wilkinson, who'd shot down 26 German planes, a proper hero. Oh, Mr. Farage said, "Can I have a selfie, please?" I said, No. I should be getting a selfie with you. No, he said, "I want to show my mates in the pub." But this is, you always find this. And also the other thing, I mean, I've noticed it, I'm sure you have, Michael, too, an element of survivor's guilt.
Oh, yes.
It's quite
They're
common.
always so self-effacing.
Yeah, but why am I still here and others aren't?
Yeah,
you know?
that's it.
It's a very common thing.
So many of their friends died. Yeah.
I think you have to leave us now, Nigel.
I do, but I'm back in a bit.
We'll look
in a
forward to
little
it.
while for the Flypast.
Yes, I'll be here for that.
Do you want some antihistamine?
I need something.
Right, thank you, Nigel Farage. Michael Ellis is staying with us.
And we're all coughing and spluttering
We're looking
here,
at the junior royals.
And William's little boy, Louis, is next to him, and he's looking around.
He's
and
a
his dad's
fidget as
chatting. He is,
usual.
of course
I
he
love
is.
him.
Well, he's 8
obviously
years old, and he's asked his dad lots of questions. He's got his hand on his dad's shoulder. He's oblivious, isn't he?
He's brilliant. I think he's fantastic. He's fiddling with his little, what do you call them, on your shoulders, on your military uniform. Epaulette, that's the word I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Fiddling with Daddy's epaulettes. And George there, obviously looking much more grown up, actually, by the year, actually, than his little brother. And Charlotte, who seems to keep them both in check, it always seems to me. The sister who rolls her eyes at her brothers when they're misbehaving a little bit, chatting to her
Princess
her
Catherine,
mother.
deep in conversation with veterans. What's she wearing? That's a lovely colour.
They've got a lot to look forward to,
Dark
the youngsters.
berry.
Yeah, they
They're
have.
going to be seeing the military personnel.
And they will be so excited by the Flypast, as we all will be, Michael Ellis, as we all will be.
So the procession is now making its way towards us. Of course, it left from Parliament Square at midday. The Household Cavalry Mounted Regiment and the King's Troop Royal Horse Artillery are leading the procession from Parliament Square down Whitehall, past the Cenotaph, as we've dressed in the incredible Union flag, through Admiralty Arch and up the Mall. And we're seeing the Ukrainian troops here.
And we were talking earlier, Michael Ellis, about Ukrainian troops. And we were talking to one of our other guests about why it's important that Ukraine is represented in this procession, because Ukraine was part of the war effort, fought against Nazi Germany and had a terribly brutal occupation by the Germans during the Second World War.
And it's a link. It's a link with, from the past to the future. Our military personnel have been spending a lot of time, Operation Interflex, training Ukrainian soldiers. Over 50,000 Ukrainian soldiers have been trained for this conflict that's currently they're engaged in with Russia, following Russia's invasion. And so there's quite a link, there's quite a bond now in the forces, and they were invited to take part. There's a small contingent.
Yeah.
And the Royal Navy there, of course.
And it's right that I mean, it's right that countries that fought against Nazi Germany are here today, because Victory in Europe Day was victory for them too.
Exactly right. And although this looks historic, of course, these are all serving military personnel. They're real soldiers. They go into battle, and we saw the lifeguards there in their famous scarlet tunics and white plumes. The Blues and Royals will be in navy, dark blue.
And look
tunics
at
with red
all these
plumes.
flags
These are the
going
Commonwealth
past.
flags.
This is the Commonwealth flags.
56 Commonwealth flags being carried by signallers. And
of course, many Indian troops lost their lives during the Second World War, Michael.
Many did, and many of varying nationalities and religions. We actually have visiting the UK at the moment for this parade members of the Australian, New Zealand and Canadian armed forces, and they're carrying their own flags. The other flags are being carried by British soldiers, and the mass bands there.
It's an impressive sight.
We saw the King's Troop of the Royal Horse Artillery earlier. There are the Ukrainians again. But I was saying that their uniform dates to 1855 with all the gold braid on the front, and they carry their guns. And someone asked me a crowd, a tourist asked me, do they make those guns for the parade? Are they ceremonial guns? I said, in fact, they were made in 1904, and they were fired in anger during World War I. So they were real guns, and they still are, and they're now a very important part of the Royal Horse Artillery.
Let's bring in Cameron Walker. Cameron, they're all there, the whole royal family there. It's interesting that the significant royals are sitting next to veterans, chatting away, and we've even got we don't see too much of them. William and Kate's lovely three kids.
Indeed.
Louis chatting animatedly away to his dad.
Of course, he gets very excited at these events, doesn't he? If you remember back to the Platinum Jubilee, he got very, very excited during the pageants. But yes, and I think it's significant, of course, we've got one king and two future kings sat watching these veterans. I can tell you that the king is sat chatting there, you may see on the right-hand side of your screens, to a Royal British Legion veteran whose name is Joy True. Then you've got next to Her Majesty the Queen, a Royal British Legion veteran called Jack Mortimer. So, as you say, they have been strategically placed, members of the royal family, dotted with veterans. I think it's incredibly important.
Really important, because this is about them.
It is, and I think that is a significant difference to what we've previously seen with the coronation, with the jubilees, and all the rest of it. Because if you had all the members of the royal family together, perhaps it would give out the wrong signal, looking a little bit kind of elitist. If the veterans were kind of sat way back, I think the fact that the veterans are front and centre, front row, sat next to the king, sat next to the queen, is highly significant. And you know, some of these people may well have been on this in these crowds outside Buckingham Palace 80 years ago, watching the king's grandfather
we know
wave.
at least two of the veterans were there, taking part in the celebrations. Little did they know that Princess Elizabeth and Princess Margaret mingled amongst them.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Which was an extraordinary thing, Michael, is that they were able to do that.
That's right, and they snuck out, didn't they, Cameron? They
did.
They got permission, I think.
They did.
And they were in uniform.
Yeah.
And they snuck out, and apparently they did a conga.
Down
they
Whitehall.
did a conga down Whitehall and ended up in the Ritz or something, which sounds
Imagine if
fun.
you'd been the person with your hands around the waist of the future queen. I did the conga, and they won't have known.
They
won't have known that they did the conga with her.
Absolutely, and the Queen said she was terrified of being recognised.
Yeah.
They pulled her uniform cap over her eyes, and the officer next to her said, "You've got to pull your uniform cap properly, because I will not be seen with an improperly dressed soldier." And of course, she was a member of the Auxiliary Territorial
Service. And it would have been a
Service.
rare moment of freedom for Princess Elizabeth, because she's been on public parade for so long.
Right. And she told the story afterwards about how she stood at the gates of Buckingham Palace, just like tens of thousands of other people, shouting, "We want the king, we want the king."
Yeah.
And he came out a record number of times onto the balcony that night.
Amazing. To think now that two of those women who were in that crowd are now on that raised dais, and then they'll be having tea with the King and Queen in Buckingham Palace this afternoon.
Yes, they will be. So the marble hallway inside the staterooms is being decked out with bunting. A tea party is being put on for the veterans, and hosting the tea party, of course, is the King and Queen. But the Prince of Wales, as you see on your screen there, will also be helping the King to host that tea party with the veterans.
Are you invited, Cameron?
I am not, unfortunately. I wish, if only. I have had a cup of tea once in Buckingham Palace. It was very lovely.
Very nice.
But, you know, George and Charlotte and Louis, the three free Wales children. They are not going to be at the tea party, but I am reliably informed that they will be on the balcony to watch the Flypast later on.
There were the guns we just pointed out.
Yeah, so these
some
are
of
the
these guns
King's
were during the First World War?
Yes, so they're First World War era guns, and they fire during ceremonial occasions. So tomorrow, for example, which is the 2nd anniversary of the King and Queen's coronation, they will be firing in Green Park to mark that occasion. They also fire upon the birth of a member of the royal family and the death of a member of the royal family as well.
We're just watching King Charles there chatting to the lady to his left, and that is a Royal British Legion veteran, Joy True.
She's having a lovely time, isn't she?
She's having a lovely time. She's got a coat round her shoulders and a scarf on. And behind the King there is another veteran, Albert Keir. To his left is the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. To his left, Lady Starmer. And then other MPs in the box as well today. Of course, we've got Kemi Badenoch, leader of the Conservatives, Alistair Cairns, MP.
Who's the Armed Forces Minister?
That's right.
And he's an ex-military man himself.
There is also Lisa Nandy, MP.
Who's in the cabinet for now, although we keep hearing that she's not long in the cabinet, like the secretary. Now, the Prince of Wales is standing up.
Spoiler day, Andrew.
He's now taking the salute. This is as the Commonwealth troop. Oh no, who's going past now, Michael? This is the Household Cavalry. He's just stood up and saluted them.
That's the Major General, the General Officer commanding London District,
right.
James Bowder. And
he's the one with the white... Tell us again about the white feathers, the significance.
So he's got swan feathers.
Swan feathers?
He's got swan feathers in his bicorn hat. It's a cocked hat, and they used to denote rank by the length of the feathers.
Right.
So they have other ways of denoting rank as well, but he's been leading the parade.
Yeah.
And that tells us that they're about to come by.
Just explain, who's coming now, Michael?
So,
we've got more...
This is the King's Troop of the Royal Horse Artillery.
Yes.
And they're the ones whose uniforms have not changed since 1855.
So that's the same... That was in the pomp of Queen Victoria's reign.
Absolutely, absolutely. In fact...
So looking at the pictures here, we've got King Charles there saluting the troops as they come past. Keir Starmer sat behind him, of course.
Yes.
Yeah. The Queen wearing a sapphire blue wool crepe dress and coat by Fiona Clare, with the 12th Royal Lancers brooch, which is significantly Her Majesty's late father's regiment, because of course he fought during the Second World War.
He did. He was decorated, I think.
Yeah, Major Bruce Shand.
Yeah.
Is his name.
So the procession is now in full swing, Michael Ellis.
It is, and we can see His Majesty saluting, and
you can hear them.
Hear the guns,
and you can also hear the horseback riders calling out as they pass the King.
Indeed, and they're signalling to salute.
Yeah.
Their officers are signalling to salute, and it's interesting. The King's Troop of the Royal Horse Artillery weren't always called that. They were originally just called the Riding Troop, and in 1947 the late King, George VI, went to visit them and crossed off the name Riding Troop and put King's Troop, and they were called the King's Troop Royal Horse Artillery after that moment.
And he wished for that to be in perpetuity.
Well, when our late Queen then came to the throne in 1952, she ordered that it remain the King's Troop and not have its name changed to the Queen's Troop. A tribute to her father.
Absolutely. Yeah. Now, as they were going past us, Michael, they had their swords, their ceremonial swords, were extended to the right.
And that's their way of saluting. They carry swords, so of course they cannot put their hand to their forehead, and so they salute with the sword in that way. And you see the mass bands now.
Incredibly impressive, isn't it?
And I was lucky enough to be given special access to Woolwich Barracks, which is where King's Troop Royal Horse Artillery are based, just a couple of weeks ago to watch them rehearse.
Yeah.
And the amount of kind of grooming the horses get to make sure they're in tip-top shape for a procession such as this, and to train them to deal with the noises of the crowds, to deal with the noise of the guns, is quite extraordinary. So when you do see them on display like this is them at their absolute best.
Yeah.
And so, whereas the front of the procession is now at the King, passing the King, this is further back at the procession, near the start of it at Parliament Square, where you saw the cenotaph there.
Excuse me, bear my note, but we're under attack from pollen.
We really are under attack from pollen here. We're under a huge tree.
We really
and
are.
The plane trees.
And,
and there's just no escaping it.
So I think we saw the household cavalry there. So
we can hear the band.
Indeed. Now, the household cavalry, so you've got the Lifeguards and the Blues and Royals. The Lifeguards have the red tunics with the white plumes.
And interesting, if you wander around this, what we call like a little media village, Michael, it just goes to show still cameras from all around the world are here.
Oh yes, there's literally a tent city here of camera crews from all over, from the United States, from Australia, New Zealand. So it's recognised the world over that we do this so well.
And also, I'd say it again, it's so important having monarchy, royalty, rather than, with all respect, a boring grey president.
I think so. I very much agree with you. And the king, I think, is just his work ethic, the passion with which he does this job, and he always has cared so deeply.
Yeah.
And he does care about this country and its people.
And Mike, if you look behind us now, this is a very significant. These are familiar uniforms. Just remind us who this is.
Yeah, so they're saluting. I don't know whether your viewers can see it, but the drummers are saluting by crossing their drumsticks up above their heads in front of the king. That's their way.
That's their salute.
That's their salute. Yeah, that's happening behind us, but what you're seeing on screen now is the king. There, you can see that now. You've just seen them, how they're saluting now.
With King Charles to his feet again.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which is a very smart way of saluting, I think.
It is.
Very clever, yeah.
We mustn't forget the Royal Air Force are here as well, and the Royal Navy.
And there's a lot of Royal Air Force actually on their lineup in the front, in front of the dais. A lot of Royal Air Force.
Yes.
In the standing watching.
And cadets as well.
And
the next
cadets.
generation.
Yeah, absolutely.
His Majesty the King.
Here's a
on your
bugler.
screens.
What's he playing?
Wearing his.
What is the bugle playing?
Bugle playing. To be honest,
you don't know.
Sure.
Right. Michael Ellis, do you know what he's playing?
It's a salute.
It's a salute. Okay.
Yes. We just leave a lifeguards on your screen now. Part of
There'll be one question Michael Ellis can't answer. Surely they've got to find one.
Can you play the bugle?
Yeah.
Looks quite complicated to be fair.
Yeah.
It does.
Especially when riding a horse.
Yes, exactly.
Pretty
Multitasking.
tough without riding a horse, I would have thought. But
so you see the Princess of Wales, Princess Charlotte, Prince George, Prince Louis, the Prince of Wales, and His Majesty the King on his feet, wearing his naval uniform #1 dress with no medals or decorations, because His Majesty's grandfather, King George VI, in 1945 on VE Day, on the Buckingham Palace balcony, did exactly the same thing.
I think it's a way of showing respect, as Andrew was saying before, for the real veterans of the war.
Yeah, 31 of them, they were there, and some who couldn't make it, who will be watching on television at home.
That's right, that's right.
Really important.
These are the Blues and Royals walking past His Majesty right now on the left-hand side of your screens, as Michael's been saying, the blue tunics, red plumes.
That's right, and their helmets, their famous helmets, were actually designed by Prince Albert.
All right.
And haven't some of them been passed down through the generations as well? So it's the original helmets from Queen Victoria's era.
So Charles is sitting down again now, or is he about to get up again? No.
He's playing lots of musical chairs getting up and down.
Okay. So so Bev and I here at Buckingham Palace. We're here throughout the day. We're here till 3 o'clock. And
That's
if I'm
right.
not wrong, I'd say it's got a little chillier.
It's definitely got a little chillier.
Beverly's put her coat on.
It's quite cloudy here this afternoon now. The sun is behind there somewhere.
But we're gearing up for what for many the highlight will be the Flypast, Bev. It will be dramatic, poignant.
That's right.
Led by the familiar sound of a Lancaster bomber.
We've got all of the military, obviously, all represented here today.
Yeah. The familiar strain of bagpipes, only one sound can that be, the bagpipes.
So once the procession has passed down the Mall, the stewards and the police may open the route at that point to allow people to move down the road. To get closer, so that they can walk down towards Buckingham Palace, and then the Flypast is at 1:45 here. Now, of course, if you're outside of London, you will see it a little earlier.
Yeah.
Because it does come round that sort of southern, southeastern corner of the country to make its way to London. And there will be, as you say, Andrew, Lancasters, Voyagers, Poseidon, Typhoon, F-35 Lightning jets.
And the royals, the senior royals, will be on the balcony at Buckingham Palace, which we watched being decorated, especially this morning. They had the sweeper, they had the security sweepers, of course, and then it's decked with a royal regalia.
Yeah. Michael Ellis has moved on now, so we've swapped seats, and we're joined back in the studio here by military historian Anthony Tucker-Jones.
Who's written 70 books.
Hello again, Anthony.
You get another book out of this, actually.
Quite possibly, I think.
They're doing it brilliantly, aren't they?
They are, yeah. I mean, it kind of brings a lump to your throat almost a bit, doesn't it? You know. I think it does national pride good, this sort of thing.
I was saying as well, I was wandering around the little media village here. It's cameras from all around the world.
Yeah.
In a sense that the eyes of the world were beyond, because victory in Europe, Britain was such a focal part of that.
It was.
And the King was significant, as was Churchill.
Yeah, I mean, it was. And also, of course, it's a shared event, because the Second World War was coalition warfare, involved a lot of nations. So
America
we
was
won't
part
be the
of the
only ones that will be marking this.
No,
yes.
exactly. And we've talked quite a lot about the monarchy, and there's the monarchy on show.
Yes,
all of it.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. You know, famously, of course, King George VI and Churchill were very good friends. You know, initially there was a bit of a frosty relationship when, you know, Churchill was appointed in May 1940. You know, certain elements within the government did not feel that he was a good choice. But, and even the King favoured Lord Halifax, of course.
I think the King admits he'd blundered when he took Chamberlain onto the balcony of Buckingham Palace, when he came back wielding that piece of paper, peace in our time, and there wasn't peace in our time. And it's seen in hindsight perhaps a mistake by His Majesty.
Yes, I mean, it was ill-advised,
yes.
I think. There was a sort of blind faith that, you know, Hitler would
he was desperate for there to be peace. Desperate for there to be peace.
Yes, he was, but I mean, you know, Churchill, of course, appreciated that Hitler was not to be trusted.
Yeah.
You know, he was the sort of man who gave him an inch, he would take a mile.
But George VI and Churchill did become unlikely friends, and of course, Churchill, the great orator, George VI, who struggled so much with his public speeches.
Yes, there's a certain irony there, isn't there, that one of them a great orator, the other not. But of course, the King did try. You know, he
well, anybody who watched the King's speech will know just how hard it was for him, and he did it. And then and the King came on the balcony on VE Day countless times, Anthony.
Yes, he did, and of course Churchill again famously invited to join the royal family on the balcony. I think they were cheered by something like 20,000 people. An absolutely enormous crowd. Churchill, of course, famously appeared at a number of locations during VE Day.
We're looking at little Prince Louis blowing his fringe out of his face. He's probably got the same sniffles that we've all got with the pollen from these plane trees falling down. But he does look quite gripped. Sometimes it looks like it might be quite hard to keep his attention in these sorts of days, but he's very much behaving himself right now. I mean, what a spectacle to have a front row seat, because it is stunning to see the synchronicity, in a way, of these marches and the music. He's bobbing up and down in his seat there a little bit. Look,
he's dancing.
William's smiling.
They make it look easy, but it isn't. You know, it is an art, marching professionally.
Rolling his eyes at his brother. I love him. Can we just keep the camera on Louis all morning, please? I'd be quite happy with that. He's one of those kids who just can't disguise what he's thinking, can he? You can just read it all over his face.
And of course, he's our gaffy, toothless. That lovely photograph of his 8th birthday. He's a cutie. He's a great star of the future.
He really is. With a veteran sat behind him. Can we see who that is, Cameron? You and I have got the list here, I think, of the box.
What is it? We've got
veteran just behind Prince Louis.
Military historian Anthony. I mean, we know that our military, in terms of numbers, isn't what it was. I mean, it would be, with the army would barely muster the numbers we had during the Crimean War, but it's still the envy of the world in some ways, isn't it?
I mean, the great thing about the British Armed Forces is when they are called upon to do a job, they do it, and they do it with the resources at hand. You know, famously, we've seen deployments to Iraq, Afghanistan. You know, when it's called on to do something, it does it. Unfortunately, maybe with not the sort of budgets it would like, or indeed the manpower. Certainly the last two wars in Iraq,
that's changing.
divisional level deployments.
Since Trump, of course, that's changing now. I mean, this government is committed now to 2.5% of GDP, but we're not quite sure when it's going to happen. And pressure, I mean, some Tories are saying we should be spending 3% of GDP on defence.
Yeah, I mean, I have some sympathy with Trump's stance in his perception as NATO does not pull its weight. He's right, yeah. You know, the US Armed Forces have underpinned the NATO security guarantee since the creation of NATO.
Very few NATO members actually pay what they're supposed to pay, and America's been picking up the bill.
And this is the King saluting the NATO marching detachments, because members of the armed forces of NATO have been invited by the British government to march in this procession today.
I mean, defence has risen up the agenda politically, Anthony, as a political priority, a political potato.
Yes,
partly because Trump says it's America first for me.
Yes, and I think, you know, the UK and the other European NATO allies, they need to pull their weight, because the last thing we would want is America pulling out of NATO. I mean, that would be a disaster.
Yeah, it really would.
I know there has been some talk about SACEUR, so the NATO commander, not being American anymore, you know, which again, having an American general and commander NATO is quite good, because he sort of acts as an arbiter, if you like, amongst the European allies. So America's always paid an important role, and we should be grateful for that, I think.
I think so.
You know, not to say, you know, famously British Army of the Rhine for a long time deployed in Germany.
You may have just noticed in the royal box there, everyone started to clap.
And who were they clapping?
That was when the Ukrainian soldiers walked past. It was.
That's interesting.
Yeah, so the Ukrainian marching detachment walked past, and that's when they all began to clap.
Yeah, I can see she's sitting in a way that we can all notice her, the Home Secretary. Have you noticed that, Bev, in the blue dress and the hat? That's Home Secretary Yvette Cooper. And we can see politicians, we can see Sadiq Khan, the Mayor of London. That's a joy for everybody, of course. I can see John Healey, the Defence Secretary. Kemi Babe, not the Conservative Party. I imagine she'd be the only senior Tory. They haven't got many others.
No, that's right. I think she is the only senior Tory there. Right.
I can't think there'd be many others there. I mean, this isn't about this isn't about politicians. This is about the military and the veterans.
Yes, it's honouring, you know, those that served during the Second World War. It's honouring kind of the Grand Alliance, if you like, of Britain, America, and Russia, and all the other allied nations for what they helped achieve. I mean, 8th of May 1945 is a reason for celebration. I think we were discussing earlier.
Sorry to interrupt you. We're just watching Queen Camilla share her blankets with the veteran next to her. That's Jack Mortimer. And she's spreading out the blanket because it isn't very warm here.
And we also caught another glimpse of the Royal Standard, and it was an extraordinary fact from Brave Hayden Mankiw that the Royal Standard that's fluttering above the palace today is the largest of four sizes. It is the size of a tennis court.
It's absolutely enormous, isn't it?
It's extraordinary.
You can see the people underneath it, and they're dwarfed.
Absolutely. I thought it was a joke at first.
Yeah.
He said, send for Federer.
But he said the perspective is, because Buckingham Palace is so huge, you lose the sense that flag, that standard there is so big, the size of the
of course, when it was unfurled, that was a sign that the King had arrived, because clearly he was in Windsor or Highgrove last night, Cameron. I'm not sure where he was.
He spent the weekend outside of London.
Because if he's in Clarence House, I think the Royal Standard flies at Buckingham Palace, because he's in residence.
Absolutely. He's in residence within the capital city of London, so a Royal Standard flies above Buckingham Palace and Clarence House. But this flag isn't the normal size. This is reserved for big state ceremonial occasions.
It is extraordinary. This extraordinary iconic palace. Nobody lives in it anymore.
No, well, it's currently in the middle of a resurfacing program.
But that suits them, because none of them want to live in it.
No, I doubt very much. I doubt very much that the King and Queen, or indeed the Prince and Princess of Wales, when the Prince of Wales ascends the throne, will live in Buckingham Palace. I just don't see it happening. I suspect more and more will actually start being opened up to the public.
As more of a museum.
Exactly.
And I mean, William and we don't know yet where the court of William and Kate will be, but it could easily be Windsor.
It could quite possibly be, yes. I think they still want their children to have a normal life as possible.
Depends when they accede the throne, of course.
Well, of course, it certainly does. But I think Prince William clearly has got his own house just at the moment in the grounds of Windsor Castle.
Yeah, and they're very
short
happy
stone
there.
From Windsor Castle. But of course, you know, as any member of the royal family they do their duty, and they know sometimes they will have to be in London, and Prince William is no exception.
Yeah, and they can have. They all used to have apartments there, but I mean, it's they're rattling around a very big building now. Is it 750 rooms in Buckingham
Something
Palace?
like that. I mean, there's lots of offices in there. There's lots of staff who are working there, private secretaries, press secretaries, and the like. And of course, the staterooms are still, for time immemorial, going to be used for big state occasions, state banquets during state visits. Of course, the balcony appearance is always going to be part of that.
You have to have your state banquets at Buckingham Palace, Karen, because people want to go to Buckingham Palace. They want to say they've been. People still get a great sense of excitement when they walk across that crunching under your feet, walking across that drive in there. It's an extraordinary moment.
Absolutely, and that ballroom is absolutely humongous, where they host the state banquets, and the food, I'm sure, is always exquisite. Not that I've ever been lucky enough to taste it. But yes, it is certainly a spectacle when you walk into the staterooms and the amount of gold on display.
I'm going to a garden party there next week, and the palpable excitement for some people, I think it's next week or maybe it's next month, it's extraordinary. They're just so excited to be there.
Yeah, absolutely. It is. I've been to a couple.
Yeah. Tea and sarnies.
Tea and sarnies, and they don't serve alcohol, do they?
None at all.
Never have. You never get a glass of wine at a garden party.
You don't get a glass of wine. You have to take your own in.
You do
very proper.
Yeah. If you're lucky enough to be invited to a reception at Buckingham Palace, you are served alcohol.
Yes, definitely.
Yes, the receptions, but not at the garden parties.
No, absolutely. Well, there's thousands of people at them. 8,000.
Yeah,
it's a lot.
It's a lot of sandwiches. That would be a lot of booze.
It would be a lot, yes.
Yeah.
And a select few are lucky enough to meet members of the royal family as well.
Yeah. I think Princess Anne's going to be there when I'm there.
So we see some scouts here at the bottom of your screen. We met the chief scout a little earlier.
He was great, wasn't he?
He was fantastic. And of course, he had that trip to the Lake District with the Princess of Wales only last week, a couple of weeks ago, talking about how
Isn't
important...
she called her Princess Kate?
Yes.
I bet she said, call me Kate. I bet she did.
Probably.
Yeah.
Call me Catherine, probably.
Catherine, yeah.
Yes, exactly. Catherine,
and he was saying how important it is that there are these activities which rely so much on British volunteers to run these particular groups. And there'll be volunteers, of course, working behind the scenes who have helped to put today on as well. Thousands of people employed in the execution of such a phenomenal occasion.
Now, this looks like we've got a procession. Is this police officers joining the procession? It looks like police officers. So, be medalled in their number.
Certainly a lot of medals, aren't there?
There really are. There really is. Cameron is going through his notes.
Yes, I am. Well, I'm assuming the police are part of the uniformed civilian services.
Yeah, that would be
I think that's probably what's going on here.
Well, I think there's maybe the Navy there as well.
Yes, we do have contingents from the Royal Air Force, Royal Navy, and British Army as well, as we saw the Ukrainian contingents and NATO allies too.
Of course, we should always be reminded, Auntie, that the King is Commander-in-Chief.
Yes, he is.
As was the Queen before.
It's a formality, but of course you have to ask the monarchy's permission to deploy troops overseas, you know.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Which, of course, you know, in the past, it meant the Queen had to sign off deployments to Afghanistan and Iraq.
And right. And she'd have done that with a very heavy heart.
I think so, yeah. I mean, it's not a decision you would take lightly.
No.
And on the other hand, not something she could really refuse.
Equally, during the Falklands, she was signing off troops to liberate British soil.
Yes, yeah.
In 1982.
Yes.
Very significant.
Yes, you know, and probably one of the last conflicts, actually, that we've undertaken on our own.
Yes.
Because most of the conflicts since have been coalition warfare. You know, particularly Afghanistan and Iraq.
We can just feel and see a few spots of rain there on the camera lens.
Yes.
It might be a small shower on its way.
Just to add to the joy.
The weather forecast not looking... We're being attacked by pollen, I'm afraid. The weather forecast not looking great for the Flypast, to be perfectly honest. Maybe to see the Princess of Wales and Prince George and Princess Charlotte on your screens.
London Mayor Sadiq Khan, of course, over her left shoulder.
But of course dotted with lots of veterans from the Second World War.
Catherine, little Charlotte waving. Bless her.
You can just see Her Majesty the Queen there talking to Jack Mortimer, Royal British Legion veteran, and as you were saying earlier, Bev, sharing a blanket because it's a little bit chilly here in central London this morning.
Thank you. And some very highly polished armour there.
Yeah, and I can hear bagpipes in the distance, which is always a stirring sound, don't you think?
Isn't it?
It really is. And William, of course, in his military uniform, Anthony?
Yes, yeah, quite rightly.
Yeah, he's Prince of Wales wearing the RAF #1 uniform.
Yeah.
Yes, because of course he served as a helicopter pilot.
He did, he did. And of course his brother, who's not here for obvious reasons, of course, saw active service in Afghanistan.
Yep.
And wrote about it in his book Spare. Here's the bagpipes. Oh, that's a great sound.
It's always very stirring, isn't it?
Isn't it?
I can imagine in times gone by why people armed with muskets and bayonets would have happily marched towards the guns.
Yeah, yeah. It would also be quite an intimidating sound for the enemy, I'd have
Yes,
thought.
I think so. Well, I think that was the idea. But yes, you can understand.
Here they come.
You know, something like the Crimea War, where you've got them playing and you're marching towards the sound of battle. Actually, it's quite stirring.
Yeah, yeah. Extraordinary. And is the King on his feet again? Yeah, the King's on his feet again, saluting his troops.
Yes, everyone loves a pipe and drum band.
They do,
yes,
they do.
Rousing.
He's going to be central, Cameron, to most of the events this week, the King, presumably.
Yes, he certainly will do. He's going to be taking part in the service of Thanksgiving at Westminster Abbey on the day itself, on Thursday, on the 8th of May. The Queen is going to be at the Tower of London tomorrow, looking at the display of ceramic poppies outside the Tower.
I'm going to see those tomorrow. That's going to, that'd be lovely.
Yes,
really
it certainly
looking
will
forward
do.
to it.
And we will be bringing you that, of course, live on GB News as it happens.
Just explain what those ceramic poppies are. Remind us, Cameron, because that's a fairly new innovation, the ceramic poppies.
It is, of course, poppies, the symbol of remembrance during for any kind of Second World War, First World War, and of course, as a royal fortress, the Tower of London is seen as a pretty poignant place to put this artwork on display, because the King is, of course, head of the armed forces, and the Tower of London, yes, it houses the crown jewels, but it did play actually a bit of an integral part in the Second World War. In fact, sorry to be morbid, but the last person executed at the Tower of London was actually during the Second World War, where a German spy was killed, because it was a military barracks as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it's a very moving sight, that field of poppies, really moving.
Just looking at the box here, as we're calling it, the dais that the VIPs are sitting on, that's Yvette Cooper there in blue, of course, and beside her, to her right, is a Royal British Legion veteran, Tom Stonehouse. Next to him is a representative of the Royal British Legion. Beside her is Sadiq Khan, the Mayor of London. We can see Kemi Badenoch there in shot.
Yeah.
And she is flanked by...
She's next to a veteran who's absolutely weighed down with medals. I'm not sure.
Just see Sir Keir Starmer behind the Queen as well. Speaking to Sir Keir Starmer is a Royal British Legion veteran called Albert Keir.
Yeah, and Lady Vic, his wife, is there, because we don't see too much of her by his side. She does what she has to do.
Yeah.
But very important to be there today. Camilla holding on to her hat for dear life.
Yes.
Don't lose that, Ma'am. That would be a bit difficult.
Now, if the seating plan is correct, next to Kemi Badenoch on her right, that's Alistair Cairns MP with the medals.
I thought it might be. So that's the Armed Forces Minister, who did have a long and distinguished military career. Michael, I think you and I were saying he was in the army, he was in the services almost up until a few weeks before he became an MP.
That's right. A very distinguished military career. He's the Minister for Veterans, and a very well-deserved row of medals there.
Yeah.
And you might hear in the background the pipes and drums. The Scots Guards and the Irish Guards have been, and the RAF pipes and drums have been playing music in the last few minutes. And They're the ones that have just been marching past the King. And then the uniformed civilian services. We mustn't forget about those, Andrew and Bev, because they also had a part to play, and I think it was King George VI who ordered that they take part in future parades.
Right.
Because the police, the fire service, the
ambulances,
the ambulance service, including St John's ambulance, they're all part of the parade here today. The British Red Cross, the Prison and Probation Service are here as well. The Women's Royal Voluntary Service, WRVS, and His Majesty's Coast Guard, the Royal Fleet Auxiliary, and the Merchant Navy. They've all taken part today.
But also, if you think during the Blitz how busy the fire service and the ambulance service must have been.
Well, impossibly busy.
Flat out the whole time.
Flat out, and it's actually therefore fitting, I think, today that the sort of officer commanding the uniformed civilian services was the Chief Fire Officer of Berkshire Fire and Rescue Service, Wayne Bocock. And he was taking the salute. He was leading the that particular division there in today's parade. And the stunning Queen Victoria Memorial, finally completed in 1924, so 23 years after the death of Queen Victoria, but it was unveiled in 1911.
Churchill was there, wasn't he?
He was there as Home Secretary at the time.
Yeah. You forget how many jobs Churchill had.
He did have quite a few jobs.
Yeah.
And he was quite an exceptional, of course, historical figure outside of his time as Prime Minister. People always think of him, don't they, as those years that he was Prime Minister, but his life really did read like a novella. It was like an absolute novel, because...
and he crossed the floor a few times.
The excitement of his life, yes, absolutely. He did, and His Majesty in the uniform of an Admiral of the Fleet there.
Just saluting the Armed Forces cadets and uniform youth, cadets, and the band of the Boys and Girls Brigade is what you are hearing on your radios and televisions at this moment.
It feels like the procession. Is that the procession drawing to a close?
That is, So there's 10 youngsters from the Army Cadets, RAF, Navy Cadets, the Boys Brigade, as Cameron was saying. Fire Cadets are there also, Andrew. Scouts, Girl Guides, the Sea Cadets.
What a treat for them.
Oh, absolutely. Can you imagine? They'll remember
getting
this.
picked for that.
And then saluting the King, as they march past. And the police cadets are there as well, St John Ambulance Cadets. 10 from each.
And the weather held out for it.
Yeah, the rain didn't come.
And I think we should just reflect maybe for a moment on what VE Day must have been like 80 years ago. To know that you're just coming to the end, that almost to an abrupt end, to a period of rationing.
Yeah, rationing went on for many more years.
It went on for many more years, but at least there was light at the end of the tunnel. The changes, that not going to sleep at night with sirens over.
The killing was going to stop.
In air raid shelters, knowing that you might suddenly see your children returned to you if they'd been taken to the country, and all of those huge. Small changes to family at a family level, not at a military level, not at a national level, but on a domestic level. How joyous you must have been to think those were coming to
the dread for the families about the telegram saying,
"Oh goodness,
lost."
But don't forget, of course,
or lost in action.
It was the conflict. The victory over Japan didn't follow for another 3.5 months.
August the 15th.
Wearing the same uniform as her mother did in 1945.
Is she really? Well, she was incredibly close, wasn't she?
II,
Yeah, and of course, Michael, that war in victory in Japan, I mean, there won't be the same outpouring of...
There has been, over the decades, actually, some criticism that the completion of World War II, with the victory over Japan, has not received the same amount of attention. So that's not a modern thing, that people were criticising that in the years after the war. But it's important we recognise that lives were continued to be lost for another 3.5 months after VE Day.
So we're watching the Waleses leave the stage now, leave the dais to go, presumably within Buckingham Palace. We've got about 50 minutes until the Flypast.
So they're going to go and have a nice warm
Cup of tea. I'm very jealous.
Yes.
We can walk over there.
Yeah, they're going to
go on, Andrew.
Put their feet up. They put their feet up. They're going to put their feet up.
Well, we've got something to look forward to with the Flypast because a Lancaster bomber is going to be leading, and I think every schoolboy would have known during World War II the distinctive sound of those different aircraft, and this bomber that's going to be flying over Buckingham Palace in the next 50 minutes or so is one of only 2 left that is operational. Only 2 that can still fly. And considering they made 7,377 of them, I'm told, there's only 2 left. But this is 80 years old, this aircraft. We're going to see that within the hour. And with some modern aircraft.
What a labour of love to be able to keep that plane still flying.
They must really be. They must work on it constantly.
Oh yeah. And the people who work on it love it.
Absolutely.
That's the King now walking with Queen Camilla back into the palace. I'm not sure who's to the left of
It may be his equerry, to be honest. I don't think it's a member of the royal family. Yes, it's his equerry. And of course, King and Queen will be hosting a tea party inside the palace for the veterans this afternoon, as well as the Flypast.
What a treat for them.
And they'll be back on the balcony, won't they, Cameron? We'll be seeing them on the balcony?
Yes, so the senior royals will be on the balcony. The veterans will be in the back garden watching that Flypast as well.
So they'll get a bird's eye view too.
They certainly will, yes. And we're expecting Prince George, Princess Charlotte,
I didn't see Prince Edward, the Duke of Edinburgh. He must be there somewhere, Cameron.
Yes.
We saw Sophie Wessex, the Duchess of Edinburgh, but
maybe in uniform.
I didn't see him.
No, I didn't see him.
Well, we did
you see him?
I haven't seen him. We were told he was going to be here.
I wonder perhaps if he's doing something else.
Also have what he was meant to be wearing, which the Duke of Kent will be wearing Field Marshal No. 2 service dress. So presumably, if he wasn't there, they would have told us. So we may just well have missed him. But obviously, the confirmation will be if he is on the balcony or not later on.
Will he be on the balcony, Duke of Edinburgh?
He should be. I'm told he should. Duke of Edinburgh and Duke of Kent.
Yeah.
Duke of Kent, I'm told, should be on the balcony. Yes.
Because he's that wartime generation.
He is. So he was born in the 1930s, wasn't he? So I think he was about 10 years old when VE Day happened. Grandson of George V.
Yeah, and his brother, of course, died in the war. His brother was killed in a plane crash.
His father was killed in a plane crash. So he became Duke of Kent much earlier than expected.
Yeah.
1942, I think.
Yes, in Scotland.
Yeah.
And so he's 89 now, Duke of Kent, and
he was very close to the Queen, the late Queen.
Close.
They were very, very close cousins.
We're expecting Nigel Farage to be back with us in just a moment as well to talk us through the Flypast. Because of course, Nigel, not just a politician, but he's a bit of a military historian, isn't he?
And he likes his planes. So Nigel will be joining us shortly. The sun is getting warmer, so the rain has stayed off, Bev Turner.
Remarkably.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed it stays
off.
The
clouds actually are parting. I can see a little blue sky here at the moment.
So the Flypast will be, the military precision will be 1:45, and it's going to be breathtaking, led by the familiar sound of a Lancaster bomber. As Michael Ellis explained, only 2 of them in existence. 80 years old, this plane. Extraordinary.
That's right. Behind that will be a Voyager, an A400M, C-17 Poseidon Typhoon, Rivet Joint, F-35 Lightning, Hawk T1 and a Typhoon.
And of course ended with the Red Arrows as well.
Exactly, and we've got Nigel Farage here. Nigel, are you excited about this?
Well, I am. Yes and no.
Oh.
I don't want to rain on the parade. Terrific that we've got the Lancaster.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's a lot of people don't realise there were 7,000 Lancasters manufactured during the war, of which 3,500 were shot down.
Amazing, isn't it?
But of course, think about it, many of those Lancasters were produced towards the end of the war. So actually, you know, I mean, if you joined Bomber Command, unless you took retirement after your tour of 30 operations, if you kept going, you just weren't going to make it out through the other end of the war. I would say the sheer casualty rate, forget the planes, but the sheer casualty rate for the guys in them was pretty horrendous. So it's an amazing plane. There's one flying here, there's one flying in Canada. But the disappointment, and it's a very big disappointment, I'm sorry to say, is we haven't got any Spitfires or Hurricanes today. And nobody's given me a proper, decent explanation as to why that is.
I rather assumed there would be a Spitfire today, of all planes.
Well, I mean, there are lots of Spitfires flying.
Yeah.
But there are more Spitfires flying now than there have been for a long time as they get done up. There are Hurricanes flying as well. I don't understand it.
No, we'll try and get to the bottom of that.
Yes, you're absolutely right, because they do exist. We have I know there are
And there is going to be one involved later on in the week. I think we might see one on Thursday.
The Spitfire and Hurricane will fly over the Arboretum.
Yeah.
The National Arboretum. That's happening on VE Day on Thursday itself.
But not here.
Why we haven't got a Spitfire today,
We'll try and answer that, Nigel. Thank you so much. Thank you also
Nigel's staying with us.
to have joined us today and to stay with us. We are with you unusually until 3 o'clock this afternoon. You're watching a very special edition of Britain's Newsroom on GB News on this incredibly momentous day.
Stay with us.
Stay with us. We're going to be having the Flypast, as we said, at 1:45. The Royals, some of them have made their way now back into Buckingham Palace to prepare for events, and of course the senior royals will be on the balcony for that flyover. Any moment now, we're going to be finding out the answer for Nigel Farage as to why there is no Spitfire in that Flypast. But so far, Nigel, for people who might just be tuning in, a remarkable day, an important day, and a very special part of our British calendar. Even now, 80 years on, as we said earlier, you might presume that as the years go by, it becomes less relevant, but it feels very relevant today.
Yeah, I mean, of course, once the living links with the day disappear, it may not have quite the same import, but it won't go away completely. You know, I'm sure when there's the 100th VE Day, I'm sure there will be, you know, street parties and celebrations of some kind going on. But in terms of a really big, significant VE Day event, this is the last one.
Yeah.
And we just have to face that. And, you know, behind us we've got nearly 50 World War II veterans sitting there. And that just isn't going to happen again. So it's something that people really need to make the most of. And, you know, I say to everybody, if you get a chance, if there's a neighbour or somebody that is a World War II veteran, you know, take the opportunity to go and talk to them.
Yeah, very good advice.
Or even just to talk to, like, it was occurring to me today, my father's 88, and I've never asked him if he can remember VE Day and what that was like, because I was saying, as much as the pomp and ceremony and the military element and the royal element is so important, I think the domestic stories are so interesting. The families coming back together after having been apart. The celebrations, knowing that life would return to some sort of normal.
Yeah, I mean, in some cases, of course, you know, husbands had gone away.
Yeah.
There might have been a kid on the way, and they might not have been back for 3, 4, 5 years.
Yeah.
So quite difficult, all of that.
Great strain.
And then the other problem, you know, people who'd been away for years, and some had been in prisoner of war camps for years, when they came back to their families, they found settling down to life very, very difficult indeed. I had a friend of mine, who's gone now, and a friend of mine, I used to play golf with him, and he said, I was 18, I was flying a Lancaster, I got shot down, 3 years in a POW camp. He said, I came back to mum and dad. He said, and frankly, my behaviour was appalling.
Yeah.
He said, I wasn't interested.
And nobody talks about mental health. Nobody talks about PTSD in those days.
I couldn't go back to the life I'd had before. He said, I feel really guilty. I probably treated them terribly. But you're right. You know, as I say, we didn't talk about things like PTSD in those days. No. So actually, that coming together after the war, not as calm, simple and as straightforward as many might think.
Absolutely.
And of course, the other problem, you know, you think about London, with 30% of the housing stock in either ruined or in a serious state of disrepair. So people living in quite difficult conditions. And then, of course, rationing.
Went on for years.
Well, it actually, in some ways, by 1947, it was even more difficult than it had been during the war years, a particularly cold winter.
Why was that?
Because we just had nothing left. You know, you've got to remember that our national debt went up to 250 times GDP during the war. So necessarily, we were living in post-war conditions. And the irony of this huge Marshall Plan of aid that was pumped into Germany.
Yeah, they did all right, Jack, didn't they?
Well, I mean, you could argue, you could make a strong argument that the real losers of World War II were Great Britain.
And we only paid off the debt to the United States, what, 20 years ago, the land lease debt?
20 years ago, something like that. You know, we honoured them, obviously. But no, I mean, post-war Britain must have been a very difficult place. And of course, sweet rationing going on until 1953. extraordinary.
Yeah, I mean, my mum and dad, when they got married, lived in a 3-bedroom council flat with about four other couples.
Yes.
And the parents.
Yes.
I mean, there was nowhere else to go.
Yep.
Until they were able to get out of London in the overspur, and they moved to a big council estate in Swindon.
Well,
that was normal.
Those of us brought up in a certain period, I mean, you weren't allowed to leave any food on your plate. Waste of food just did not happen, did it?
No,
Do you remember?
I do.
Even if you couldn't stand it, you had to finish everything.
You'll eat it.
That's my grandmother used to say to me. I absolutely had to make sure I finished.
There was no
My mother
excuse.
still does it to her grandchildren now. If they don't eat their lunch, she leaves it. She says, "Don't come back for anything else until you finish that."
It's the right attitude.
Yeah, no, but it is a kind of, as I say, VE Day, obviously, day of great joy.
Yeah.
But then too easy to forget that the 14th Army was still in the jungles of Burma.
I'm just saying, I mean, some people watching were thinking, what about my grandfather who was in the Far East?
Absolutely.
And the war went on till August the 15th?
Slim's Forgotten Army.
Yeah.
Yep. And they're in the jungle, and you've also got Changi.
Yeah.
Of course, the big prison camp, amongst others. 17,500 British soldiers died of malnutrition and disease.
And it was wicked what happened to those prisoners.
Oh, appalling. Yeah. And,
wicked.
You know, the bridge over the River Kwai and all of that.
Yes.
But of course, you know, no one knew until Hiroshima that a nuclear bomb even existed, and the moral debates around war, of course, and should the bomb have been used. But I mean, the Americans took Okinawa, and the Japanese defended it and caused such incredible casualties on the Americans, and such was the Japanese state of mind that you had civilians throwing whole families, committing suicide over cliffs, being told that the Americans were the devils.
Yeah.
And so MacArthur, who was the general in charge of the American army out in the east, and Harry Truman, who then was president, said, well, if we go and try and take mainland Japan, it might cost us 1 million casualties, and it might take 5 more years.
Yes, right.
And that's why the bomb was dropped, which ended the war.
And of course, the Japanese people thought their emperor was a god and would fight to the end.
Yes, and that was part of the surrender was that Hirohito had to go on live national radio and renounce his deified status. So
extraordinary, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Oh, I mean, you know, as I say, VE Day wasn't the end of World War II.
No.
And then, of course, the change of government. You know, Churchill, the hero, gets voted out in July.
Cheer to the rafters today, all day. It's 80 years ago.
You know, and
what a shock for him. He lost by a landslide.
Absolutely extraordinary.
What do historians make of that election result?
I think
How is it
Churchill was
explicable?
associated with Churchill was deeply associated with a pre-war Conservative Party.
Yeah.
And I think the echoes of Lloyd George's A Land Fit for Heroes. Lloyd George says there'll be a land fit for heroes. But if you actually look at the early 1920s at blind, severely disabled veterans in Britain, there was no land fit for heroes when they came back from World War I.
Yeah.
And so Attlee, in his own quiet, modest, but very sincere way, said, we will build a welfare state.
Yeah.
And we will give you free healthcare, we will give you these things. And so the election was, I think, less a judgment on Churchill, but more a judgment on what's the vision for the future
that they want.
that we find attractive and appealing.
Find that inspiring, Nigel Farage.
Well, you know, I mean, look, you know, I've spoken to people who were, you know, World War II officer class, who said we all voted left wing, we all voted socialist. We had
because they wanted a change,
and because of that betrayal that had happened. And it's easy for us too to forget how close together the wars were. You know, when World
War of all wars,
started,
it was supposed to be the War of all wars, and it came again.
21 years later. So I really do believe it was the betrayal of the land fit for heroes that led to that election.
And of course, people forget that Attlee was Churchill's deputy during the Second World War.
Loyal.
And very loyal. And they worked very well together, even though he often mocked him.
And not only, well, he took the mickey out of him. But then in those days, people did without being terribly offended.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, those generations had much more humour.
He said a quiet man with little to say, or something he said about him.
But Attlee is a very modest man. He has much to be modest about.
That's right.
All those things. That sort of went on. But Attlee himself, interestingly, on his door, his House of Commons office door, always had Major Attlee. He always self-described as Major Attlee. So proud was he of his service in the trenches in World War I.
Yeah.
So and this is, I mean, the Labour Party essentially. The Labour Party essentially came to power in 1924, being voted for by servicemen and indeed their widows back in the United Kingdom. And all through that period of time, it was always the Labour Party that was seen to be the patriotic party, the party of the working man, whereas the perception then of the Conservative Party is it was more a party of business interests, landowning class. It's very interesting.
If you get close to repeating your success in the council elections at a general election, Nigel, in 4 years' time, what would a reformed government, what would your ambition be for our military and our armed services?
Well, I think we've run down our armed services. I'm afraid the Conservatives did it, really.
They did.
It was the early years of the... In fact, it was when Starmer came into Downing Street last year, you know, he could accurately say that defence spending was higher in the last years of Gordon Brown's government than it had been at any point during the 14 years of Conservative rule. Now, it's one thing spending money, but it's quite another how you spend it. And I think there are some very, very serious concerns about the way the Ministry of Defence is structured, about procurement.
But Nigel, that's been around since the mid-80s when Margaret Thatcher brought in a man called Peter Levine. You remember that? He was a man from external, he was a clever businessman, he was going to sort out defence procurement. It never got fixed.
Never happened. And of course, you know, we're talking about a military build-up, and yet we've only just managed to save the last primary steel production in the country, which of course is an essential part. You know, you need primary steel to make tanks and make all of those weapons. So no, but I think, I tell you what's awful is the state of demoralisation in the armed forces. I mean, people are... Recruitment's terrible.
And the police,
you know,
and the NHS, all of the people who are working in service are deeply demoralised.
But why would anybody join the police force when you see what's happening to the guy who was cleared of killing Chris Cabot?
Well, and I hadn't realised that the boys that carry the armed weapons don't get paid.
Don't get an extra penny.
No, it's basically a voluntary promotion that you make
responsibility.
You make a split-second decision, which, and frankly, I mean, Cabot was a very, I mean, let's be honest, a really very, and you see the video of him trying to smash the cars to get out. So no, there is real demoralisation. I'd also say that the SAS at the moment are in a very deep state of crisis. We have Northern Ireland inquiries still popping up from 50 years ago. So there does need to be a very, very big turnaround. And I also would say this, I think one of the meanest things and stupidest things this government, they've done many, but that this government have done, is they've removed all funding for Army, Air Force and Naval cadet units within schools.
I don't think I even knew that.
Yeah, gone. So now there are still local Army Cadet forces that boys and girls can join.
And how much money does that save?
Piddling.
Isn't it?
Piddling some of money. And they've even done that.
And particularly, and what's so frustrating about that is particularly those kids who might not have the sort of families who would seek outside clubs will only get access to those sorts of organisations within the school setting. How can you let those boys and girls down?
I would encourage all of that. I would also encourage scouting. I would encourage all of these things. I think, you know, boys and girls getting involved in organisations where, you know what, there's actually some sense of structure. And some sense of teamwork.
How very old-fashioned, Nigel Farage.
Well, do you know something, Bev? You know something? I'll make you a promise, prediction.
Go on.
Old-fashioned values will come back into fashion. And I'm already seeing, amongst these Gen Zers, these 16 to 24-year-olds, I'm seeing a lot of young people, they actually want something they can believe in.
They
want something they can actually be a part of. No, it's all going to come back. As ever.
I think you would have a lot of parents behind you in that. It's parents who get frustrated with the lack of structure, boundaries, rules, school discipline. Youth clubs have gone. You know, I don't think that would be unpopular at all amongst a lot of parents.
It's coming. You watch.
Good.
You just naturally became a cub and a scout when we were kids.
Most people did. Most people did. Some of these organisations now do struggle to find staff. Because, you know, yes, we know abuses went on in some of those organisations, but now you get a situation where you know, if you even touch a child like that.
I know.
So that is getting that balance right. I'm not saying it's easy, but maybe we've gone a bit too far the other way. But I mean, I admire anyone that gives up their free time, you know, to help teenage boys and girls find some sense of purpose in life.
Very much
and they're the people that should get the gongs.
Yeah, very much so. And in some cases, and there are some MBEs that get given out, but arguably not enough. And whereas the number of gongs given out in Westminster, well, we won't discuss that.
Now, when does your new MP take her seat?
Tuesday.
That's tomorrow?
Tuesday, yes. I will have the honour.
Do you introduce her?
Lee Anderson and I will march her up to the dispatch box, at which she will put her hand on the Bible.
Big moment.
And big moment for her. She's done a lot in life. She was successful in business.
Yeah.
She was in local politics, was mayor of East Cheshire.
Yeah.
This is Sarah Poacham we're talking
and 20 years as a magistrate, 12 years in charge of the bench. So she knows a lot about social problems. And she has already told me that what she wants to champion are women's issues. And by that what I mean is women's safety issues. The fact that increasing numbers of large numbers of women, young women, are increasingly worried and concerned about walking out, walking home from the pub or from a nightclub or whatever it may be, and that's an area that she wants to focus on. And I think she'll do it very, very well.
Yeah. We've got that sound is the road sweepers couldn't be they're doing their bit. They've got to clean for the Royals.
They're clearing up the horse mess.
Yes, the horse mess. I know exactly. I was going to be diplomatic. I was going to say a bit of refuge, but it is the horses. There are a lot of horses, and there is a lot of But it's called that. It's nature.
It certainly is.
Yeah. So that's a big moment tomorrow, Nigel. What time? And that happens at the beginning.
That'll be at 2:30
when the speaker after prayers.
So that'll be at 2:30. That all happens tomorrow.
There won't be many cheers.
No, but we don't care about that.
No.
What this election's just taught us is how out of touch this Parliament is with the country. The last general election produced a bizarre, very odd result, and they're a very out of touch group of people.
I was going to say one thing. If you carry on, if you win. Just say you win by first past the post. Do you then reverse your commitment to electoral proportional representation?
We need reform. We do need reform. I've always favoured the AV+.
But it looks to me like you're doing it in first past the post.
Just because everybody else in politics is in it for self-advantage and not principle.
Oh, no.
Don't assume.
Surely not.
Don't assume that I'm one of those.
No, what a thought. What a thought.
Don't assume I'm one of those.
What a thought. But if it works, it works.
I'm not one of these people that went to Oxford University and dreamt of being PM all his life.
No.
I come into politics to change things. I think the House of Lords is an abomination.
Is it going to go?
If we get a chance to, it'll go as it currently is. Do we need an upper chamber to look at legislation with expertise and say things again? Of course we do. But its current construction is an abomination. I think the voting system does need an element of proportionality in it. The sort of AV+ system, where you have 2 ballot papers and the last 25% of seats.
Didn't we put that to a referendum? It got decisively rejected.
Well, it was put to a referendum, but it was incomprehensible.
I didn't understand anything.
It was incomprehensible.
Yeah, I didn't know what I was voting for.
I mean, how Nick Clegg got mugged off with that, I have no idea.
He described it as a pathetic little measure.
It was ludicrous. But I also think, Andrew, that the biggest political change of our times is Brexit.
Yeah.
Okay. Why? Why did we get Brexit? Because we asked the people. Had we asked the House of Commons, we'd never have got anywhere near it. And I think there are major issues around our life where actually the public deserve the right to have a say in referendums.
Just a few weeks ago, Nigel, with all of the furore around Rupert Lowe, people were saying, this is it, this is going to be, this isn't just a dent in the Reform Party, this is going to destroy the Reform Party. And over the weekend, people were saying, Rupert who?
Yeah.
It doesn't appear to have made any sort of impact, despite the best efforts of Andrew Pierce with his journalistic expertise.
Even though I work here, I'm going to be critical of GBNews. GBNews covered this story obsessively, as if it was some huge story.
It's all his fault.
And it was never a huge story. It was one person who had increasingly been heading in a different direction from us.
Your chairman made it a big story by calling in the police.
Well, he did do that.
Do you think that was a good idea? Nigel Farage, I've got to challenge you.
I'll pass on that.
There we are.
I'll pass on that.
It was a bizarre decision, Bazir Youssef, to call in the police.
But it was only ever going to be one person. And the upshot of this, what it really tells you is that X is not the real world.
Yeah. Correct. Twitter as it was now.
Twitter as it was is not the real world. So, when you get problems in life, the best thing is to confront them.
Would you have him back now in the party, Rupert Lowe, after all of this? Ben Habib, is there a way back for Ben?
Over my dead body.
Well, he wrote a piece saying you didn't deserve your victory. Did you see it?
I mean, I'm sorry, you get these small, very insignificant people who
say what you think, Nigel.
Who think they're more important than they are. They're frankly nothings. There you are.
Yeah.
And I mean, you know, I don't mind people sounding off. I don't mind people disagreeing with me. I never have done. As long as there's some fundamental underlying loyalty. And that's the one thing I demand.
You just kept the ship steady, it seemed, as an observer, when all of the headlines were about Rupert Lowe and Ben Habib and whether this was a split in the political right. You just kept your hand on the tiller, it seemed, and you just carried on in that direction towards those local council elections where you've swept the board by any definition and that by-election. Were you confident, Nigel, all the time throughout that process that it was going to go that way?
Of course. Well, I was confident that Rupert Lowe and the alt-right Tommy Robinson supporters on X, you know, weren't much of a benefit to us. I was confident about that. I was confident it was the right thing to do. You know, I knew it would dent us in the short term, but no more than dent us. But, you know, I mean, look at the image of the party now. You know, we now have two very prominent women in the party. We have...
So Andrea Jenkins is the mayor of Lincolnshire.
Andrea Jenkins and Sarah Pochin. So we have two prominent women now amongst the sort of top half a dozen team in the party. We have a chairman who's a very brilliant man, Zia Youssef.
Despite calling in the police.
Do you know what? When you do as much as... It's all well and it's easy for journalists. Just sit at the back of the room.
You wouldn't have done it.
You
wouldn't have done it.
All you lot do. All you lot do is chuck bricks.
You wouldn't have done it.
When you're someone at the front line doing stuff, you do 100 things. You might get one wrong. You know. So we've got to, and who happens to be a member of the ethnic minorities. Not that that's why he's there. I think the whole look at reform is very, very different. Very, very different. So, no, did we do the right thing over Rupert Lowe? You bet.
If you're a betting man...
Which I am.
Well, that's the point. I mean, MPs have to be careful about betting on things. But, I mean, what are the odds of a major breakthrough and reform being the largest party, or even with an overall majority?
I
mean, if you translated those... I know it's smaller turnout, but you can build on this because you now have the infrastructure.
Local government base gives us the infrastructure to develop further on building a national party. And there'll be more hiccups, because there always are. It's called politics. I mean, goodness me. I mean, Labour have just had somebody arrested for child rape. You know, I mean, all parties face these difficult problems. And we'll have a few of them, I'm sure. But I mean, look, our chances of being the largest party, I mean, right now, you wouldn't get odds much better than Eden's. Given where we are now. But look, I've been in this long enough to know politics is a game of snakes and ladders. Sometimes you make a mistake yourself, you go down. Other times just events conspire against you, or it goes the other way. There's a lot of luck in life. And if you talk to any one of these 50 veterans sitting behind us, you know, they would say, why am I still alive when the bloke next to me wasn't? You know, there's a lot of luck in life.
We've just got Michael Ellis is joining us again, the former Attorney General, and we've just been talking about politics. Are you a betting man, Michael Ellis?
No, I most certainly am not. I'm not a betting man. But I think it would be rash to place too many large bets on things political. It's a long way off yet, you know. So let's see what happens. But I think that.
But if you put money on Donald Trump making a comeback as president after the Capitol Hill dispute, you'd have got pretty good odds.
Yes, I thought he could come back actually. So, but you're right. Many people thought that
was the end of him.
That was the end of him. Absolutely right, and he proved them wrong.
Let me just interrupt you for a minute there, Michael, because the crowds are walking here down the Mall.
They're being allowed to go. Oh, here they come.
They have been released from behind the barriers. We've got the police officers at the front here leading them down towards Buckingham Palace for the Flypast. Now they're making their way very promptly because some people will want to get to the front row to see the balcony from as close as they possibly can. where the royal family will come out, senior royals, onto the balcony to see the Flypast, which is in less than, it's roughly about 20 minutes, Michael. And what are we expecting from the Flypast?
Well, this is really exciting, and this is why there's so many people here looking forward to seeing this Flypast, because, and the police, of course, are walking them over so no one runs and there's nobody gets hurt, because there's a lot of excitement building here. We're going to see a Lancaster bomber, one of only two, as I was saying earlier, that still works, that's still operational. And they were completely iconic and remain iconic World War II. This one was built in 1945, actually, just really at the very end of the war, so it never actually saw action. It came off the production line, I think, 31st of May 1945, so it's very nearly 80 years old itself.
Yeah.
But I must say, on the red arrows...
Yes, you heard Nigel Price saying, why do we not see a red arrow today, the iconic red arrow?
Well, I think we are going to see the red arrow today.
Spitfire, sorry, Spitfire. Forgive me.
Because we're going to see the red arrows, certainly.
Yeah.
I mean, the Spitfires now, their conditions, the weather conditions have to be absolutely perfect, and there may be other reasons. The fact is, of course, that because many of these older aircraft fly at much lower speeds than the modern aircraft, the actual timing and the organisation around how they join up to fly over the palace is very complicated, and it's rather difficult now with Spitfires, and there aren't very many of them left, but I'm sure it would have been possible. I don't know the reason why it hasn't happened today, but we're going to see some modern aircraft as well. The Red Arrows, actually Squadron Leader John Bond is not James Bond, but you could be forgiven. It's a good name, I think, for a squadron leader, isn't it? John Bond. He's in command of the Red Arrows, and they are Hawk. They're Hawk fighter jets. They can go extremely fast, talking of speed, and of course we see them in use for this ceremonial occasion, but they are actually very good training aircraft as well, and they are put to a very good use. So we'll also see a Voyager aircraft. They are pretty similar to the civilian Airbuses that we might go on holiday on, except that they have been obviously modified, including with air-to-air refueling. We're going to also see an Atlas, a Globemaster. We're going to see a number of some Typhoons. There's a Poseidon. So some of these aircraft actually are involved in surveillance, including for looking for submarines when they're on active service, and there are some F-35s as well. So there's a lot to look forward to in the next few minutes, and the crowds are, of course, building.
And I can hear the band is playing the White Cliffs of Dover. Dame Vera Lynn's wonderful, wonderful song, which is fabulous.
Yes. Yeah, there's talk of a statue, isn't there?
Yes.
Because you've got the Battle of Britain Memorial up at Capitol Fern on the White Cliffs of Dover.
Yeah.
And there's been a fund just been set up to get a statue of Dame Vera Lynn.
She got to a great age as well.
Wonderful character. Wonderful character.
Yeah, amazing.
I interviewed her a couple of times. She was extraordinary.
Yeah.
She said they were my boys,
well,
and she of course was in the Far East Theatre of War, entertaining them. And she got really close to them, and she got as close as they would allow it. She was extraordinary.
Do you remember? Was it during COVID when the late Queen quoted some lines from
She did We'll Meet Again.
We'll Meet Again.
Yeah, very
and it was so moving.
It was.
That I don't mind admitting that brought a tear to my eye at the time.
Well, women of the same generation.
Oh, tough cookies.
They were that generation.
Absolutely.
They don't make them like that now.
They don't. No.
On the Red Arrows, there's some doubt, isn't there, about future production of Hawk aircraft?
Well, that I don't know, Nigel, but I think that they have proven quite useful. They're quite notorious for their speed.
Yeah.
So that's one of the things that they'll have to get the timing right, and of course they'll be meeting up over various points of the southeast of England to make sure they get the timing right. The cloud is quite low here. It's a bit overcast, but I think hopefully we should be all right.
But it is fantastic. If you listen on the radio, the Mall is thronged now. It is absolutely thronged. So anybody who thought the pretty bleak weather was going to put people off, that's a pretty good turnout, Nigel, isn't it?
Actually, I have to say, sitting here, it's not especially warm, is it?
No,
it is not.
Really
well, look, can I just say, we are getting a warm reception. There's quite a few GBNews fans over there, look, waving in this direction. Very happy to see us. Happy to see
we're waving because it warms us up a bit.
Lots of photos.
Yeah, that's
there we
great.
go.
Yeah.
As everybody makes their way down.
Very good.
Down the Mall to Buckingham Palace. The clouds are looking a little ominous, I can't lie. It's
There is talk
very
that
dark
there
grey
is
in the
talk
sky.
that it might rain during the Flypast.
Which would be disappointing if it does.
They have.
Definitely got darker as
Yeah.
the afternoon's been getting on.
So we presume the Royals having a nice hearty lunch now, Nigel, I imagine, don't you?
So, and a glass of something, I
Yes, I
expect.
hope so. Camilla certainly will.
Have you been in Buckingham Palace, Nigel?
Yes.
For
you've been
what
hundreds
sorts
of times.
occasions?
I've been many times, yeah. There was I mean, look, I'm going back, Michael would have been there far more, but going back 25 years, they used to do these early evening receptions where they'd invite 30 or 40 people for early evening drinks.
MPs and
politicians. I was a young MEP.
Yeah.
It was 1999, and to be invited in then, very, very, I didn't meet them both.
Yeah.
And then what happened was, you then went into a room, and they would mingle. And sort of, I was chatting with somebody. You know how you're conscious that when someone walks up beside you, you can't actually see them, but you know they're there. I turned around, there was the Queen.
They're amazing, isn't it?
And I thought, oh.
And she does have that effect, didn't she?
Yeah, it did have
Always.
that effect on me, yeah.
The only person probably ever.
Luckily, I knew she'd been at Cheltenham that week.
So
you
could talk
so
horses.
we discussed the racing.
Yeah, well, she's an irrelevant then, isn't she?
Yeah, but so yeah, I mean it's and it's the garden party on Wednesday. Wednesday's the first of the garden
I think I'm going to that one.
Yeah, I'm going to that.
Yeah.
And that's if you ever get the chance, and yeah, people do from all over the country people who've done something in their communities. Get the chance to go. And the great trick, if you ever get invited at home, the great trick is to get into the queue as early as you can.
Yeah.
To get in, actually spend an hour just walking around the garden.
Which are beautiful.
And they're fantastic, aren't they?
Yeah.
And they're enormous.
Yeah, they're enormous. It's about 40 acres.
Yeah, it is incredible.
It's about 40 acres.
Yeah.
And it's really worthwhile.
Yeah, it is. And also, there'll be lots of veterans there.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this year, I've no doubt there'll be a big turnout.
Yeah.
Veterans who'll be coming from all over the country.
Yeah.
So yeah, but it's funny, isn't it? Because in one sense, Buckingham Palace is not that old.
No.
And yet it's such an iconic image of the country.
Yeah. I was saying to Cameron, it almost seems a pity that none of them live there now.
Yeah.
I don't think any of them will live there permanently again.
I think you're right.
I think it's going to be opened up more and more as kind of a museum. It is, of course, owned by the state.
I mean, it really is a gold. It is the ultimate goldfish bowl.
Oh, yes, but it's still going to be used for ceremonial and state occasions with banquets, as you were saying, garden parties, Nigel, the rest of it.
I mean, I wouldn't want to see it be a complete open museum. I think that one of the things about royalty that works is a slight element of mystery.
I agree
about it.
What goes on behind those doors? And every day there are hundreds, thousands of people gathered for photographs. It's one of the most famous buildings in the world.
Exactly, and that's why hundreds and thousands of people go inside every year, paying ticket holders to go and see it from around the world, bringing money to the British economy, of course. And they opened up the East Wing, which is where this famous balcony is, last summer for the first time, and it sold out almost instantly.
Of course.
It's absolutely incredible.
And the Royal Mews and the Royal Shops.
Yes, lovely. And we were speaking about the gardens earlier. During the COVID years, they opened up all of the gardens so the whole public could see them, and I couldn't believe, bearing in mind we're in central London, how vast they were. I think it's the largest private garden in central London.
It is, by a long chalk. Yeah. And the Queen loved those gardens.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Boris Johnson kind of ran around them, didn't he, during COVID as well?
Yes.
Well used.
Absolutely. Yeah. So you're looking forward. So Nigel, the Flypast, going to be big for you. You love these planes.
I'm looking forward to it very much. I do regret the lack of a Spitfire. Yeah. And I don't buy the arguments about timings. They actually could have started. They could actually, if it is difficult to assemble,
they could start earlier.
They could have gone before.
Exactly.
I just think, especially for the veterans, the sound of that Merlin engine. It has a very, very distinctive sound.
Yeah. There's only one like it.
But as I say, I don't want to spoil the day. It's a lovely day in terms of what's been going on.
Yeah.
I just rather regret that we're not doing that.
Yeah, and look, even more, they're still pouring in. It's so British, this, isn't it, Nigel? This is so British.
It is.
Union flags, lots of Union flags. Why don't we see? I pity we don't see more of those.
Well, again, I think
people's front gardens and from council buildings, and
I think that's changing.
I think that's changing. I'm seeing more people flying flags now than I've ever seen in my lifetime.
Go to America, they're everywhere.
They're everywhere. Council buildings.
Yeah,
well,
yeah. Do you remember when Gordon Brown brought in? Do you remember?
Our councils would only be flying British flags. I can assure you.
Well, you're not going to have your rainbow flags and diversity flags. That's not. Oh, right. How interesting. Funny that. What a surprise. Yeah. Well, quite. Get rid of them. Who wants them? Who wants them? Not me. When Gordon Brown got in, the flags flew above all government buildings. It lasted about 5 minutes. Initiative. Do you remember?
I do. And Gordon Brown was British jobs for British workers, and an attempt to sort of reclaim that patriotism that we talked about earlier, that the Labour Party used to have. And this year's Starmer, the Prime Minister, on the 23rd of April, St George's Day, put the St George's flag outside number 10. But kind of, do you believe he really believes in it? I don't.
No.
I don't. But no, I think there is a new patriotic wave coming through. Again, it's part of this Gen Z younger generation that I'm talking about. There is definitely a reversion to wanting to be part of something. And how interesting that all the reports from Easter Sunday, up and down the country, more people attending that church service than they'd seen for a generation.
What did you make of that?
It's absolutely true.
You're absolutely right. I was reading all about that as well.
Yeah.
Is it about a sense of people wanting to understand the world in a slightly deeper way, looking for community, looking for a sense of belonging?
Belonging. I think people want to belong to things.
I do.
I think one of the dangers of the online world is you can become so obsessed with your phone, laptop, computer, that you're living completely as an island. Your normal social interactions are rather cut off, so there's a bit of a reversion against that. But it's deeper than that. It's a feeling that something's wrong, that things are going wrong, and trying to look for stability of some kind. I think it's very, very interesting. I mean, I've been very surprised, even in the last few weeks, as I've gone around the country, giving my little talks that I give, and I talk about identity a little bit. And whenever I say the Judeo-Christian roots that underpin everything in this country, a spontaneous applause. Wherever I go, whether it's the north of England, there is a sense that whether we're religious or not, whether we're Christian believers or not, there is a growing understanding and awareness that everything's built on that. The law comes from the Ten Commandments to begin with, or whatever it is.
Let's hope the next Archbishop of Canterbury gets a grip of that, because I never thought the last one, not lamented in his passing, in my view, is not lamented. Welby, worse than useless. Can we have a proper leader of this church who's a spiritual person?
I mean, Welby and I were publicly at war over many things, including Brexit.
I was on your side.
And he said some pretty beastly things about me. But anyway. But the moment for the church to lead, in a spiritual sense, or just in a basic leadership sense, was first lockdown.
Oh, they were appalling. Where were they?
As COVID approached our shores, and people were very scared, because was this going to be a 1919 Spanish flu type?
He closed the churches.
He closed the churches for the first time since 1207. And that was a pope that closed them that time. Voluntarily closed the churches. But I mean, if ever there was a moment for the head of the church to go on the television and the radio to say to people, look, we're going to get through, this is going to be okay, he did nothing.
I agree. And then he went on a sabbatical.
I mean, honestly,
it was a moral
big
dereliction of duty.
I hope the Church of England get it right.
It's amazing that and the Roman Catholic Church will choose its successor to the Pope Francis in about a week's time. We're not going to get a successor to Eustace Welby till September. Has anyone noticed?
I don't understand it. Do you know why that should be?
How can it take so long?
It takes so long?
Well, the King approves it, but of course it's not him that makes the ultimate decision, is it? Because that's just kind of a ceremonial rubber stamp. So I've no idea why at Lambeth Palace do take a while.
Ridiculous.
Of course, they need to find somebody with no kind of skeletons in their closets as well.
I guarantee, I'm putting money on this, it'll be a woman.
I agree.
Because the Prime Minister has a big say in it.
Gentlemen, it's about 5 minutes before the Flypast will commence. We're looking at the pictures here on the screen of the Mall, absolutely full with thousands and thousands of people who have been released by the police, by the security, to make their way up the Mall. We weren't entirely sure whether they were going to make the judgment that that would be okay, and of course they have, because if we look back 80 years, one of the most memorable images, Cameron, were the crowds that flooded down here. It just became a symbol, a sort of totemic image where people wanted to get to. They wanted to see the royal family and Winston Churchill at the time.
And the royal family created that unity. And I think there would have been such a sense of jubilation, of celebration this time 80 years ago.
We want the king, they chanted. We want the king, they chanted. Again and again.
Yeah, and we're getting a sense that this kind of being repeated, history's repeating itself a little bit. Of course, 80 years ago, the then Princess Elizabeth and Princess Margaret joined the crowds to cheer on.
And they were chanting, "We want the king."
They certainly were indeed.
And of course, they weren't evacuated, which is really interesting.
Yes,
and
good
because
point.
there was great debate.
Send them to Canada.
Exactly. They should have been sent to Canada, and the late Queen Mother and the King said, no, we've got to stay here and do what everybody else is.
And there was that moment when the palace was bombed and the Queen Mother could go to the East End and say for the first time she felt she could look the East Enders in the eye because they'd had bombs on their home too, which is a remarkable moment.
Yeah, and they mingled in the crowd, didn't they? The Queen and Princess Margaret mingled in the crowd. I wonder whether people did recognise them.
Well,
I should imagine a lot of them would have been bleary-eyed because Churchill did insist the pubs must not run out of beer. You remember?
Absolutely.
The pubs must not run out, and they were serving till 3 in the morning.
I think it was quite a celebration. Queen Elizabeth was wearing, then Princess Elizabeth wearing her auxiliary territorial uniform. Said she pulled the cap down over her eyes so she wouldn't be recognised, but the officer she was with said, "I will not be seen with an improperly dressed soldier," so she has to put her hat back up. But I think very poignantly today, Princess Anne, the Princess Royal, is wearing the uniform that her mother wore in 1945. That's uniform. So you see that.
And of course, the two princesses, Nigel, did the conga. And do you think the people who had their arms around the waist realised they had their arms? They probably didn't.
Can you imagine now with all the close protection officers? Don't think it would happen.
They'd have a heart attack. Yeah. They wouldn't let you do the conga.
Also, we're all more recognisable.
Yeah, absolutely. Now.
You know, we're almost quite funny.
24-hour TV.
Famous sports people in the 50s, you know, who'd won FA Cup finals, could stop in pubs beside the A1 going home and no one would know who they were.
I know.
And so it's not just more TV, but it's high definition.
It is.
It's internet. It's all
and the world is a camera. Everything is a camera now. Your telephone is a camera. And there's lots of people who've been waving at our guest here, actually, and now they know Nigel's here. And look, the sun is shining. Yeah. There we are. Look, more fans, Nigel. There we are. Some cheers for Nigel. Look at that. Cheers for Nigel. Cheers for GB News too, we hope. There we are.
Lots of GB News fans in the crowd.
Lots of cheers. Yeah. Oh, God,
as we get absolutely bombarded.
An explosion of...
little bits from the plane trees. If you apologies for our coughing and our sniffling a little. We were warned before we came here that these plane trees, P-L-A-N-E, it's spelled.
The plane trees, which of course are all still full of shrapnel.
Yeah.
Full of shrapnel?
Yes, when the Great Storm of '87 happened, one or two of the planes in London fell, and they had terrible trouble with the chainsaws because these trees were all here during the war, and they're all full of shrapnel. Cool. So they kept breaking chainsaws on them.
Yes,
that's amazing.
Yeah.
Well, they are dropping these tiny little
so we are now literally just 3 minutes away now from the Flypast. We'll hear it before we see it, I suspect.
Do you want to get Michael back in for the Flypast as he knows more about planes?
We probably should. Are we going to get Michael back in?
You probably ought to.
But don't you want to be here as well?
I don't mind, but no, he's better at it than me.
Michael's good on the planes. Where's he gone? We're not on air, are we?
A huge crowd outside Buckingham Palace.
So this is a live broadcast you're listening and watching here. This
we were
is
just having a logistical discussion,
80.
forgetting that the mics were on.
Well, you
Andrew
forgot,
Pearce was
Mr. P.
forgetting. Sorry.
Yeah, what's new? So the crowds are all here. We are all going to wait for this very, very impressive image. We're going to see this incredible display.
And remember, at the same time, we have all the veterans inside the Buckingham Palace garden round the back watching the display alongside the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, who is joining that tea party later on inside the palace.
Oh, they'll be thrilled about that.
I'm sure they will. Perhaps they'll be slightly more thrilled by seeing members of the royal family,
I think they'll be absolutely thrilled by
and
that.
Queen and the Prince of Wales.
And I still think there's that lovely irony, Cameron, that they were, particularly two of the veterans were here, joining in the VE Day celebrations, calling for the King, we want the King, and this afternoon they're going to be having tea with the King.
And the doors have just opened,
Here
and
we
the
are.
royal family
so that's about, and the cheers are going up. So
Very
usual
shortly.
military precision timing. Which royal will we see first? Will it be the king?
Usually it is the king
Yeah.
who will come out first. In fact, he is. The king and
There
queen
he
just
is.
making their way
There
onto
they
the
are.
balcony.
Well, how lovely.
Huge cheers from the crowds, Union flags waving, thousands and thousands of people
He's
outside
waving.
Buckingham Palace.
Yeah, they're both waving. Well, that's terrific.
We also see Prince George, Princess Charlotte and Prince Louis
Yeah.
just coming out
So
alongside
there's
Prince Wales.
She's the Princess Charlotte. Charlotte with her little brother, Louis. William's taken his cap off.
The Princess Royal
Yeah.
wearing the uniform that her mother wore, Queen Elizabeth II, in 1945, and Vice Admiral St.
And I
Lawrence.
did catch a glimpse of Prince Edward, so he is there.
Yeah.
Although I missed
He's not
somehow.
on the, yes, he is. He's behind
Prince
the king.
Edward's there behind Sophie,
Yeah.
to the left of the,
And the Duke,
to the image.
and the older figure at the back, Cameron, is the Duke of Kent.
Yes.
Who I think is now 89, and of course was very, very close to the late Queen.
89. He was the Queen's first cousin,
Yeah.
grandson of King George V. His father was killed during the Second World War in a plane crash for Duke of Kent. So he'll have memories of VE Day because he was 10 years old when it happened. But of course, he wasn't a working member of the royal family at that time, so he wasn't on the balcony. So this is the first major commemoration of VE Day without, say, a member of the royal family with living memory of being on the balcony.
And he's done wonderful work, Duke of Kent.
And listen to the music they're playing now.
Okay, so here they come.
Can you hear it comes?
So the first plane is the Lancaster bomber.
Oh my God! Look at that.
Iconic aircraft.
Yeah. That was a bit special, wasn't
it? To be right underneath it.
And notice whether they've flown that aircraft first, obviously slower than some of the modern aircraft.
Yes. And that particular plane was built in Chester in 1945. The war against Japan ended before it was deployed, however, so it never took part in any of the hostilities.
WWII is still with us.
Because the war against
So
Japan.
that was the Lancaster. Now
So
here
here's the
come the
next one.
Voyagers.
Here they come.
The RAF Voyager. And
A
the
bit close to each other. I don't know if it's an optical illusion.
A400 Atlas Prize Norton. The Voyager flown by Flight Lieutenant Jason Alty. And the A400 Atlas
Thank you, darling.
is also behind that aircraft.
It's noticeable there's a fair gap between the planes because of all the cloud cover.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. And they've obviously been very careful about it.
Yeah.
Next up is the RAF C-17 Globemaster, which is flown from RAF Prize Norton. It's a long-range strategic heavy-lift transport aircraft that can
And the
operate
Royal
in support
Standard
of combat.
fluttering in the breeze. Do you know that is the size of a tennis court, that Royal Standard? Genuinely.
Is it really?
It is the largest one they use on ceremony.
They have a variety of sizes of
They
Royal
do.
Standard,
This
don't
is the
they?
fourth largest.
Yeah.
This is the largest,
The largest.
and it's the size of a tennis court.
Good Lord.
You could put it in perspective. You see the size of the men, you know, the security guy on top of the roof. You can see that. So that was you could play your Wimbledon final on
It's
that.
a very
It's amazing.
It's
Good
pretty impressive.
pub quiz
isn't it?
question. That's a good pub quiz question, Nigel. Here's the next plane.
This is a P-8 Poseidon MRA-1 aircraft, operated by number 14 squadron based at RAF
Honour for the
Losemouth.
pilots too. What a great honour for the pilots too to be taking part in this extraordinary.
Absolutely.
day.
Wing Commander Andy Watson is aboard this aircraft, using its radios and sensors to enable effective supervision of this entire flypast on that plane. Fun
So
facts
how
for
many
you there.
planes in this altogether, Cameron?
Oh, I'd need to count, I'm afraid.
Right.
A number. Next we're going to have 6 Typhoon jets, so it's going to be incredibly loud in a moment.
It is.
Here it is, I can hear it coming.
Here they come. Whoa. That's noisy. closer and closer, they're going to get into terrible trouble if they...
A lot of air cadets there waving at GBNews 10.
I know, they love us.
Yes.
We've got a lot of young
There's a fair few air
listeners,
cadets
you know,
watching this
yeah.
Flypast and waving to us and waving to Nigel and the GB News tent.
Yeah, they're not waving to the BBC. Bollocks to them. Oh, that's really nice.
And the magnificent finale of the RAF Red Arrows.
Fantastic, isn't that?
With the red, white and royal blue smoke. Iconic flying over central London and Buckingham Palace. A huge applause from the crowds as members of the royal family wave to them from the Buckingham Palace balcony. And the national anthem is being played.
Gracious King. And Nigel, good to see the King so well. Or apparently so well.
It's good to see the King here.
Yeah.
I understand the treatment he's undergoing is pretty intense.
Yeah, sure, that's right.
He's putting a very, very brave face on it. And it was why the comments from his youngest son the other day were so inappropriate.
Gross.
So inappropriate. Yeah, unnecessary.
And why?
And the King had spoken last week.
Yeah.
Quite movingly.
He did.
About what it was like to have cancer, to have serious cancer.
Yes.
To say, look, you know, it happens to me, it happens to you.
Prince or pauper.
And I thought, yeah, absolutely. And I thought that that was, of all the things that Harry said, that was the one that I thought was the most upsetting.
It's another sign why the King and his other son, can never trust Harry.
Never.
Ever again.
No, there's no conversation they can ever have with him.
Because it'll be on Netflix.
Yeah. So the King, I mean, look, he's been to Australia. He's here. He's off to Canada.
Yeah.
In a few weeks.
Yeah.
So he's doing his bit, but he is undergoing very regular treatment.
Yeah.
As I understand it.
So
it's tough.
we're just watching the royal family heading back inside now, and just as I think the heavens may be about to open here, rain held off.
It did hold off.
Well timed.
You sounded a bit gloomy there, Nigel, about the King.
I feel very sorry for him. I mean, he had to wait an awfully long time. And by the way, he and I have disagreed on things quite publicly, and we've had a few private laughs about our disagreements. But you know, Andrew, I've always believed that he's fundamentally a very good man, a very good human being, very kind, decent, very caring, very genuine. And he does care enormously about the Commonwealth and our connection with all those things. And, you know, chap had to wait until he was in his mid-70s before he got the job, and blow me down if within a few months
he's struck down with cancer.
He doesn't get a horrible diagnosis. So it's been, you know, it's very tough.
And when you consider his parents had such remarkably good health for so long, his father going to 99, his mother to 97.
His mother and father, but of course, if you go back a generation before, they weren't living very long at all.
Well, George VI was 52, 53.
Yeah, so they were, you know, and actually there'd been quite a history going back of the males in the royal line not living very long. So, I just feel a bit sorry for him. That's all. But, you know...
I mean, it's just one of those things, isn't it? I should just say royal sources say that his treatment is going in a very positive direction. As you say, Nigel, we understand it is a weekly cycle of cancer treatments that he's currently on, so it's not sporadic.
And every now and again he has to step out of public duties because it's been so onerous.
He does, but he is at the moment carrying out a full programme of international and national tours. As you said, he's off to Canada in a couple of weeks' time. I suspect there'll be some kind of quite long haul tour actually in the autumn as well. But of course we need to be mindful of the fact he's got cancer and he's 76 years old. He's not a young man.
Yeah, and we've still got. What do you know? Have you got any gossip on the timing of the state visit of the president?
No, September is the favourite.
Do you think so?
September is the favourite. My guess is that it will happen then.
Right.
And it needs to happen. Whatever we think of some of the things Trump's done, it needs to happen. That relationship with America is so important.
Yeah. Well, probably help if the Chancellor doesn't keep telling us it's far more important we do business with the EU. That was helpful.
I quite understand that when she was in DC, but
timing is everything. And
very
position.
odd, very, very odd. In defence terms, without America, we are nothing. And perhaps on a day like today, that's worth remembering. And, you know, VE Day, you know, we did what we did, and we're right to commemorate it, but without the Americans, we couldn't have done it. And the Russians, frankly.
Yeah.
We couldn't have done any of it.
And how much do you think as the royal family helps with the relationship between King Charles, with the United Kingdom and President Trump?
With Biden, it meant nothing. Absolutely nothing. He wasn't interested in anywhere at all. Trump is obsessed with the royal family. I mean, he was so overawed by the Queen. Yeah. I mean, I had so many conversations with him. He just kept telling me she's a great lady. She's a great lady. And when he came here for tea on the official state visit, I mean, I spoke to him about 2 hours after he'd been in there, and he was just blown away. He just said, it's incredible. 70 years, no scandal, never put a foot wrong.
Yeah, never.
I mean, he just admired her incredibly. And he still likes the royal family very, very much indeed. So yeah, for us, it's very useful. Very, very useful.
Yeah, and they have to continue to mind that. I mean, that is soft power, Nigel. That's what we call soft power, the monarchy. It is,
yeah.
And it can be deployed very effectively.
I mean, there aren't that many Republicans in this country. There are some, and they moan about, you know, what it costs to keep the royal palaces going or whatever it is. This is the most important form of soft power that any country in the world has. In the world. This is in some ways, in the West, this is the last proper old-fashioned royal family. If you go to Denmark, you go to the Netherlands, they've kind of downgraded it so much, it doesn't really mean all that much. Here it still means something.
I remember being at a reception about a year ago, and the King of Sweden was there, and I didn't even recognise him. Yeah. I didn't recognise the King of Sweden and the Queen of Sweden, King and Queen of Sweden. I didn't recognise them. Yeah. I can't remember their names. Who would recognise the King of Denmark? Who would recognise the King of Belgium?
Well, it's that global
the Queen
thing.
of Belgium. Is it Queen or King of Belgium? I can't remember.
Well, yeah, and even with the coronation here, just being in this media position.
We're back in Vision now. If we could just have a little wave for our crowd there, everybody, because the GB News fans
are they leaving?
Look at them.
all
There's loads of them.
People waving in the crowd. There are loads of them. They know we are the People's Channel.
A lot of cheering for Nigel here.
They know we represent this country incredibly well on a day like today.
Well, I tell you, having just toured the country for the last month, I'm going to say this. Television numbers are judged by an organisation called Barb, and that tells you how many people are watching TV and measures you against the other channels. Let me tell you, the official figures are wrong.
We know that.
I know that from travelling around the country.
Yeah.
There's a lot of support for this channel out there, and it's very, very passionate support too.
And it's growing. Right, we are still with you for another hour, at least Andrew and I are. Don't go anywhere. It is a momentous day, of course, here at Buckingham Palace. We're going to be reflecting on what we have seen already so far. We're going to be talking about the significance of today and reflecting on why VE Day 80 years on is still incredibly important. What lessons we can learn about those days, and frankly, what can we bring back from those days?
And when you come back, we might have our GB.
You could be the next big winner on the road in this brand new Elnag Baron 560 motorhome, courtesy of Marquis Leisure. Imagine the fun you could have in this luxurious home from home worth over £67,000. We'll also give you £5,000 in tax-free cash to make your next getaway a great one. And it could be all yours. For another chance to win the lot, text WIN to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB13 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 6th of June. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
Because you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News. Britain's news channel.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more.
Whether it's breaking royal news, please bring us up to date, or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
The royal family is an enduring symbol of tradition, unity and pride for Britain. At GB News, we celebrate what makes this country great. In our new royal newsletter series, you can join me, Cameron Walker, for Inside the Palace, an exclusive look every week that takes you beyond the gates and brings you the very latest from those at the heart of the monarchy. Never miss a royal moment again. Sign up now. Go to gbnews.com/royal newsletter and get the latest straight to your inbox.
Hans Britannia, long live the cause of freedom. God save the King.
Years ago, the guns fell silent across Europe and a weary Western world dared to breathe again. Victory in Europe Day marked not just the end of the conflict, but the dawn of peace, resilience and remembrance, a spirit that endures to this day. Very good afternoon. It is Monday, the 5th of May, live across the United Kingdom. This is a very special edition of Britain's Newsroom, extended with me, Bev Turner, and Andrew Pearce. Now, all day we are going to be here live at Buckingham Palace. GB News will be bringing you all of the reflections of today. And also, of course, we are moving on to see all of the celebrations going on around the country as well. But what a sight it was to behold. Over 1,000 British and Commonwealth troops and Second World War veterans march from Whitehall through Admiralty Arch and up Pall Mall to arrive at Buckingham Palace. And in just the last few moments, the Red Arrows brought the finale, painting the sky red, white and blue with their signature trails.
Centre stage with not only the King and Queen making an appearance, but other senior royals, including the Prince and Princess of Wales and their children. And we'll be live in the long years to come.
Thank you so much. Now, actor Timothy Spall kicked off the VE Day celebrations by reading extracts from Winston Churchill's triumphant 1945 address. Pomp, pageantry and parades all across this great nation, people continue to celebrate the very best of British, and we do a great street party here, don't we?
Live from the deck of HMS Belfast, I'll be speaking to war witnesses and historians to get their view on the significance of this special day.
This is your victory. Victory of the cause of freedom is every day. In all our long history, we have never seen a greater day than this.
Very, very good afternoon to you on this very special extended edition of Britain's Newsroom. We are live across the United Kingdom on GB News. We're going to have Tom Harwood with us in just a moment. We're going to have Cameron Walker. We've got Michael Ellis back with us here in the studio. Let's go to Tom now, though. He is on HMS Belfast. Tom Harwood, what's happening there today?
That's right, I'm here on HMS Belfast, and what a magnificent ship it is. We're going to be having some gun salutes on this ship in not too long, which is going to be a pretty impressive sight. I've been seeing some pyrotechnics people here on board setting up for that display, but also on board here today we have people who were witness to the war. We have school children invited as well, and there have been some drinks and food laid out because it's about passing that message on of the significance of the Second World War from one generation to the next. And like many events around the country, that's happening on board HMS Belfast today. And what a venue for it to be happening. Of course, this ship itself served in the Second World War. It was a bit battered in the first year in 1939, went into the docks and was upgraded. So by 1943 it was back out there guarding the North Sea, sort of making sure that those Arctic shipping routes were safe, supplying what was then the USSR with those Allied supply convoys. So this ship really did do its part in making sure that that Allied effort defeated Nazism and delivered victory in Europe 80 years ago today.
Which is said in the script, so...
Who said Pall Mall?
OK, let's cross over to Melton Mowbray in Leicestershire. Let's speak to GBNews presenters Patrick Christys and Emily Carver. Good afternoon, both. What's happening there in Melton Mowbray?
Hello, good afternoon, Ben and Andrew. Had a fantastic day here in Melton Mowbray in Leicestershire. A beautiful market town, and there have been beautiful celebrations here. We've made some friends.
We have. There's been a bit of a sing-along, hasn't there? It's been fantastic. Yes, and who are we joined by here, sir? What's your name?
My name's Michael Porter.
Fantastic. And I mean, you've come well dressed for the occasion.
Dressed up, but I decided against it.
Totally understated, as we like to see.
Thank you. Okay.
And it's been a really, really nice day. And yourself as well, man. What have you come as?
One of the 1940s nurses, of course.
Yes. Why does it mean so much in a town like Melton Mowbray to celebrate and commemorate the 80th anniversary of VE Day?
Well, you know what? We've got all these people come down just to celebrate VE Day, or kick it off for a week of celebration. It's fantastic. And we really would like to thank everybody who's been involved in doing this and getting everybody together today.
Sharon, I think I've spotted quite a few of you taking advantage of the dance floor as well, am I right? Have you been dancing?
Just a little bit.
A little bit, a little bit. Why are you here today?
Because I want to dance.
I know you want to dance, and this is who's put on all the dancing, haven't you?
I feel like you should start dancing again.
Yeah, do you want to start dancing? Why not? Show the world how you dance.
Go on, come on, get your moves going. Come on, everyone. There we go. So this is the place to be here on VE Day. Look at this. Fantastic.
I'm going to join in.
Yes. I absolutely love it here in Melton Mowbray. What a place this is. I think we can just keep moving around here, can't we? We've got people with all their flags up here. Do you want to give us a little flag wave? Here we are. Yes, brilliant. Hey. Everyone's commemorating VE Day. There's been a few characters knocking around as well. It doesn't get much less than this. We've been trying pork pies. Emily, what was your favourite pork pie in Melton Mowbray earlier today? The
extra large pork pie.
The extra large one, yes, indeed. And we've had some lovely ladies as well sitting on the end here. This table has been decked out in the Union Jack. Hello. And local shops have been donating food, and they've been giving it for free, the food, so that everyone can enjoy themselves. These ladies here have been enjoying themselves, haven't you? Hello. We've come to bother you again. Sorry. Have you had a nice time?
We've had a fantastic time, yes, thank you.
Oh, and it's nice to all be together, I take it, for such a special day.
Yes, of course.
Go on, Emily. I think this lady would like to mention something. What? Go on.
Yeah. You know what? The weather's held off. It's been delightful here, hasn't it?
Yes,
it's been a wonderful day. And what's better? How much prosecco have you all had?
A big bottle.
A big bottle. Fantastic stuff. We're here to celebrate. We are. Thank you, ladies.
Come on round here, because this is another star of the show that we've got here. I'm going to bother these people that we've been talking to all day again, so sorry. Hello, guys. Hello, hello. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm really sorry to interrupt you. Is there any chance we might be able to just talk to you a little bit about this wonderful car here? So, what is this, an Austin 7?
An Austin 7, 1931.
Can we have a little look inside it? Would that be all right?
Yeah.
Go on, can you show us that? Can you show us inside it?
No, he doesn't fancy getting up.
There we go. He'll show Emily around it.
Can I sit in it? Oh, I'm going to take a seat. Let's have... Oh, look at this fantastic leather in here. Well, thank you very much. So this car dates back to 1931. 1931, Austin 7. Austin 7. And what type of person would be driving this around in 1931?
We found the original owner, and he owned a little shop in where was it, Jim? Pembury Wells, and he just used to use it for going down to the village, and that was it.
Just a little whip around. Fantastic stuff. Well, let me out.
Right, now come back to me because we've got another lovely thing here, haven't we?
Indeed.
So this
Fantastic
is an Anglia Caravan, and I believe this is this 1926, this? 1926 this is. We'll have a little look inside, shall we? We've got the VE Day anniversary towel there, the cloth, and inside it. So who would have been living in this kind of stuff in 1926?
But when you think, you know, who could afford this in 1926, it must have been a rich family,
right,
to have afforded a caravan. I know when you come down to that, that was a working man's runabout, and but that's a completely different, you know, thing.
Well, it's been a very special day here today, hasn't it? I mean, we have loved it. We were at the old pork pie shop earlier on as well. It's just tremendous to see so many people out and about enjoying themselves.
It was an absolutely wonderful day, and the sun has been shining. So we'll leave you for now, but we'll be back
just quickly. I just want to say a massive thank you to everyone in Melton Mowbray. It's been a pleasure getting to know you all and coming around and saying hello to us and everything. So thank you so much, everybody. All right, we'll see you
friends
soon.
for life here.
Thanks, Patrick. Thanks, Emily. Now, delighted to say with us here, Buckingham Palace, Bev and I are still here all the way up until 3 o'clock. We've got RAF Group Captain Jez Curry. Jez, can I ask you first of all those medals?
Yes, certainly.
Come on.
So, OBE, Order of the British Empire, I was awarded that in Buckingham Palace just a few years ago, which was a great honour.
Who gave it to you? Which one?
Princess Anne.
Nice.
Very pleased to have Princess Anne present that to me. Iraq Medal for when I operated out there or served out there in 2003. The Afghanistan Medal. I did 3 tours in Afghanistan over a, about 5 or 6 year period in various roles out there. Then we got Jubilee medals, 3 Jubilee medals for the late Queen. And of course, 2 Jubilee medals, a coronation medal for our King, and then my long service and good conduct medal.
Amazing. So you saw active service in Iraq and Afghanistan, and I think your own family was heavily involved in the Second World War, which we're marking today.
Yeah, absolutely. My father was a sergeant during the World War II, Sergeant Bill Curry. He was in the Royal Artillery, 3-2 Regiment, light anti-aircraft guns. He served out in Malta. I think he went on one of the first convoys out to Malta in '41. I think, experience.
Was he there during the Great Siege?
He was there during the Great Siege. He was on a emplacement in Manuel Island, which sits in the middle of Valletta. They were defending the submarine pens down below, and I think it was one of the most bombed places on Earth at the time. After that campaign finished...
I think the only country to get the George Cross.
Indeed, Malta GC, and awarded to the people, and I would suggest those who served out there as well.
Yeah.
He then came back to the UK, did a defence of the UK against the V-bombers, and then went out to Normandy in August 1944.
God,
so fought through France, Belgium, Holland, and ended up as British Army of the Rhine.
Wow.
And he died when you were 15, is that
correct?
So
sadly he passed away when I was 15. He was 69. I'm the youngest of a family of 10. So I was tail up Charlie, and unfortunately he passed away.
The youngest of 10?
That's right, yes. Yeah.
Wow.
And how many of you in the military?
So I'm the only person who joined the military, followed my father's footsteps. But I would say my father was very much a citizen soldier, came for that time of national emergency. But all my brothers and sisters are in some form of public service, whether teachers, nurses, doctors, and my brother was a police officer. So we've all served the nation in one way or other.
How important is today? for a military man with military in your blood, your father would have loved to have seen this, of course.
Today's military has association with those who fought during the Second World War. We like to honour their sacrifice, what they gave for the country, not just those who unfortunately made the ultimate sacrifice, but those who lived through the war and suffered the pain afterwards. So we reflect on that, I think. You know, personally, it's given me a time of reflection over what my father did during the war.
He was pretty amazing, wasn't he?
Yeah, but he would never claim that he was a hero, didn't really talk much about it when he returned. But like so many other people, he was one of those citizen soldiers that stepped up to the plate and delivered.
They were so modest, though, weren't they?
Yes.
Jez?
Yeah.
They were so modest. They didn't talk about it. There's this veteran Bert and I talked the other day, 104. He's only just started talking about it.
Yeah.
Because that wasn't their style.
I think it wasn't their style. I think partly they came back to a country that had been through a fair amount of trauma themselves. Lots of people had lost loved ones. People had died in our cities. So I think there was almost a degree of national PTSD where the country felt it had to almost bury that to be able to move on. And I think as they get older, people feel more willing to speak about it.
But nobody called it that then, did they?
No, absolutely not. No, these are terms that we're very familiar with now, having seen the British Armed Forces operate in Afghanistan and Iraq, where it's been very much front and centre for the last 20 years in our mindset, I think.
Yeah.
There's a lot of younger cadets, I mentioned a few times, walking around here today. How important, Jez, is it, do you think, that they remember the sacrifices that were made and look up to soldiers such as yourself?
Well, I think it gives them a sense of what people have done to give us our freedoms and liberties that we enjoy today. You know, we've got an incredible society where we're not persecuted, we're not restricted as to what we could say. And a lot of people, you know, during the war, they gave the ultimate sacrifice, didn't they? They gave their lives so that they could eradicate the scourge of Nazi Germany and then create that alliance that came afterwards through NATO. And give us the freedoms that we really do love today.
And somebody was saying this day, one of our guests earlier, saying how many millions of people were in uniform during the war, whether it was RAF, Navy or Army, but also the police, the fire service, the ambulance service, the women's voluntary service. It's a massive national effort, wasn't it?
It was total war, national effort. Everyone made their contribution in one way or other. I don't think there was any part of society that really escaped the need for them to step up.
And you're based in where your group captain? Which is your base?
I'm station commander for RAF Valley, which is over on Anglesey. We provide the airfield, married quarters, welfare, adventurous training, etc. for the base. My colleague, Group Captain Pete Ward, he's delivering the flying training. So we're training the fast jet pilots of the future, and we're seeing those young people join up now with the same enthusiasm, the same esprit de corps, and the same desire to serve their nation.
Your next medal will have His Majesty the King on it.
Well, in fact, my Jubilee medal, my coronation medal.
Oh, you got one already? Of course you have already.
The coronation
Very
medal
good.
already has
Very
the King
good.
and Queen, which is lovely.
Well, how fabulous.
Thank you, Jez. Thank you so much for joining us, RAF Group Captain Jez Curry there. Now, it feels like summer is finally on its way. Well, it did last week, not quite so much today, to be completely honest, but imagine where you could get going this summer if you won our biggest ever Great British giveaway. It's your chance to win a 4-berth motorhome worth over £67,000 and £5,000 in tax-free cash. It is a prize package, therefore worth over 72 grand. Here are all the details that you need to enter.
Courtesy of Marquis Leisure, you could be driving away with this brand new Elnag Baron 560 motorhome. It comfortably sleeps 4, comes with sky roof, integrated kitchen and bathroom, and is worth over £67,000. And that's not all, as we'll also give you a further £5,000 in tax-free cash to make sure that wherever this motorhome takes you, it takes you there in style. For another chance to win the lot, text WIN to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text BONUS to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus 1 standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB13 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 6th of June. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Now, this might come as a surprise, but even for the utmost professionals like me and Andrew,
Speak for yourself.
we don't always get things right first time. So we were at Buckingham Palace last week trying to record a simple promo so that you knew we were on telly today. We couldn't get that right. Have a look. A day when we can all be proud to be British. VE Day 80, all day Monday and throughout next week. Only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel. And as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/your-say. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here we do things differently.
It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it?
It's explosive.
I mean, this is very good.
It's lively.
850. Your government sat there, Sean, and it did nothing.
It's controversial.
And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born.
It's everything you need to kickstart your evening.
Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it.
That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more.
Whether it's breaking royal news,
Please bring us up to date.
or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons,
Very, very curious.
we bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
The royal family is an enduring symbol of tradition, unity and pride for Britain. At GB News, we celebrate what makes this country great. In our new royal newsletter series, you can join me, Cameron Walker, for Inside the Palace, an exclusive look every week that takes you beyond the gates and brings you the very latest from those at the heart of the monarchy. Never miss a royal moment again. Sign up now. Go to gbnews.com/royal newsletter and get the latest straight to your inbox.
It's 2:20. This is Britain's Newsroom with Andrew Pearce and Bev Turner. A very extended Britain's Newsroom today. We are live, of course, from Buckingham Palace on a very, very special day, the 80th anniversary of celebrating VE Day.
If you're just tuning in, where have you been? We will be showing you some of the best bits from today. The phenomenal procession earlier and, of course, the Flypast down here at Buckingham Palace. Tom Harwood is representing GB News down on HMS Belfast this afternoon. Tom, what's happening there?
Yes, Bev, that's right. I'm here on board on the deck of HMS Belfast. The band has just started playing. There's a bit of a party atmosphere here, but I'm delighted to be joined by Edith, who is a volunteer at the Imperial War Museum, but also you are, of course, a witness to the Second World War. You were growing up down in the southwest of England during the war. What are your most vivid memories of it?
Vivid memories? Well, not a lot really. I remember hiding under the table before we had a secure place, because of course you couldn't build any safety devices outside, because you couldn't dig a hole to be underground, and you had something that looked like a great big cage that was in our sitting room. So if you could hear aircraft droning overhead, you went and got in there and slept in there. I remember banging my head on it because I didn't know enough to bend down to get in. But yes, I shared it with Mum and Dad and me until the aircraft did go over, and you could hear the rattling of the letterbox, one of those built into a wall, and you could hear it rattling as the planes went overhead.
Wow!
But of course, it was always dark at night. No street lights on, so anything you wanted to do, you had to do while it was still daylight, or go anywhere or visit people. Yeah.
So when VE Day came, I suppose all of that changed. The lights suddenly came on. What was the atmosphere like?
Well, you still had lights that went off as it was getting dark, so you still went off at night because you were trying to save on electricity and things. And you still had the rationing that went on until 1954 for food, and 1948. So your mother was still knitting and making do and mending, and you're putting up and you're queuing for anything that looks good that might come in. And as I say, the rationing went on for so long. So we weren't too bad because most people had a garden at home, so they would grow vegetables, but they used to show off in sort of at the end of summer to show you in the shed that they had onions strung up and things like that they were keeping by. Apples.
But when victory came, was there a big party? Did people flood the streets?
Well, no, we didn't where we were. You did in the local recreation ground, and the special thing that you did have, especially in Cornwall, with the saffron buns and saffron cakes. And so every child would be given quite a they were quite big. That was the part of the thing which you still have, the saffron buns and saffron cake at Easter and Christmas, especially because saffron, of course, is one of the most expensive things you can buy to colour your food. Yes.
So we're standing today on the deck of HMS Belfast. Tell us a little bit about this ship. How did it come to be plonked here in the River Thames?
Well, because it's an artefact of the main museum, the Imperial War Museum. We're not a museum in our own rights, so to speak, but it was saved because she's the last one of her kind. And this one, she was actually commissioned in 1939 and pretty well got sunk not long afterwards, but they were very clever in mending her and bringing her back safely. And then gradually, by the time they brought her back into use again, because she was used on all the convoy ships. She's a cruiser. She's the fastest of the battleships because her guns are shorter, but you have 4 to each group of merchant ships. And of course we did Arctic convoys, so we went up as far as Iceland and collected convoys of ships that the Americans were still providing, because at that time America was still not in the war, but they were helping to keep Russia in the war, to keep the Eastern Front open. So we used to go up there, and we could go during the winter to a place called Murmansk, which is where Norway and Russia meet. but it's the only port in the winter that stays open because that's where the warm current of water that comes across the Arctic keeps us open and the Norwegians open.
So this ship absolutely vital to keeping that shipping lane open throughout the war. Edith, it's been a pleasure to speak to you. Thank you so much for being and withstanding the little spot of rain that we've had out here. But thank you very much indeed. Back to you, Bev and Andrew.
Well done. We're going to be talking in just a minute to a really special guest, actually.
Yeah.
This is Emmy Jones, and she handed the Commonwealth War Graves torch for peace onto Alan Kennett, who was the 100-year-old Second World War veteran, and that was the start of the procession. And she's going to be here in just a minute.
That'll be a very special one. But first, we're going to go to Sophie Reaper, who is in Wrexham for us. Sophie.
Well, the party is still ongoing here in Llangollen's Town Hall as they mark 80 years of freedom, 80 years of VE Day. And just look at the party that's going on here, Bev and Andrew. It's absolutely phenomenal. Everybody's getting involved in the singing, in the dancing, and of course, in the Welsh cakes. Now, joining us to talk a little bit about the importance of dance and that free spirit is Karen. Karen, thank you so much for joining us. You've been dancing all day, so amazing work.
Yes.
How important is that spirit that comes along with VE Day?
I just absolutely love it, and I just love it all when everybody comes together, all the local groups. We've had Julie, myself, the lovely Charlie, Gareth, Val, just everybody coming. Is that what you asked me? Sorry, I couldn't quite hear.
It is very loud in here, isn't it? But how important is it that we're marking VE Day today, that 80-year anniversary?
Yeah, it definitely comes back to obviously all the fun we're having here today, but it's so important for us all to mark it. Obviously, it's all about our freedom. It's just so important, and you just want to respect everything that Gareth's put up on the screen, the Eisteddfod, everything that that they did for us back in a number of years ago. So yeah, absolutely, so important.
Dance is, of course, all about that free spirit, having fun, letting a bit loose. If you had a message for our viewers out there today who, might be a bit nervous to get involved in a dance class or anything like that, what would your message be to them on this anniversary of VE Day?
I would absolutely say, get on with it, come and join us. You can see everybody dancing. It's just all about having fun, smiling, energy. It's massively good for your health, and it just lifts your spirit, and everybody just loves to get involved. And my motto is, do what the class want. When I do my classes, I ask them what they want, and then they get the most out of it. And I just love doing things in the community.
I have to say, you've been doing a phenomenal job today. Obviously, Thursday is the official anniversary. Are you going to be marking that at all here in Llangollen?
I'll be in my Wrexham class, just outside Wrexham, with my other ladies' class, and we'll be doing something similar on Thursday evening.
Sounds brilliant. Thank you so much for joining us, Karen, and thank you so much for today. It's been so brilliant watching you and having the best time, so thank you so much. Thank you. Bev, Andrew, it's been such a special day today here in Llangollen as we celebrate our freedom, as we celebrate this spirit of dance and just having the best time.
We can dance too, Well, I can. I'm not so sure about Beverly. Sophie, what do you think, Sophie? How are we doing?
She can't actually see us, of course.
I think she can.
Do you understand how to tell
I can't see you, but I'm sure you're both fabulous.
Exactly. It's called it's divine inspiration. Now, lots more coming up on today's show, but for now, let's get your news headlines with Katie Bowen. Is she?
Bev, Andrew, thank you and good afternoon. It's 31 minutes past 2. Your latest headlines from the GB Newsroom. The Home Secretary has described terror raids in which 8 men were arrested as one of the biggest counter-terrorism operations in recent years. There are reports today that the arrests came just hours before a suspected attack was set to be launched. 5 men, including 4 Iranian nationals, were arrested at locations across England on Saturday, while the Metropolitan Police confirmed a further 3 Iranian men were arrested as part of a separate operation. Yvette Cooper said that the government is supporting the relevant security agencies in the ongoing investigations. To the US, where President Donald Trump has ordered the rebuilding and reopening of Alcatraz prison. The president said that the prison should house America's most ruthless and violent offenders, adding that in times past we did not hesitate to lock up the most dangerous criminals and keep them far away from anyone they could harm. Also speaking overnight, the president said he had had many meetings with countries on trade, including China. He also went on to announce a 100% tariff on all films produced outside of the US, saying that America's film industry is dying a very fast death. He described it as a national security threat due to messaging and propaganda. The family of a 14-year-old boy who was killed in a fire in Gateshead have paid tribute to him as a kind, caring and loving boy. The body of Leighton Carr was found inside a building on the Fairfield Industrial Park in the Bill Key area of Gateshead on Friday evening. 14 children, 11 boys and 3 girls, who were arrested on suspicion of manslaughter have been released on bail, pending further inquiries. And some news from the sporting world now. Trent Alexander-Arnold has announced that he will leave Liverpool Football Club at the end of this season. In a statement, the 26-year-old England defender said it was the hardest decision he had ever made, but that he wants to push himself both professionally and personally. Alexander-Arnold has been heavily linked with a free transfer to Real Madrid. Those are the latest GB News headlines. More news in half an hour.
For the very latest GB News direct to your smartphone, sign up to News Alerts by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/alerts.
My Claim Group sponsors the GB News Finance Report.
Here's a quick snapshot of today's markets. The pound will buy you $1.3274 and €1.1735. The price of gold is £2,489.46 per ounce, and the FTSE 100 at 8,596 points.
My Claim Group sponsors the GB News Finance Report.
Still to come, we're going to be at Fort Augustus in the Scottish Highlands with our very own Tony Maguire.
Hello, good afternoon. We've got a VE Day spirit here, and what I think is the most northern street party here in the country. The barbecue is on, the kids are out and playing skittles. No, they're not. They're knocking lumps out of each other with them. Of course they are. If that's not the VE Day battle spirit, I don't know what is.
Hello there, welcome to your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office. So another dry day to come for most of us through the course of today. Lovely bank holiday Monday actually for many of us with some sunshine, but there will be some showers in the far southeast. That's courtesy of this occluded front just moving in for a time, but high pressure will dominate and keep it dry for the vast majority of the UK once again. So here are these showers then, perhaps one or two moderate ones across the southeast of England, the Greater London region as well. One or two isolated ones further north across eastern parts of England as well, but a dry day for the vast majority. Perhaps a bit cloudier than recent days, but still some sunny breaks, the best of which will be in the north and the northwest, and temperatures 15 or 16 degrees, so not too bad away from that east coast where there will be quite a brisk wind gusting up to 40 miles per hour in the far southeast. So zooming in on those showers this evening, and generally speaking they will be starting to die away a little bit towards the end of the day, but still a few around across Hampshire and the south of England through this evening. A fine evening though for the vast majority of the UK, a mixture of cloud and sunny spells, and winds much lighter the further north you are, so it will still feel pleasantly warm in a late afternoon sunshine across Scotland in particular. As we go into this evening though, much of that cloud in the south will tend to break up and clear away, so lengthy spells of clear sky as we go through the course of this evening. A bit more in the way of cloud across Shetland, perhaps bringing the odd patch of light rain here and there, but generally those clear skies allowing temperatures to fall away, so a cold night to come, the odd patch of mist and fog in the countryside, and temperatures, well, falling down to just below freezing in some rural spots, so a fairly widespread frost in the countryside. So Tuesday then dawns on a fairly sunny note for most of us, a chilly one, but temperatures quickly rising in that spring sunshine. A bit more in the way of clouds still across the south and the east, and still one or two light showers perhaps across the east of England and East Anglia, but many places having another fine and dry day with plenty of sunshine and feeling warm in that sunshine with lighter winds.
Crash Law 24 sponsors GB News Traffic and Travel Report.
Good afternoon. This is the latest AI travel news from gbnews.com. Currently, there are significant disruptions on the M8 eastbound at Junction 5 due to debris on the carriageway. Drivers are advised to proceed with caution. In Cambridgeshire, the A1 southbound between the A47 and the junction with the A605 is experiencing congestion with delays of 10 minutes against the normal traffic flow. Similarly, in Wiltshire, on the A303 eastbound between the A350 and the junction with the A36, traffic congestion is causing a delay of 15 minutes against expected travel times. Each of these issues is anticipated to resolve shortly based on current predictions. For more travel news, go to gbnews.com.
Crash Law 24 sponsors GB News Traffic and Travel Report.
It's 2:37. This is a very special Britain's Newsroom with Andrew Pearce and Bev Turner, live from Buckingham Palace. We're celebrating victory in Europe, 80 years today. And joining us now are RAF cadets Warrant Officer Emmy Jones and Cadet Olivia Diaper. Now, Emmy, you had a very special role today. Explain what you did.
So I had the responsibility of passing over the torch in the opening ceremony for VE Day earlier on this morning.
How did you get that honour?
Bit of a long story, really. My squadron won a drill competition at local level. We then won at regional level and performed in front of Commandant Air Cadets. So our squadron have been invited to march in the parade. You might have seen them a bit earlier.
You did.
And Olivia and I were invited to do this extra role. So a bit of a long story.
And how did you get involved in the first place, Olivia, with RAF cadets?
Well, my brother is a flight sergeant on our squadron, and he kept on pestering me basically for weeks and weeks, and he finally asked me one night. I was kind of like, okay, I'll try it. And
what does it involve? Is it fun? Anybody watching at home today, off school and off college today, is it worth getting involved with?
100%. It's changed my life as a person. It's built my character, it's built my confidence, and I've made friends for life, and it's just, they give you experiences like today that you wouldn't ever even dream of.
Yeah. How lovely taking the salute from the King.
Oh, it was amazing. Just to see the whole royal family was just absolutely amazing.
Because he's your Commander-in-Chief.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, that's the reason why we're here, so yeah.
And do you both want careers in the RAF? Or one of the forces? Does it matter?
The military for me, within the next
you
sort of
haven't
couple
made your mind
months.
up which wing of the military yet?
Potentially, because I'm joining as a nurse, it's sort of tri-service,
Right.
so medical reasoning, it doesn't particularly matter what route I go down, just sort of all dependent on A-level results day.
You've got A-levels very soon, haven't you, Olivia? You've taken a day off revising to be here.
I have. I'll probably be revising on the bus on the way home later.
Yeah.
Right.
But yeah, within the next couple of weeks is when I start my A-levels, so yeah.
Fantastic.
And have you set your heart on any branch of the military?
I want to become a vet, which might
do
be
you?
a bit difficult in the military, but the army might be an option for me.
Yeah.
So just going to see where career takes me.
Amazing.
Tell us about what's the day been like for you?
Today's just been so surreal. I don't think there's been a moment where I've stopped to think, actually, the King was just in front of me, about 2 metres away. Today has been absolutely incredible. There's been so many different opportunities and so many things to do and see, talking to yourselves. It's just been absolutely amazing.
Oh, this is a low point for you, believe me. Don't put this on your memory bank.
Especially talking to her. and getting up really early. What time were you on the bus?
4:50 this morning.
That's nothing. They're military types. They will take that in their stride, won't they? And in your area, you come from Wiltshire, haven't you, today, down where you are? Is being involved in cadets popular with your group of friends, would you say?
I'd say so, definitely. Over the last sort of couple years from COVID, there's been a real increase in the amount of people that we have on sort of our squadron, and because we do quite a lot of community work, it just means that recruitment is going up and up and more people are sort of joining. So I think it is something which a lot of people get involved with.
Equal boys, girls?
Yeah. Sort of when I joined back in 2019, potentially more boys than girls, but I'd say we're fairly equal now, yeah.
How much time does it take, Olivia, in an average week?
So
how much time does it take for you to be involved with cadets? What's the commitment?
It's 2 nights every week, and it's from 6:30 till 9:30.
Okay, so it is a big commitment when you've got studying and maybe sports and social life as well around that, because we know teenagers like the social life. But I imagine it feels a little bit like part of your social life if you're all there with your friends.
Absolutely, it's just amazing.
brilliant.
Is your brother proud that you joined
Yeah.
that? Oh, that's good.
Yeah, and I'm very proud of him.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
So he's not here today. He's watching from wherever he's.
He was in the marching.
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
So it's a family affair.
Yes.
Oh, how
Yeah,
nice.
we came
Did you see him?
Yes, I did.
Oh,
I
that's
did.
terrific.
Very proud of him.
And have you got other family here, or are they at home watching on TV now?
They're at home. They got home from holiday, so.
I hope. Well, hopefully
I hope they're
they
watching
know you're here.
GBNews and watching you. Very
Hopefully.
good. Yeah, very good. Very
Oh,
good.
well, ladies, I think you're brilliant. You're amazing. You're exactly what we need the future of this country to be, aren't you?
Good luck with your A-levels.
Thank
Starting
you.
as
Yeah.
Start revising on that bus.
Yeah,
They haven't
will
given
do.
you a hip flask. We'll top something to keep you warm on the bus home.
Olivia Dye-Aper there and Emmy Jones.
Fantastic.
Thank you both so much. Right, let's go live to Fort Augustus in the Scottish Highlands, where Tony Maguire is wearing his spectacular party hat.
Well, that's one way of calling it.
Oh, he's
taking it off.
That's just putting me in a spot there, isn't it? That's now I just have to put it on for the cameras. Gosh, busted, caught, hoisted by my own petard, as they would say, right? But no, good afternoon. Oh, it's gone. We'll need to next time. Certainly, he is one of these amazing kind of community vibe festival parties where the street has come together, and we are in Fort Augustus in the Scottish Highlands, right on the bank of the stunning Loch Ness. And this is really a gathering, not just for the local community, but for the Cub Scouts and the Girl Guides here. So lots of children doing the rounds. We can see lots of, don't know if we can just do a quick pivot over here. There's lots of bubble blowing. We've got chess, snakes and ladders, and those terrible bowling pins, inflatable bowling pins, which have obviously the kids have been using to knock lumps of each other. But surrounding us all is those Union Jacks and memories of why everyone is out to celebrate today. And I'm going to shout on Bill. Bill, if you could come and join me. Then we're going to speak to someone who's a veterinarian himself, and he was telling me that his father was actually. Do you want to come and join me? No problem. But of course here is really just one of these cases which I think is quite interesting, that Fort Augustus, I believe, is the most northern street party here in the UK today, and that in itself I think is something worth celebrating. Bill, how are you doing? Thank you for joining me. Tell me, I'm just going to take a wee step this way. This is a big day, this is a great turnout for the community. Yeah. How great is it that you can get the community out to talk about and just even come together on an event that you care about so much?
The most important ones here today is the young ones, and tell them what's happened in the past so it doesn't happen in the future.
And one of the things, obviously, year by year, our number of our veterans is sadly going down. How important is it for your generation and my generation and all those in between to make sure that the kids who are here today understand what those men and women fought and died for?
It's hugely important to learn lessons for the future. I'm lucky of an age, I was born in the early 50s, so my father was a veteran, and he told me what happened to him. And he didn't have to be in the British Army, but he ran away from Ireland to join the British Army, and he was only 15 and a half.
So he lied about his age to get in, because obviously the cause was that important. A wee bit of a step change. This is a celebration today, coming together of community. What is on the barbecue and how good does it taste?
It's excellent because I'm doing it, of course. You know?
Of course. Got the Bill's seal of approval.
Yes, and I think communities need to come together all year round. We should be spending more time together, communities.
Perfect. We shouldn't need a big occasion like this to have a reason for it, should we?
And old, all the time, you know.
And this is quite a small community in Fort Augustus, isn't it? This isn't a large city or anything. No. And today we see the number of people that have come out for it shows how much this means to the community. Bill, thank you very much. Lovely to meet you and talk to you. Well, we're going to be here all afternoon, and we're going to have more conversations as the day goes on, hopefully chat to some of those kids and find out just how good Bill's barbecuing really is.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Tony Maguire, there in a very sunny Fort August up in Scotland.
Yeah, why is it so sunny in Scotland? It isn't here.
It's freezing here. We have got plenty more celebrations of the very best of British still to come this afternoon. But first of all, let's have a look at the holiday temperatures and our holiday destinations of Europe.
Ready to soak up that holiday sunshine? Won't we need some cover?
No worries, all sorted.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News travel destinations forecast.
Despite some dry and sunny weather across parts of the UK, it's a different story across parts of Europe, with heavy showers and thunderstorms for many of us, particularly across parts of Spain, southern parts of France and parts of Italy too, seeing some heavy thunderstorms throughout Tuesday afternoon. Southern parts of Greece and Turkey probably holding on to the best of the sunshine through Tuesday afternoon. Highs here around 26 degrees, but there will be some sunshine on offer for many of us over the next couple of days, and highs in Tenerife around 24 or 25 degrees.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News travel destinations forecast.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here we do things differently. It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it? It's explosive. I mean, this is very good. It's lively.
850. Your government sat there, Sean, and it did nothing.
It's controversial. And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born. It's everything you need to kickstart your evening. Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it. That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News Breakfast, every day from 6 a.m.
It is cruel because I think children are only your children for 16 years, 18 years, right? And then they go and they have to do all this stuff for themselves. I think while they're young, their main priorities should be their education, coming in, doing their homework, getting to bed, getting enough sleep. My children, for example, are 11 and 16, so one's doing his GCSEs, the other still randomly has a ton of homework, even 11. By the time they've come in and done their homework, they're exhausted and they go to bed. I just don't think it is my job as a parent to tell them to then go and mop the floor or hoover their bedrooms. Their main focus is their education at this age.
Yeah. You made my blood run cold there talking about homework, because I'm not a believer in homework. I think school is where you do work and then you come home, and home is where you can do anything else that you want to do, but I just think it's just all too much.
I think this is a tricky one because we're not talking about Victorian Britain or sending children up chimneys. We're talking making your bed, tidying your room. I think it's a great help for people to do chores around the house. There's been several studies where they've seen that it's had beneficial well-being for children. And I think it's just about learning about time management, confidence, resilience. These are just basic life skills. So many people these days, teenagers, grow up and they don't have them, and then they're going off to university or whatever. I saw a really funny video actually of a mum who couldn't get her child to clean up, so she got black rice, sprinkled it around the room and told him it was mouse droppings. Now, I don't know if we need to go that far, but I do think it's good for children as a whole.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
Because
the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Dubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
We're in the last lap. It is 10 to 3, Britain's Newsroom with Andrew Pearce and Bev Turner. We've been very privileged to be here at Buckingham Palace today, Bev, haven't we, on the 80th anniversary of VE Day. It's been a remarkable morning. We've been here since 9:30 and with Cameron Walker and, of course, GB News presenter Martin Dorman. You're taking over this very hot seat.
I did. Well,
not so hot,
not as hot because you've been cold all day. I've got my thermals on. Sorry for the overshare. So but the party is far from over. Can you imagine, Bev? Can you imagine, Andrew, to have survived D-Day, to have survived World War II, 80 years on, and your reward is tea with Sir Keir Starmer at Downing Street. We've got that from 3 p.m.
You've got some of the veterans now having tea with the King and the Prince of Wales, and they get Keir Starmer.
But you know they're going to share some tunes. But I actually think this is the momentary respite for Sir Keir Starmer and indeed for the King after the Prince Harry interview on Friday. Calm before the storm for the royals. and the Prime Minister enjoying these revelries till Thursday while they can. The real battles, I think, will begin after Thursday politically.
But these extraordinary scenes today will just remind people of how ill-judged Prince Harry's remarks were and how ill-timed they were, Martin.
And also exposing the King to analysis of the role of the state, begging to the Prime Minister. We spoke about this on Friday, didn't we, Cameron?
Yeah, we did.
I was astonished when you told me.
I was absolutely gobsmacked. I mean, I was second-guessing when I was telling you on the show because I thought I must have misheard this, but I hadn't. It was correct.
And he's going to write to the Home Secretary to say it's all a terrible political conspiracy. I'm not quite sure who's behind the political
really,
conspiracy.
a bit shabby. And we've also got the HMS Belfast setting off its guns around about 3:30 that we want to watch. But I think it's going to be fascinating to watch the body language of the veterans with the Prime Minister from 3 onwards.
You're a patriotic man, Martin Daubney. How important are days like this today in terms of our national identity and who we are?
They're vital. I watched with my children earlier on, 11 and 15. It's so important that kids get a handle around this. I love the V-Day Mail initiative, the Together initiative, where they were getting kids to write to veterans and they were writing back. Because if kids forget, then we break that link forever. Today, I think, is about the next generation, making sure they never forget.
Yeah, and it's very nice. Cameron Walker was telling us that Prince George is in the Tea Party with the veterans because he's a future Commander-in-Chief, but he's of that young generation that has to know what happened.
And always the star of the show, that fella. You love him, don't you?
Oh, he's brilliant. He's brilliant. 11 years old, as you say, future Commander-in-Chief, and it is that next generation. And we also had, of course, the cadets marching past the King and members of the royal family up the Mall, taking that part in that procession, that next generation. Here is the photograph from inside Buckingham Palace that you just saw on your screen of Prince George and the Prince of Wales talking to veterans.
And Martin, we just talked to a couple of cadets. One of them handed over the torch at the start of the procession. They were so excited to have been in such close proximity to senior members of the royal family. Fabulous. Fabulous that young people still care.
And I think we forget that oftentimes. We always talk about the army is so small these days, the smallest since Napoleonic times, the RAF, the smallest it's ever been. But the people here today, they've got huge hearts, flying that baton, carrying on for the next generation, especially encouraged by the amount of young people that we've seen today on the show. It's been awesome.
Yeah, well, it will be awesome from 3 o'clock, Martin, with you from 3 till 6 this afternoon, because we're pretty much done for the day. We've been here. How many hours have we been on air now?
5.5. I've never spent 5.5 hours in Bev's company before.
Lucky you.
Perhaps never again.
I never said that, Martin. I wouldn't possibly think that or wish that, of course. But it's been great.
I haven't even had time to go to the list.
In truth, it's been a privilege for both of us to be here on such a very special and historic, poignant occasion. It really has been.
That's right. And we'll be back on Britain's Newsroom as normal tomorrow morning at 9:30. Martin will take over the baton from here.
Here's your weather.
Heavy showers first thing will be followed by a warm, cosy day. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.